Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today as we, the National Libertarian Party, declare our independence from the Federal Reserve and try to aggressively promote Bitcoin, encourage everyone to donate to the Libertarian Party at donate.lp.org using Bitcoin. Today is all about rejecting fiat currency because it is terrible. I know that most of you have been feeling the pain of inflation lately, and we are here to talk about that a little bit, talk about the Federal Reserve, and really just hear from experts on Bitcoin, on why Bitcoin is just a much better alternative, a much better path to financial and maybe just independence in general than the dollar is. So we are about to bring on Stephan Livera, I'm really excited to host him at the National Libertarian Party platform. My name is Angela McArdle. For those of you who don't know, I am the National Party's chair. But Stephan is a host of one of the best Bitcoin podcasts out there, the Stephan Livera podcast. He's also the managing director at Swann Bitcoin International, which is a great thing that we're going to hear about a little bit more of. And he's also written some articles for the Mises Institute, which I think is really fantastic. So we're going to bring him on and hear from him a little bit about Bitcoin.
Hello.
Thank you so much for joining us. We are delighted to have you.
Thanks for inviting me. I'm a lifelong libertarian and I'm excited to be with you.
So tell us a little bit about your background and then let's get into Bitcoin a little bit and go over some of the basics.
Sure. So I've been a libertarian since I was probably 15 or so, and I am into Austrian economics. And so I was obviously quite excited by the prospects around Bitcoin. And so nowadays I am basically full-time working in terms of Bitcoin education and Bitcoin podcasting. So I host one of the well-known shows and I interview many of the leading developers, entrepreneurs, investors, analysts, economists, people in the Bitcoin world. I interview them just as a way of providing educational information for people out there wanting to learn about Bitcoin. And I also work at Swann Bitcoin. So Swann Bitcoin is a company where people can buy Bitcoin and also learn about Bitcoin at the same time. So that's something we take seriously. We take education and learning and the Bitcoin community seriously. So that's, I guess, in a nutshell, those are the key things I'm known for.
Great. So one of the things that I've seen you do a really good job of is just sort of give people an introduction to Bitcoin. I think that probably most of the people viewing this live stream understand what Bitcoin is, but I think there's different definitions of even understanding what Bitcoin is. So maybe you can just give us sort of a basic primer and give us kind of an explanation of the difference, the fundamental differences between Bitcoin and the dollar, maybe.
Yeah, great question. And so I always say this when I'm teaching Bitcoin, you won't understand the point of Bitcoin until you understand the problem with fiat currency, fiat money. And most people are walking through the world with very little awareness about the problems of fiat money. Now, as libertarians, we are generally anti-central banking, anti-fiat money, so many of us already understand that. So in a sense, we're already primed to understand the point of Bitcoin and why it would be valuable. But for people who aren't familiar with that, who aren't familiar with the libertarian case against the Fed, the case against central banking, against deposit guarantees, bailout guarantees, and all of these aspects, it just looks like, oh, these Bitcoin people, they're just these weird internet coin people. Right? That's what people think. Of course, once you actually go further down the rabbit hole, you read people like Murray Rothbard, Mises, people like that, you understand that there is a fundamental problem with fiat currency. The fundamental problem is also known as the Cantillon effect. Those people who are closest to the monetary spigot, those people who get the new money first, they are the winners in the economic system. And so in the fiat standard, which we live under today, those people who can play that debt game best, who can access cheap credit, they can put themselves close to the monetary money printer, and they win. They win at the expense of everybody else. And only in recent years are people starting to actually really feel inflation. It's happening all around the world. In the US, the CPI print was, off the top of my head, 8.6%. And we all know that's just CPI. Of course, really, the inflation is going to be higher than that even. And so a lot of people are taking a pay cut in real terms because their boss might have given them no pay rise or maybe a 3% pay rise. Meanwhile, their buying power is going down 8.6% or even more, probably more like 15% or 20%, depending on what you are looking at. And so Bitcoin is this scarce monetary asset, and what it achieves, different to fiat, is that it's actually genuinely decentralized, and it has a strict supply cap, and you can send it just like you would an email. So, of course, it has these special qualities that are simply just not possible in a fiat money system. And so the way I explain that is you think of it like Bitcoin gives us assurances that the fiat banking world could never provide. In the fiat world, they have a federal reserve. They have a board of. They have these governors. They have these people who decide what the price of interest rates, and they decide all of these aspects, what the supply of money, or they have a big influence in this, in that question. What is the supply of money? And so think about it like this: we all work really hard in our jobs to earn money, and then they just print more of it. And for most people, they really don't even think beyond that. Now, of course, in recent months, even the last year or so, okay, there's people are starting to get more of an idea about this inflation. They're seeing it, and people are not believing when Biden says, "Oh, look, it's Putin's inflation. It's because of Russia." They're not believing that. They're saying, "Well, hang on a second. If we just look at the money supply statistics," and some of these are even on the Federal Reserve's page. If you can go and look up the M1 money supply, the M2 money supply, these things have shot up in the last 2 years. And most of that happened in 2020 and 2021. Now, of course, a war is going to impact markets, but it's definitely, I think it's fair to say that a lot of that was actually caused by the inflation from 2020 and 2021.
Yeah. So when you say that Bitcoin is finite, can you explain, like, Bitcoin, you can't just print Bitcoin into infinity? I think that's something that people don't really understand.
Great. Yeah, great question. So Bitcoin was coded from the start with a 21 million limit, or it's just under 21 million, but basically. And so you can think of it like it was given an inflation schedule, or a release schedule, if you will. And so back in the early days, it was 50 coins per 10 minutes. And we're not going to get into too much of the technical details, because I think the focus here is, think of it like you want to learn how to drive the car. You don't need to be a car mechanic. You don't need to be an aerodynamics expert who knows how to, tell or teach us how a turbocharger works. No, we're teaching you how to drive the car. So the basic version of that is just to understand that the software has been coded in a way where it has this no more than 21 million limit. Now, that's enforced by this aspect called a block subsidy. But the short version of it is you can hold your Bitcoin on your phone, on what we call a Bitcoin wallet, or a signing device is another way to think of it, or on a hardware wallet. So this is also known as a hardware signing device. So this is an example. This is a cold card. But there are other popular products out there. But basically, you can just hold it on that, and you can use that device to interact with Bitcoin. You can receive coins or spend coins. And remember, Bitcoin is divisible. So even though there's only less than 21 million coins, and as we speak today, it's something like 19 million coins, because more are being issued out over the next 100 years or so. The point of it all is that you can divide each of those coins by 100 million, and we call that Satoshis, or sats. And so the way we encourage at swann.com is people can stack sats, and that might be whether they're buying $10 a week or $10,000 a week. You can just buy whatever you can afford to save, and those people who have been stacking for the long term are those who have done quite well in terms of purchasing power, and they've achieved additional freedom because they are able to transact outside of the state's systems. And of course, from our perspective today, they can purchase some Bitcoin, or they could earn some Bitcoin by selling their services, and then they can donate to the causes they believe in. And in this case, it can be the Libertarian Party to help libertarian candidates get elected, or at least get the word out in terms of education about the problems of the state and the problems of state control over money.
So they're basically, you can't print it forever, but the US dollar we can just keep printing. I think 35% of all the dollars that in existence have been printed in the last 2 presidential administrations. It's quite an insane number when you really stop and think about that, right? And so I think the important point to understand is that the system as it is relies on inflation. They can't just stop, because they will send their own government into insolvency or bankruptcy because they won't be able to pay their own debts. They've just got that level of debt. Now, obviously, as libertarians, we obviously are raging about the level of government debt. And this is not
going away. It's not stopping anytime soon because, unfortunately, the level of economic education is quite poor. So Biden is blaming greedy businessmen, greedy petrol pump operators. Just recently today, he was commenting about, these, you're charging too much for petrol, not understanding, or obviously I'm sure him and his team understand this, but he is doing this because it's politically viable. But at the same time, if you really look at the fundamentals and where this is all going long term, my view is the only way out for them, from their point of view, is to just keep printing. Because yes, it's bad, but it's the least bad of their possible outcomes, right? Because the other option is to just let everything fall and collapse. Now, from a libertarian point of view, we could even make the argument, hey, it's better to just, we're going to take the pain and, it's a short-term pain for long-term gain. But we all know that in practice, that's not going to happen. It's not politically popular. The people are not aware and understanding of this. They just want the free gimmes, right? And so, Unfortunately, that message is not really going to resonate. But Bitcoin is an alternative. It allows people to set up their own little parallel rails. There are examples where people are, say, meeting their local farmer and paying him or her with Bitcoin and buying food or meat or whatever from their farmer. And that's just one example. There are examples all over the world where people are, let's say, shut off from the financial system, and they are able to transact using Bitcoin just with a smartphone wallet on their phone. And so there are examples that, if you really think about it, if you look at some of the statistics on how many people around the world are unbanked, that number is about 1.7 billion people out of 8 billion. So you can see there's a huge reason for this kind of thing to exist. And it allows a certain kind of freedom where you can transact outside of the state system.
So the one of the things that comes to mind is the people in Venezuela and other countries where their currency has essentially collapsed. What I read, there were a couple different things at play, right? One is they were able to kind of make a lateral switch to a different currency so that they could buy food for their families. But then there were also people were terrified that the government was going to come crack down and take Bitcoin mining operations off, I guess appropriate them and take them for themselves. So if you're in a situation where your currency is collapsing, is Bitcoin a good thing for you to be invested in? And can you do that safely? Does that make sense?
Right. So there are different aspects to consider here. So in the Venezuela example, what we saw is a lot of people who were going outside of the country. So I remember, I think the stat was something like 6 million people. So off the top of my head, I think it's about 15 or 20% of the population had left, right? It's this brain drain. But they had family back home inside Venezuela. So they would be earning, and then they could use Bitcoin to send it back into their families, to send money home for their families to be able to eat. And so that's an example. Now, they were doing this through various complicated means, but that's an example. Another example is where people have to flee under, let's say, adversarial conditions. Let's say you're a Ukrainian who's fleeing the country. There are real-world examples of people who have done this, and because they were worried about being stopped at the border, where historically if they were trying to get out with gold, but with Bitcoin, the way it works is you can basically write down 12 words onto like that, or you can memorize those 12 words, once you set up your Bitcoin wallet, and then you could leave the country and it's literally in your head. They literally have nothing they can confiscate off you. So that's another very powerful example where Bitcoin enables all these kinds of things for people who have otherwise been shut out of the system, or who are otherwise fleeing or trying to route around some kind of government coercion.
So TSA can't rifle through your suitcase and steal your Bitcoin.
Well, if you've got your hardware wallet out and they can see that, potentially. But if but it all depends on what is your threat model, what are you trying to protect against, and there are all kinds of different ways to go about that. But without going too complex, I think for most people, the way you get started is just a phone wallet, and you can earn into that, or you can spend out of that, and it's very slick and easy, because basically the way it works when you want to spend in Bitcoin is you scan the QR code. So for example, donate.lp.org, you scan the QR, you fill out the form, you say I want to donate whatever, $100, whatever, and basically it'll show you a dialogue where you scan with your, as an example, Moon wallet, and then you can pay and donate.
Nice. So last night I was watching UFC, because that's a big passion of mine, and Bitcoin is a sponsor. And I was thinking, that's awesome, right? And it kind of pained me that it took us this long to really like get on board to that level. Obviously, we've been taking donations for a while, but to really like embrace the Bitcoin community, what do you think it takes for Bitcoin to go a little bit more mainstream? I know that, like you said, people want handouts and freebies, but how do we make it a little bit more accessible? It's just the average person who's not a programmer and not plugged into the community.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think some of that is just time and learning, because to be honest, Bitcoin has moved through these big cycles. So absolutely, I accept it's been very volatile. And anyone who has been around for a few years has seen that, right? We've seen these big run-ups and falls, right? Big price drops. So 2011, 2013, 2017, 2021. And now we're going through a little bit more of a sideways or bear market. But nevertheless, this is a great time to actually start stacking. And I think part of that is it's a human network effect. Like, it's you thinking, you know what, I'm actually going to start saving, and think of it like your digital savings. Like, it's your savings outside of the system. And for you and, for your family and your friends, you might help them and say, hey, as long as you can save for the long term and you're thinking about it in the long term, I really discourage people trying to think of it like a get rich quick scheme. It's not get rich quick. Please do not believe that, just buy Bitcoin and I'm going to be rich tomorrow. No, that's not what this is. Think of it more like freedom technology that enables you to transact under adversarial conditions or when other people don't want you to. And secondly, think of it like store of value, long-term savings. And so if you're using it more like a savings, think of it more on a long-term, we're talking 5 to 10 year basis, right? Because as we've seen, right, Bitcoin came from 69,000 last year down to, I think at the bottom, peak to trough, it was something like 69,000 down to maybe 17,000. So it's important that people get the right expectation. I am, of course, bullish on Bitcoin. Like, why else would I be doing this? I believe long term it's going to essentially millions of dollars per coin, but I don't know when. I can't tell you when. I don't have a crystal ball. So the way I view it is more like thinking about the fundamentals of this thing and understanding the fundamentals of the system around us. And I believe we're not going back to a gold standard, because the same problem will just happen. And the fiat system is just going to continue inflating and inflating. And over time, more and more people will just be forced into figuring out better money. And so the way I see it is, for some people, they can just learn intellectually and just understand, intellectually, this is why I should be having some Bitcoin. For a lot of other people, sadly, it will be pain. It'll be necessity that forces people to actually learn about Bitcoin.
Okay, so a little bit on the quote unquote instability. Sometimes people point to the dollar, and obviously that's got its obvious problems. It's becoming essentially worthless. But then they point to Bitcoin's quote unquote instability, and they're like, how is it any different? I feel like we're talking about two different things and we're conflating them. There's sort of like market instability, and then there's currency instability. Is that a decent way to describe it, or is there a better way to break it down?
So the way I'm viewing Bitcoin's volatility is just fundamentally that if you saw this thing as it's going to potentially compete with other markets like gold, which is about 11 or 12 trillion dollars as we speak today, or global M3 money, which is something like 90 trillion, or maybe actually it's probably a bit more, maybe more in the 100 to 120 trillion range today. Bitcoin is a long way from that. So Bitcoin today, as a total market, it's, what is it, maybe 400 or 500 billion? It's tiny compared to that. So that's really what's informing the fundamental long-term case. That is that everybody has to make their own assessment. What do I believe the long-term fundamental case is, and what percent do I rate that probability, right? Thinking from an expected value point of view. So anyway, rounding all of that up to give you a broad answer, if you look at the numbers over the last 10 years, Bitcoin has averaged even something like 120% annual return on average. Now, of course, it's been through big drops. As I said, it's been through 3 or 4 80% drops and lots of 50% drops on the way. But even despite that, it's still gone up dramatically. So I think it's worthwhile for people to really stop and think, understand the fundamentals of why Bitcoin it has these additional qualities that are just not possible in the fiat world. That even if the most perfect person, even if, Ron Paul was, in power today, that, it just wouldn't be sustainable, because eventually that system would break down. Whereas in a Bitcoin world, it's encoded, it's set up into the program such that you can't inflate more than 21 million. And so I think it's assessing all of those things together that helps us understand that Bitcoin is actually the most uncertain money. Because in a way, these Federal Reserve governors, these commercial banks that when they issue a loan, they're printing more money. So think about it like this: the Federal Reserve governors, the people in the U.S. government or other governments around the world, they can just decide to print more. They can go into more debt. And here's the other big implication I see: it's for anyone who really believes in liberty and wants smaller government. Understand that part of how government is big now is because they've got access to cheap debt. But imagine in a world where Bitcoin was more widely adopted. Now, that's a long way away, but in that world, debt would not be this cheap. So governments would not be able to just cheaply fund these large welfare and warfare states, these large, big government programs, this huge mass of regulation and licensing and all of these things that we as libertarians don't like. Then essentially Bitcoin may force governments to right size, or at least to be smaller than they are today. Now, that's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen today. It's a long-term impact. And you might say, well, that's unlikely. But you know what? I don't see it as being super likely that people are going to vote to make the government smaller. Of course, I totally appreciate the efforts that you and the Libertarian Party and the Mises Caucus are doing to try to at least educate and get the word out there so that people can understand and perhaps be motivated by this idea of free markets and liberty and private property. And so I see Bitcoin as the most important tool to actually improve liberty in our lifetimes.
There you go. The Federal Reserve is really what sort of red-pilled me on libertarianism. I decided I was a libertarian when I was a teenager and didn't really understand what that meant. And then when I read The Creature from Jekyll Island and started to understand what central banking was, I had this sort of worldview imploding moment where I was like, it's all a lie. Everything's a lie. Everything's going to collapse. We're going to be in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. It hasn't happened yet, but we keep inching closer and closer. One of the things that I really like about Bitcoin is that and the whole community around it, is it seems to agree with libertarians on how damaging and horrendous the Federal Reserve is. Any resources on that? Any other additional insights how people can start to really figure that stuff out?
Right. So I think probably, honestly, listening to a few episodes of my podcast will be pretty helpful for people. I've got a range of episodes around aspects of the Fed and why macroeconomically it's a bad idea. But I think to answer that broader question, I think it just comes down to understanding that there's really no other way to make a better money. That every other time that humans were in control of the money, they printed more. Anyone who can print more will. And so, and also to that point about how everything's going to become this apocalyptic. I obviously things don't look great right now in terms of liberty around the world, but I'm still optimistic on let's say a 10-year time basis that we will see additional advances in liberty. And of course, many people in the Bitcoin world have a libertarian ethos. I would say, obviously, I'm a libertarian, but I would say a lot of people in the Bitcoin world have mostly libertarian views, but it is a mix. It's a broad mix. But obviously, from a monetary standpoint, they're all basically aligned with the libertarian point of view.
Yeah. Do you think there's any chance the United States government would try to, or any Western government would try to adopt Bitcoin as its official currency and try to game that in some way?
So I think it's probably a longer way off for that. It's possible eventually. And there are people trying to do this kind of thing as well, or at least pushing for that. Of course, their current chances of success are not very great or very high. It probably makes more sense for the countries who do not have their own fiat currency to try and adopt Bitcoin. So that's why we've seen El Salvador and others out there who are trying to use it. Or even another example is the Central African Republic, who are currently under this, let's say, oppression or suppression by the French CFA. This CFA franc, which sort of acts as a way of monetary control over them. So I think it's probably unlikely that one of the rich Western world nations goes that far so far, but it is probably best seen as a bottom-up approach anyway, that we as libertarians, we like this idea of bottom-up and markets and spontaneous action. And so I think that's really where the rubber meets the road. And I think the other aspect to think about as well is that even if you were a company, and we at Swan Bitcoin, we can serve companies who want to buy Bitcoin, or even if you have, let's say you're an employer and you want to give a Bitcoin benefit for your employees, we have Bitcoin business benefit plan, and so that's something we can offer. So, but what typically happens is one person inside that organization has been orange pilled. Now, obviously, it helps if that person is the CEO, so he or she can make the decisions. And so that's been the process. Even with, say, MicroStrategy and people like Michael Saylor, it's that he got orange pilled, and then he went and basically did that with his company. And I think in the same way, it's a process of orange pilling individuals. And those individuals inside those organizations then decide and realize, hey, you know what? I don't have any other better place to keep and store my value for the long term. So I'm just going to use Bitcoin as my corporate treasury reserve, as my someday country reserve. And of course, we see people like President Bukele of El Salvador talking and tweeting out, oh, hey, I'm stacking the dip. We just bought some more. We bought another, 100 Bitcoins or whatever. And so I think it comes down to orange pilling an individual, and then that individual goes on to orange pill the organization, and then we might see banks start holding Bitcoin as reserves. We might see small businesses, and it's really just for whatever size of person or entity you are, it makes sense for you to use Bitcoin as your long-term store of value.
Okay, so one of the audience questions we have is, can you recommend a good site to purchase through? Maybe you can tell us a little bit about Swan, what Swan can actually do. Like if you're coming in and you're like, I know what Bitcoin is, I have an idea, I have a very like mainstream wallet, where do you go from there?
Yeah, sure. So of course, swan.com is the place for that. So swan.com, you can go there and basically you can set up either an automated plan to start purchasing a regular amount every week or every month, or you can just buy a one-off amount. And so we make that easy for people to do what we call stacking sats, right? And so basically the idea is you're regularly stacking, and then we actually make withdrawals free. And we actually focus a lot on education. And so that's something you'll find now, depending on where you are. If you're buying a lot of coin, let's say you're buying $50,000 or $100,000 worth of coin, well then we can actually offer more tailored one-on-one service. But even for our customers who are just buying smaller amounts, that's totally fine. And actually, our customer service and our support ratings are some of the best in the industry. We have very highly rated and very responsive customer support who can help you if you have questions. Emailing support@swanbitcoin.com. And so basically swan.com is the place to get started. Basically, you type in your email and you can go through and set up there and purchase Bitcoin in that way while receiving education. And of course, as we say in Bitcoin, it's important, there's this concept known as not your keys, not your coins, meaning you should self-custody your Bitcoin. So the way we encourage you is to buy Bitcoin and then set up a wallet. An easy example is Moon Wallet. So you can set that up on your phone. As an example, I'll just show here. So as an example, that's a Moon Wallet. You can see there's send and receive on there. So the easy way to get that is on your phone. Go to muun.com, and that can spin up a wallet and click receive, and it will show you a Bitcoin address. So you can then withdraw from the platform. So anyway, that's kind of a very high-level answer, but there's a range of services that we offer with Swan, whether you are just a normal everyday person, whether you are a business person, whether you're a high net worth and you want a personalized service, we can offer that also. But the main way to get started is over at swan.com.
So where can we follow you? Where can we continue learning for everybody who's getting excited about all of this?
For sure. So best place to find me is stephanlivera.com or on Twitter at Stephan LaVera. And basically, if you can just search Bitcoin Stephan LaVera, you'll probably find me, even if you get the spelling wrong. I have a podcast, and that's probably the main thing I would point people to. Of course, I also write for various publications. As you mentioned, I've written for Mises Institute in the past. I also write for Bitcoin Magazine as well. So I've got written work out there, and I have various courses and things. But basically, you'll find most of that if you search my name online.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate your time. I really appreciate you helping to educate people and helping the Libertarian Party embrace Bitcoin. We would love to have another conversation like this soon. We're going to try to keep the momentum up, really aggressively over the next week. But just in general, I think I think the Libertarian Party and the Bitcoin community need to be best friends. We need to work together to pursue individual liberty in whatever capacity we can, because it's the fight of our lifetimes.
Absolutely, Angela. I'm very excited to do this, and I am a libertarian and I'm a Bitcoiner, so this is absolutely up my alley. So I really encourage listeners and people watching, just get into Bitcoin and really try to use it in your own way. You can use it peer to peer. You can earn. You can spend. You can do all of these things with it. It just takes. It's worth your time to do some reading and research. Listen to some podcasts. Read some articles. And you'll really learn and be able to support your fellow libertarians and Bitcoiners, many of whom have a libertarian ethos themselves. So thanks again, Angela, and to the team. Thank you for hosting me.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And stay tuned, everybody else. We are going to have a couple of guests coming up shortly. All right, everyone. I am about to pull in our next guest. He is just getting ready, but we're really excited to hear from Saifedean. He is going to be tuning in just a moment. So he is the author of the Bitcoin Standard, which is one of the best books on Bitcoin that you can possibly read. He is one of the most outspoken and impactful voices on Bitcoin and Austrian economics as well. A really incredible voice for liberty. So stay tuned with us for just a moment. Give us a countdown, right? Give us a 3-minute countdown, and we will bring him on. Hey there, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me, Angela. It's a pleasure to be talking to you here.
So for everyone who is tuning in, we are hearing from Saifedean, who is one of the strongest, like most well-known voices on Bitcoin, quite frankly, in the world. And we're really excited to hear from you. Maybe you can share in your own words a little bit more about your background and just tell people, how you got into all of this.
I used to be a graduate student in Columbia University doing my PhD in economics when I started coming across the subversive work of people like Ron Paul and Marty Rothbard and Ludwig von Mises and Friedrich von Hayek. And it really changed my worldview quite radically and changed the way that I was conducting my PhD and my research, and led to me becoming basically complete libertarian anarchist. And over time, this led to me becoming very fascinated with monetary economics, as a lot of Austrians are. And then fascination led me to studying gold, monetary history. And then when Bitcoin came about, I became very fascinated with that. And then in 2017, I wrote the Bitcoin Standard, which I published in 2018. And it's been translated to more than 30 languages now. And it's become the best-selling book on Bitcoin. And it's a very Austrian book. It's a very libertarian book as well. From an Austrian economics perspective, looks at the case, tries to analyze the economics of Bitcoin and explain what is the case for Bitcoin and why Bitcoin can play such an important role in the future.
Okay, so we were just chatting with Stephan Livera, and he was kind of breaking down some of the issues with the Federal Reserve. A lot of the comments that we've gotten from viewers are people complaining about gold. Why can't we embrace gold? And gold is better than Bitcoin. I thought I might ask you about that because I feel like you seem to have the best grasp on the problems that we've encountered with the gold standard.
Yeah, I mean, I used to be a gold bug, and I very much think that gold played an enormously important role in the monetary history, and I think it's a true travesty that we went off the gold standard to government money. And up until the invention of Bitcoin, I was just adamant that the only way that the world can be fixed is to go back on a gold standard. And but the invention of Bitcoin really gives you a little bit of a fresh perspective, which is that, well, the problem with the gold standard is that we need governments to put us back on a gold standard. They can stop a free market in gold from emerging. This is what it ultimately comes down to. In order for us to be able to use gold as money, it's not enough that you use it to pay for transactions day to day, with small little gold coins you buy your sandwich. That's not going to be enough. It needs to travel. Modern trade, modern society, modern capitalism since the 19th century involves things moving around the world at a very high speed because of all the new technology of transportation that we've developed. So we are trading with people all over the world. Even if you personally are not trading with people all over the world, you're trading with shops that are getting things from all over the world. So the money you pay them is the money that they're going to be paying their suppliers. So they need that money to travel. They need the money to travel long distances. And that's the problem with gold. The problem then becomes that gold cannot travel long distances without government oversight, without government control. You can't set up a bank for clearing gold and settling gold. You can't build the infrastructure for creating an international settlement network for gold without having physical banks, and therefore without having physical banks that governments can co-opt. And so that's why with gold, I have no problem with going back on a gold standard, but the problem is that you need to ask governments to do it. And that's a very, very tricky proposition because governments benefit enormously from not being on a gold standard. So because they stand to benefit from destroying the currency and from abusing the currency, they are very certain to stop a free market in money and gold emerging, and that's why you don't see a free market in gold. You can't see gold banks emerge. You can't see people just build a free market alternative around gold because you can't have international settlement of gold outside of state institutions. You need banks, and you need banks to be regulated by the government. But with Bitcoin, and this is really the key thing, you can achieve final settlement of Bitcoin across the world without having to rely on any centralized authority. You can send your Bitcoin to China. You can use it to pay for importing things from China, Brazil, Canada, Europe, Africa, all over the world. And to do that, you do not require any help or regulation or consent or from government authorities. They can't stop you. They are completely superfluous to the process. So therefore, this is ultimately the real, in my case, in my opinion, the case for why Bitcoin and not gold is that with gold, you still need to rely on the political authorities' consent to you being able to use it as money, which I think is a dead end because they benefit much more from having fake money that they can print. Whereas with Bitcoin, you don't need their consent. You can just send it anywhere around the world. You can hold it. You can maintain it. They can't confiscate it. They might not even be able to know that you have it. And it allows us to opt out of the state monetary system and build a parallel monetary system that the government cannot control and cannot stop. And the more people that get into this is really the key point from a libertarian perspective. The more people that get into this, it's not just that it's a more freedom for you because now you have money that you can use without the government stopping you. It's enormously significant in two other ways. First of all, you're able to save for the future, and so you are basically freeing yourself from the parasite that is the government stealing from you through inflation. And by starving the beast of that small share of inflation that it takes from you, you're helping make the world a lot freer by reducing the amount of wealth that these governments can take from people. So this is why it's an actionable step forward for liberty, as opposed to what the political activism that is required from gold, which is very difficult to move forward with.
So I tend to think of gold kind of like I think of the United States Constitution. Like it was the best thing that we had at the time, but it ultimately just kind of failed experiment. Didn't really work out. It didn't do the things we said it was going to do. Is there ever a chance that somebody's going to try to make some sort of like fiat dollar based off of Bitcoin, like how we have the United States dollar based off of gold? Is that a concern ever, that it'll get perverted or twisted in some way?
I think so. I think we're going to be seeing things like this. I think we're going to see probably governments and existing banks and central banks are going to try and introduce. They're going to want to try and introduce their own national currencies that are backed by Bitcoin.
Got it.
And I think they're going to want to do the same thing that they did with gold, which is, yeah, it's redeemable for Bitcoin. You can come and get your Bitcoin at any time, but we issue more fiduciary media than the Bitcoin that we have on hand, and so therefore, that allows us to spend a little bit extra. This is how going off the gold standard started. They didn't go off the gold standard because they wanted to go off the gold standard. They just thought, we're gonna just the tip, print a little bit to fund the war, and then go back on the gold standard, and then things escalated very rapidly over the last century. But again, what it comes down to ultimately is that with gold, you can get away with doing this because you have no choice but to go to the state and its monopoly banks for making your gold work. And so therefore, if they print more receipts, you have no choice but to use their receipts and their banking system and their credit mechanism, because that was the only way for you to trade with the rest of the world, because your gold can't travel without that. So this is why I think it's going to be a lot trickier for Bitcoin. And I think, the current crypto market crash is an example of how this, I think, plays out. Once you start building leverage on Bitcoin, it's, if you don't have a central bank that can bail you out by printing money when you need it, then there's not much that will stop the panic when the panic starts, and then the whole thing will come crashing down. So I think they're going to be trying those things, but they will not have the same success, I think, that they had with gold and fiat.
Got it. So one of the things that we're concerned about with libertarians is wars for empire and the American government's ability to just print money, to fund their wars. Do you think that Bitcoin sort of constrains the government's ability to be as far-reaching with its military empire as, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. I think this is really one of the key selling points for Bitcoin, and it works in two ways. On the one hand, the more people hold Bitcoin, the less people hold government currencies and the less people hold government bonds, and therefore the less government can finance itself through inflation, on the one hand. And then on the other hand, I think, which is another aspect that might not be as visible, is the fact that the current fiat monetary system has to depend on political authority in order to determine everything. Like at the end of the day, the way that the technological software works in the fiat system is that you have the State Department and the U.S. government and the U.S. Federal Reserve and all these agencies of the U.S. government. They decide the validity of transactions. They decide if you get to spend money or not. They decide if the transaction that you paid is legitimate. They decide if you get to keep the money that's in your account. They can confiscate it at any point in time. So it is an entirely political process. The reason that fiat travels faster than gold is that it is credit. It's just political. It's just the government says, all right, you have this much money in your account. By fiat, it's there. Let it be there. It'll be there, and that's it. So the money doesn't actually have to travel physically. It can just be made. So what this means is that having the authority to be the person in charge of making this money is an enormously lucrative gig for anyone. It's enormously lucrative for you domestically, and it's enormously lucrative on an international level for the country that is able to be the one that prints the money, which is what the U.S. government does right now. So that in turn is a driver for conflict. It aggravates conflict because it makes it very, very important for governments to, it's very important for them to determine what happens to their monetary fate. So they want to be sure that they would rather be the ones that are in charge of the monetary system rather than being kicked off of it, like what has happened with Russia right now. So this ends up being another major spoil of war for governments to fight over, and for domestic politics to fight over. As we saw what happened in Canada, where political opposition now is basically criminalized, where you just have your livelihood destroyed and you can't use a bank account. We saw it happen with the Afghanistani central bank being kicked off the SWIFT network by the U.S. Federal Reserve. We saw it happen with Russia and Belarus. And I think it's becoming more and more obvious for more and more people that fiat money is just political money. And therefore, the stakes for it are very high. And the amount of money and effort and blood that people are willing to shed in order to be in charge of fiat is enormous. So on the one hand, it is what finances fiat, because it's what allows governments to fight without accountability. Under the gold standard, governments used to fight until they would run out of gold. They had a big stash of gold and they had to figure out how to fight and maintain their gold. And if they ran out of gold, they lost and the war was over because they couldn't print gold. Well, with the fiat century, they can print money, which means that it's not about the amount of gold that they have and the amount of gold they can get out of their citizens' hands through taxation. What determines the extent of their military effort is the amount of liquid wealth held by all of their citizens. And as long as any of their citizens are holding on any money, then they can devalue that money. They can make it worth less and less and less by simply printing more of it. So they went from being restrained militarily by their own treasury to being restrained by the treasury of the entire society. And Bitcoin fixes this.
So, okay, so we know the Federal Reserve prints fiat currency. Who creates Bitcoin? That's something I don't think that we actually covered when Stephan was talking.
Yeah, so the way to think about it is that it's a coherent, self-contained game. It's like an online game with millions of players all over the world. And the way that the rules of the game were set was that every 10 minutes, a new block of transactions between the addresses that are on the network is added. So this, every 10 minutes, we update everybody's balances. Every 10 minutes, we look at all the transactions that take place every 10 minutes. So my account sent $5, 5 Bitcoin to your account. So then we update your account, we add 5 to yours, we take 5 from mine. Every 10 minutes, we all agree on that. And then when that happens, every 10 minutes, we also make a new set amount of coins. And that amount of coin was determined at the beginning of the creation of Bitcoin. So initially, it was 50 coins every 10 minutes. And every 4 years, it drops by half. So then the next 4 years, it was 25 coins every 10 minutes. And then the 4 years after that, it was 12 and a half coins. And then the 4 years after that, it was 6 and a quarter coins, which is where we are right now. And in 2 years' time, it's going to drop to 3.125 coins. So that schedule is been set in stone since before Bitcoin started operating. And the way that Bitcoin works is that basically this is unchangeable. Nobody can really change this. So you either join Bitcoin according to its terms and play along with those rules of the network, or you end up on another network. You end up outside the Bitcoin network. You end up on a network which doesn't have the most important property that Bitcoin has, which is the fact that nobody can change it. Nobody messes with it. Nobody controls it. Nobody's in charge of it. Everybody who uses Bitcoin is a user of Bitcoin. Bitcoin doesn't have admins. This is really the key point. Bitcoin has no admins. Whereas if you change the protocols of Bitcoin and you make a new coin with a different issuance, then you've just made one of the other 20,000 other coins, all of which have admins.
Okay, that's so. Okay, so a couple more questions, and we'll let you go. We really appreciate your time. If somebody wants to dive into Bitcoin, if they've just got a very like regular wallet like Coinbase, and they've just been kind of hodling for a little bit, what do you think a basic good next step would be for that person?
I think the important thing would be to take custody of your coins. If you have your coins on Coinbase, I mean, it's you're really missing out on the real value of Bitcoin, because Coinbase can confiscate your coins. Coinbase can get hacked, can get robbed, and the government could take your coins from Coinbase. In fact, I think it's, if you're a libertarian, you probably aren't very fond and very trusting of your government. And I think there are very good reasons for being like that. And Bitcoin is great as a way to protect you from this, but only if you have your Bitcoin off the exchange. Because if you have it on the exchange, it's not really your Bitcoin. You just have a promise from the exchange that says, if you come and ask for your Bitcoins, we will hopefully be able to give it to you. That's what it really says. So you don't own Bitcoin. And if the government says, nope, we want his Bitcoin, they're going to get your Bitcoin first. So take your Bitcoins off of Coinbase and study cold storage. How do I put my coins in cold storage? And I'm hesitant to give a precise recommendations about how to do this, because it's not something that you should do lightly. It's not just like downloading an app on your phone. It's something that you want to think about, because you want to keep it safe, because again, it's yours. So there's no admin. The freedom comes with the responsibility. This is why it's perfect libertarian technology, that yes, you get to keep those coins and nobody can take them. But the flip side of this is that if you lose them, if you miss the code, if you misplace the private keys, there's no admin, there's no bailout, there's no one you can call and say, hey, I lost my coins, can you please send me new ones? Doesn't happen. You lose your coins, they're gone. So it's just like you've dropped a gold coin in the bottom of the sea. There's no way you can get it back. So think about cold storage. Think about how to arrange your cold storage in a way that keeps it secure and safe from theft, as well as from loss, as well as from sabotage or other accidents. And move your coins off an exchange and figure out how to do this. Because I think it's highly likely at some point, if Bitcoin goes up and governments are facing fiscal crises, there's a banking collapse. Think about what's happening in Lebanon. Um, in that situation, the banking system is practically insolvent, and all of the assets on the bank's balance sheets are essentially headed towards zero. In that kind of world, it's not inconceivable that at some point we're going to be in a place like this, where the where the Bitcoin exchanges will have more foreign exchange and more hard money on their assets than your local banks. So, in a place like maybe Turkey or Brazil, one day we're going to hit this milestone where the banking sector is insolvent, and there's like maybe, $2 billion of US dollars in there, but there's $5 billion on the Bitcoin exchanges. What do you think the government is going to do then? I mean, it's highly likely they're going to say there's a big emergency. Crypto's destabilizing our currency. We need to shut down the exchanges to make sure that there's no illegal activity going on. So they shut down the exchanges, and then they take all the coins, and then they give people the local currency at they confiscate it at like an 80% tax rate, and they give people the local currency, and then the local currency continues to devalue. So I always say, only leave on exchanges the Bitcoin you are comfortable having your government steal from you.
Got it. So if people want to find out more about you, follow your work, what's the best place for them to go?
My website, saifedean.com, and my Twitter account at Saifedean. My Twitter is very active. I'm also on Instagram and LinkedIn and Facebook as well. But my website is great. It's got it's an online learning platform. You can buy my books. You can also sign up, become a member, take my online courses. I have 5 courses. And you can join our weekly live seminars. Every week we have 2 seminars to discuss the courses and Bitcoin and Austrian economics and libertarian issues. So yeah, saifedean.com.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it so much. We appreciate you lending your voice to our cause and helping people get economically literate, because this is a big part of it, getting away from government. And we'd love to have you back on sometime in the future as we continue to push Bitcoin and getting away from the Federal Reserve.
Thank you so much, and best of luck for you guys. I'm very happy for this new direction that the party is going, and I wish you all the best.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, so we'll have a little bit of downtime where we're waiting on our next handful of guests. In the meantime, make sure you go to donate.lp.org. Send us some Bitcoin. We will also take your fiat. We're being picky, but not that picky. Donations are going to go towards our candidate support fund for candidates running that get backing from that committee at the national level. That'll be for the first half of a Bitcoin, and the remainder is going to go towards helping us to fund and get out the word about inflation. Our own Dan Smots, who's going to be joining us later today, has been recruited to do a video on inflation. And if you're wondering where that video is going to be streaming at, I am working right now quite a bit behind the scenes to find some places where we have got captive audiences with the right demographics. In fact, I actually just had someone reach out to me yesterday. He said he owns a small media company. He's located in Los Angeles, and he has abandoned the GOP for a long list of really profound, compelling reasons, and has joined the Libertarian Party, and he wants to help us through his media company get our advertisements out. And so we have an opportunity to get our ads out in doctors' offices, in restaurant waiting areas, all kinds of some really great places where we have sort of captive audiences, and we can obviously choose, demographic wise, what parts of the country we want our videos to air in. And we can do short form content, we can do stills, we can do all kinds of advertisements. That's going to be really great. It's going to be great for the party, and it's also going to be an opportunity for our candidates to use as well. So a lot of the stuff that I'm doing at the national level, I want to make available and accessible to our candidates, because that's a big part of what we're doing, right? It's the whole point. We want to spread the message of freedom, but we also want to win elections. And another thing that I've been working on is trying to bridge the gap between our state affiliates and the national party, and also our county affiliates and our candidates. So I'm trying to take this opportunity to do that, to fundraise for candidates, but to also sort of heal the divide that's happened, the alienation that's happened between the national party and the state parties. So if you're listening and you are interested in getting involved in the LP, you can also join the party. You can go to lp.org and join there. We would love to have you as a member. You can join for $25 or you can join for $5 a month if you want to make a monthly pledge. We are trying to switch a lot of our members over into that type of membership style so that we can help grow and also help ourselves financially and get candidate trainings and all those good things that we need to get. And don't forget to check out your state party. All the state parties have their own websites. They have their own membership tiers. It's different, depending on whether or not we're having to deal with obnoxious state laws, whether or not you can register as a libertarian, what the criteria are to join. But go ahead and just type it into Google or DuckDuckGo if you hate Google and you're smart, if you're using DuckDuckGo. But look up, whatever it is, Texas LP, California LP. California is ca.lp.org. That is my home state. And we are going to be having our own separate fundraiser things going on at the state level later this week. But definitely check out, join your state party and get active, get into a county affiliate as well. So we're going to have some candidates coming up for you in about 10 to 15 minutes. Hang tight until we get there, and we will be back shortly. Thanks. Hey everyone. So our next guest is Dennis, a candidate from the Florida Libertarian Party. He is running for public office, and I am really stoked to be getting to promote some candidates, people who have been outspoken about Bitcoin and the Federal Reserve and, all of that good stuff. So let me bring Dennis on and let's hear a little bit about his campaign. Hey. Thank you so much for joining us. I am so excited to be able to platform you at the national level and give you a little bit of a boost. So tell us about yourself, who you are, what you're running for, what inspired you to run. Give us the whole spiel.
All right. That's a lot. My name is Dennis Misigoy, and I am running for the U.S. Senate here in the state of Florida. Now, a little bit about my background, besides being a lifelong Floridian, son of 2 immigrants, and some of the other stuff. Family guy, wife and 3 kids, some of the sort of generic stuff. I've been involved with the Libertarian Party since really actively since about the end of 2015, beginning of 2016. First got really involved at a very local level, where running for office in a special taxing district where I used to live in Miami-Dade County. There was a lot of stuff going on, and I remember in particular attending a public meeting, a workshop hosted by the district board at the time. And basically there was a whole bunch of us in the community who were all upset about what was going on. And so everybody was getting up and voicing their displeasure with this kind of project that these guys were pushing. And when I got up and it was my turn, it was basically, I decided to take a little bit different route. And I said, well, what recourse do we have if we don't approve of this kind of stuff? And the response that I got from the district, the district council, the attorney for the district at the time, was basically, it's like any other public office. These people are here supposed to represent you. So you speak to them and you tell them what you think they should do. And if they don't listen to you, you support somebody else when it's election time. And if there's nobody else running, then you got to step up and run. And that's what I did. And I won with 63% of the vote back in November of 2016 to get elected, and spent 4 years on that board. A real interesting experience that I think is analogous, has a very good relationship with what I'm trying to do now, where I spent 2 years basically being unable to do really anything against a hostile majority on the board. The next 2 years after that, after speaking up and setting an example, I was able to inspire a few other people in the community to step up and take some of those other seats. They weren't libertarians, but they were people I could work with, and we were able to do a lot of great things. We were able to cut spending from a bunch of projects that we had by about 78%. We were able to bring a bit of transparency by making meetings a lot more accessible to regular working people in the community. So we were able to do a lot of good stuff. And that was my experience for 4 years. Since then, I've relocated outside of that district, but I'm still, like I said, a lifelong Floridian, born and raised. And I'm running now for the U.S. Senate, the U.S. Senate seat. If you're familiar, there's some prominent people involved in that race. We have an incumbent you might have heard of, a guy named Marco Rubio, former presidential candidate in the GOP, and the likely Democratic nominee. There is going to be a primary on the Democrat side, but the assumed nominee is Val Demings. She's a sitting congresswoman who former police chief in Orlando, who was pretty prominent in the Biden Veep stakes back in 2020. So two big national figures. I think it's a very big platform, and it's something where I think, especially with Florida being the nation's largest swing state, it's important for us to have a libertarian voice. And I'm trying to provide that. I'm coming at this from the perspective of, as I'm sure probably has already been conversation on here about, a lot of people who came into this movement based off kind of the Ron Paul campaigns back in 2008 and 2012. That was my political awakening as well. That's when I first really got interested and really started to develop some real core principles. And, the biggest issues at that time, I think, are still very relevant today, the foreign policy and the monetary policy. What we see, and I think what's really relevant for what we're talking about today, right now we're facing record inflation like nothing most of us have seen in our lifetime. Some of us are old enough to maybe remember what it was like, but the majority of us, this is, should be a wake-up call for anybody who didn't already realize it. But it's an example and demonstrates the fact that central governments or the adjacent central banks that they authorize really can't be trusted with money, with the control of the money supply. And sometimes I think people, when we talk about things like this and economic topics about again, about monetary policy, people might think that's a little esoteric or a little strange, or they may think, well, money's not the most important thing. We need to focus on these other issues. And they don't understand that money involves itself in everything, because money is one half of really every transaction in the modern economy. So what effect central authorities can have on the value of your money is, we can't overstate the significance of it. And certainly we're feeling it today. Officially, it's what, 8.5%, but realistically, you go to the gas station, and for a lot of us are paying close to double what we were paying a year ago. That's the reality. Food products have seen market increases in prices. And so it's harder and harder for the most essential things, the things that we really can't, cut out. It's not like, oh, my cable bill is more expensive. This is your gas that you need to drive to work, or to drive to take your kid to school, or your food just to survive. So all of this stuff, it has an impact that goes beyond, anything superficial. This is serious stuff. And even just from a moral perspective, I think every American deserves, I say $1. We're not really talking about $1 per se, but $1 that is worth the same tomorrow as it was yesterday when they earned it. Now, you can't guarantee that there's going to be no volatility, because, there's other forces at work in the world, but you can get away from this idea of debasing the dollar the way that we have. When you start to really delve into it and learn about what goes on, where we just print money from nothing, devalues the dollar, stuff gets loaned out. And so everything's created off of debt, to fund the largely to fund the largesse of government, to do things like maintain foreign invasions, or to give away money to preferred partners, mostly the little $600 or $1,400 checks that got sent out to the regular people. That's really a pittance of what was done in terms of the COVID relief. And we recognize the harm that it's done, and we recognize that people deserve something better, I think. And the tricky part for a lot of us, certainly the older you are, the more of us who grew up with the idea that, or just accepting as axiomatic the idea that a currency is tied to a nation, the government issues the currency, and that's just the way it was, and there was just that one money there. When the reality is like what a lot of us have figured out about so many other things the government does, it's better done in the marketplace by people offering up better solutions, and let the best solution work out. So there's different alternatives, and certainly a lot of things that people have put out there. I think cryptocurrency in general, and Bitcoin in particular, certainly offers a really exciting alternative to that, in terms of something that's decentralized, that can't be debased by some central authority to fund whatever agenda and these other policies that they would never be able to raise taxes for, that they would never be able to openly tell you that they're going to make you pay for in these sort of deliberate ways. They have to do these kind of accounting tricks and this sort of deception using their control of the money supply. Excuse me. So it's on us to combat that. And this is another thing that I've been kind of mindful of, and sort of in terms of really understanding why I think it's so important for someone like myself, or any candidate, to run and to really try to give voters an alternative, is this. And it's something I was trying to tell people a lot when I was at a protest last year regarding COVID mandates, vaccine mandates for first responders in Orange County over here, which was, I think that, and what I think has borne out, is that public pressure was able to fight a lot of that stuff back. We don't see, from airplanes, passenger airplanes to all these other areas of life, they dropped the mask mandates and this, that, and the other thing, because public pressure has just said we weren't going to accept it, and that works. But the problem, I think, is that still, if we leave the same people in power after we've gotten over this hump, the same people in power who put all that system in place and who expand the power of government every time they get a chance, they will just leverage the next crisis to do as much as they can and push as far as they can. If we want to see real substantive change, and we don't want to go through what we're going through right now as far as inflation, or what we've gone through in all these other scenarios, we've got to get rid of these people from these positions of power. We have to change the situation. And so the only way we do that is by offering up a better alternative. I come in to present myself as a principled libertarian and a serious alternative, in the sense of I'm coming from a background of, be it rather modest, but still experience working in public office where you're surrounded by people who don't want to go along with what you're doing, and as well the principled understanding of really what's at the root problem. Because what you're going to get from the mainstream candidates, from the mainstream parties, the establishment parties, is we're going to tinker around the edges. We're going to still support the Fed, and we're still going to keep these things in place, but we're going to put price caps on gas at the pump or on certain food items, or we're gonna go and expand domestic oil production. Now, there's nothing wrong with expanding domestic oil production. I don't think that should be a policy that's centrally managed by government in the first place. But that's not the reason why these prices have gone up so insanely over the last couple of years. The reason that that's happened is because of what has been done to the U.S. dollar with the creation of so many. And so the only way it stops is if we stop it, is if we're willing to. And again, I'm not just talking about trying to salvage the dollar. I'm talking about allowing Americans really an escape hatch from this, in the sense of, let's get rid of any restriction on people being able to use whatever they want to use as the means of exchange. And that's going to include Bitcoin and all the other sort of alternatives that exist out there, and allow people to figure it out. The market has a much better shot, has the information. It's so widely dispersed, but it will come to a better decision than any central planner in Washington, D.C. ever could. And but that's why I'm running. That's why I'm there, trying to go to Washington, D.C. because, unfortunately, while we, and again, I did focus the first time I ran at a local office, these are problems that we can't quite tackle there. And so that's why I've put my sights there, at least in part. So.
Got it. Yeah. So a major pain point for candidates in California, at least, is at least running at the state level, is that they can't actually accept donations in Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, because we're starting to see governments encroach, and they want to tightly control monetary policy. So I'm hoping that candidates like you who are running at the federal level will be able to start, being mindful, right? Watching for that sort of legislation, staving it off, keeping the government out of our pockets.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, to that point, it's something that I recently got set up myself. So as a candidate and accepting contributions, obviously, is something we need to do. It's something that, is sort of at the, one of the biggest challenges that we face. And it was something that I remember just the one conversation or question I had with Justin Amash when he was not this last year, but the year back in 2021. Our state convention, speaking and kind of asking this question about really what do we need to learn, or what's the difference? What do we need to pick up from that the other parties already do so well? And it really just boils down to resources. And so every one of these mechanisms that we can use, and certainly cryptocurrency and Bitcoin is one of these things. Like I said, I started doing it very recently, kind of getting it set up. Something I've been meaning to do for quite a while. And it's one of these aspects of trying to live our principles as well, in terms of let's be on the cutting edge. We should lead, because libertarians have been at the forefront of so many issues. And I feel like in the public perception, there's not enough sufficient recognition. You go back to what the LP was advocating back when it started in the 1970s, and some of these things in terms of like marriage equality and drug decriminalization. We're not quite all the way there yet on the ladder, but certainly the attitude in this country where the majority of states have decriminalized marijuana in at least some level, whether it's strictly for medicinal use, but so many even for recreational at this point. We were on the leading edge of those issues and continue to be, and this is another issue where we should be on the leading edge of. And so, and that's one of those things where I want to be on the leading edge and make sure that people understand that we're at the forefront of it. I know that there's some fear. I was actually talking to someone regarding sort of this topic, who, and I guess because of some of the stuff that they've done in the city of Miami with related to Bitcoin, where maybe they have a different set of concerns. But at the end of the day, and I think that they recognize with me, they had concerns about volatility and the value, but again, they're coming at it from a standpoint of just accepting the U.S. dollar as just what the government tells us it is. And that it should be trusted. And the fact is that those of us who've expanded our perspective a little bit to recognize everything that's wrong and everything that's being done to the U.S. dollar, we really see the need for this. And sure, there'll be volatility. There'll always be some volatility, but I think we'll reach a much better equilibrium once we get government securely out of the way. And certainly we want to see that happen, not just for folks who are running for office like I am, federally, but really anywhere. And really, ideally, if we really want to press the ideal, we really want to get to, we would want to have federal legislation, heck, a constitutional amendment that really enshrines it. Because right now we have Article 1, Section 8, I forget which is the subsection, but Congress has the power to coin money and regulate the value thereof. But there's no reason why we really should accept that government is in that business. Congress really can't be trusted with this. Certainly the central banks they've helped create can't be trusted with this. So let's trust the people. Let's trust the market can come up with better solutions, and people will trust that which proves itself to be trustworthy. But the central planners have had their shot over and over and over again. It's time to really draw a line, but it's one step at a time. First, we got to be there.
Yeah. So you don't sound anything like Marco Rubio. Give us a couple of major distinctions between you and this other candidate who's out there.
So, in addition to, kind of the recognition of what's the root cause here on this inflation and how we really need to tackle it, foreign policy, he's been a guy who's banged the drums for U.S. intervention in all sorts of places, is always out there using what platform he has to vilify, whether it's Russia or Iran or whomever, and also turning a blind eye to the worst atrocities that we're involved in terms of supporting things like the war in Yemen, the Saudis basically genocide that they're conducting in Yemen, and the LP's been talking about that recently as well. So foreign policy is a big one. In terms of another one that's been obviously in the news quite a bit has been the Second Amendment. He has been, and he may have voted against the most recent, I think, legislation that passed in the Senate, but he's been an advocate for red flag laws from at least, 2018, 2019, has been sponsoring red flag legislation. And in general, so, I mean, in terms of where does he view individual rights, it's a fundamental difference in, and this is, I would say, is generally true of Republicans and Democrats by and large, is that they view the world through a lens of government as being basically omnipotent. It's like it carries the mandate of heaven. So it's up to government to decide, well, what we're allowed to do. They have all the power, and then it's what we get to do is what they say, well, we're going to give you permission to do this. So, for example, drug policy. There was a great quote when there was some talk about federal marijuana decriminalization. The great quote from Marco Rubio was that black market weed is laced with fentanyl, so we can't legalize it, which just demonstrates just a total ignorance of what the effects of prohibition really are, and why some of these sort of things are happening, and why we've gotten so far. And again, after half a century of this policy of a war on drugs, at what point do we recognize that it's failed? Even if you don't necessarily take the libertarian standpoint of say, look, if somebody's action doesn't violate your life, liberty, or property, they don't have that right shouldn't be, those actions shouldn't be considered criminal. Going back to what I said about the Republican and Democrat worldview of an omnipotent government, that's the real difference with us as we talk about, and we're here on Independence Day weekend. I think really at the core of our views is a very American and very fundamental American value that the power of government, the authority of government comes from the people, the people that are governed. And what authority can I vest in government? I can't vest authority in government to say what sort of things you can own or consume or what kind of wage you can agree to work with. And if I don't have powers like that, how can I vest them into government? So that's sort of at the core of a lot of these issues. But certainly, like I said, drug war issues, and economic policy also in general, I feel it's important to say, and I was really impressed at how great a job Republicans, or how successful, I don't want to say great a job, how successful their campaigning was back in 2020, where they really beat the drum, particularly here in Florida. They really beat the drum of Democrats, socialism, radical leftism, and it resonated, particularly with folks like myself who were in South Florida. immigrant community that have a real sort of a sort of baked in reaction because of personal experiences and family experiences and a real cultural identity that really hates that stuff. But I was surprised at how effective it was. But one of the funny things about it is that Marco Rubio is one of these guys who will constantly kind of throw those things up and talk about Marxism and this and that. But when you actually look at the nuts and bolts of what he suggests as policy solutions, it's all central economic planning. It's government intervention to do this, that, or the other thing. Certainly with no regard for the Constitution. At that, one of the things recently with the overturn of Roe v. Wade was, him trying to push out some other federal programs for. And again, someone may see it well-intentioned, but stuff to do things like, federally mandated maternity leave and funded this, that, and the other thing programs. Look, even if you think that's all great ideas, and even if you don't share any of my other values on any of this other stuff and think about what's the best way to achieve these things, if nothing else, we got to look at the U.S. Constitution, which doesn't authorize the federal government to do any of that stuff. And if you're going to sit there and swear an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, you got to do it.
So where can we what's your campaign website? Where can we follow you a little bit more?
So I got it. Excuse me, I got the wrong. I get crossed up over here, but I got the URL on my little window over here. It's misigoy.com. This is the great part about having a really strange last name, is that nobody else goes and gets the domain name. So it's just misigoy.com, just like it's spelled up there. And you can go there. I've got on the front page, we got a link to the latest live stream that I've done. I try and do that usually weekly. We've got the donate stuff up top. We've got the issues page. I keep adding more stuff. You can go and check that out and see where I stand on the issues. Is very different from what you're going to see from the others. As well, in addition, you can follow me on social media as well, at Dennis Misigoy on Twitter, at Elect Misigoy on Facebook and Instagram. You got the links on the page too. There's also YouTube if you want to go that route. So there's a lot of different places you can go catch my stuff, and but check out the website. Absolutely. Right. And help us out whatever way you can. Well, like I said, it's an uphill battle here.
Thank you so much for joining us, everybody. Please give Dennis some love. Thanks a lot, and we'll plan another stream to have you on again.
Thank you so much, you guys. I really appreciate it. Had a great time. Thank you so much. Take care.
So one of the people that I really want to introduce really quickly, just bring on for a minute, is Chase Ventures, who helped to put together the tracker that you're all seeing on the screen. And I know that there's been a lot of interest in this for candidates and state affiliates to use it. So I thought I would have Chase come on for just a moment to kind of share how this thing came into being.
Hey, Angela, how are you?
Doing great.
Awesome. My internet is suffering a little bit today, so I apologize if people have difficulty hearing me.
So tell us what the tracker is. Just give us a brief pitch on the Bitcoin tracker.
Yeah, so this is all about excitement, generating more excitement, leading to more donations, people being able to get their name, or some phrase that they choose up in lights, and being able to watch, the success of a fundraiser in real time. I got involved in, libertarianism back in 2008 with the Ron Paul movement. And, money bombs, as I remember them, really kind of originated with his campaign. And I used to be very excited every time I had an opportunity to participate in, one of these Ron Paul money bombs. And, one of my big personal confessions is that in 2008, as excited as I was about Ron Paul, and as much as I participated in things like money bombs as a donor, I never really got my butt up out of the seat and went out and worked. So this is me kind of trying to, have my second act. I feel like there's a good moment that's building here. There's a lot of interesting people that I'm meeting that are joining the Libertarian Party, and it feels like we have a big opportunity. So this tracker is about giving all the Libertarian affiliates the ability to run their own money bombs. This is built now to be kind of like what's called a software as a service, so people can get logins and they can organize themselves into teams, and they can hook this into their Slack, into their Discord, into their website, into their live streams. And they can do their own kind of activities, their own fundraising activities, and hopefully kind of self-directed a little bit. So far, every one of these we've done, I've been very hands-on.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate the work that you have put into this, and I know that you are behind the scenes for the whole live stream, just helping to make sure that everything's working out. So everybody give Chase a hand in the comments, and he'll be back there for the rest of the time, just making sure everything's working. And if you want to have something like this for your own candidacy or your state affiliate, now you know the person to track down.
Thank you, Angela.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks a whole lot.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the next person that we are going to be having on our live stream is Jameson Lopp. He is another incredible voice in the Bitcoin community, editor of BTC Times, and an angel investor, and just like an all-around fantastic voice for Bitcoin. I am really excited to introduce him and hear a little bit more about what he's got going on. So Jameson, thank you so much for joining us. Maybe you can just share a little bit about your background and get more of our Libertarian Party members acquainted with you.
Sure. Yeah, I'm a computer scientist by my background. Really spent the first 10 years of my career doing internet software as a service type of technology building, but I was really doing the antithesis of a lot of what I preach today, which is I was working for large marketing companies and basically scooping up a lot of people's data and helping marketers, analyze all of this data in order to better target people and sell stuff to them. These days, I tend to go the other way and tell people, everything I've learned of how you prevent that from happening to you. But it opened my eyes, I think, to a lot of the corporate surveillance and just general internet surveillance that we're living in today, just as you go about your daily life. But, that was kind of tangential to my journey down Bitcoin, where I just randomly learned about it on a nerdy website that I frequented along with many others, and dismissed it, as many people tend to do, because I had 100 different reasons why, from a computer science standpoint, a system like that should never be able to work in the real world. And it kept popping up over the years. And, third or fourth time, I started looking into it, looked under the hood and realized it was actually a really elegant system. Kind of blew my mind from a computer science standpoint that it worked, because I never would have thought to build a system like that. And within a couple of years of doing some hobby projects trying to better understand it, I went full time and have been spending the past 8 years really just trying to help people realize what I consider to be the full potential of Bitcoin. And you may have heard of things like being your own bank or being self-sovereign. I think that these are things that Bitcoin as a protocol, as a technology, enables, but for a lot of people, it's still a really high bar, a really high learning curve for them to figure out, how do you actually do that? Because simply going onto an exchange and buying some Bitcoin does not get you all of those properties. It only gets you some financial exposure.
So that's something that we haven't touched on very much so far in today's live stream, is privacy and the surveillance state. And it's something that we're all like freaked out about. Like, I just got a new phone update, right? And it's like overheating constantly, and everyone is telling me, oh, it's the feds, it's the CIA. That I'm like, well, maybe it might just be my crappy Android phone. But can you share a little bit about why Bitcoin has much better privacy than like just regular banking? Because I think most of us, even the people who use Bitcoin probably listening to this live stream, still have just a basic bank account.
Yeah, it's a really complicated subject. So to dispel any notions to the contrary, Bitcoin is not what I would call an anonymous currency or anonymous protocol. Cash tends to have better privacy properties than pretty much any type of digital payment, whether it's traditional finance or crypto-based finance. There are a few exceptions there, like very specific privacy cryptocurrencies that try really, really hard to improve that. But I would say the default for why privacy is better in Bitcoin is simply because there's not a whole lot of additional data, like metadata or other data that can get tacked on to your transactions. From a technical standpoint, a Bitcoin transaction is a really tiny amount of data, usually under a kilobyte. These, are so efficient and so compact that all it really is the very minimal amount of data needed to prove to the rest of the world that whoever owned that Bitcoin should be allowed to spend it, move it to some other Bitcoin address. So, the result of that, you have to ask yourself, well, how does that Bitcoin transaction, how does that activity get tied to me personally? The vast majority of time when people have privacy issues, it's because they were acquiring or disposing of their Bitcoin through some centralized authority that's doing anti-money laundering, know your customer type of stuff, which really, that's kind of the default for any traditional, like regulated exchange, because they're basically traditional finance. They're bridging the gap between traditional finance and crypto finance. And so they have to follow the rules of both worlds. So unless you go to some additional effort to acquire your Bitcoin, not through one of those exchanges that requires you to hand over a lot of identity information, then you're probably not going to have great privacy. And people then, of course, naturally ask, well, how do I do it right? And there are ways, of course, that you can do a face-to-face transaction to buy and sell Bitcoin. You have to be careful there, because if you're dealing with high amounts of money, it can be dangerous. I tell people, if you really want to get this thing going, if we really want to get the Bitcoin economy going, then you need to start offering your goods and services in exchange for Bitcoin. You earn Bitcoin the same way that you earn fiat. And that's the only way we're really going to start getting a circular economy going, is if people are both accepting and then spending this new type of currency.
Okay. Is there a card, anything like that you can use, like swipe your card and pay in Bitcoin if someone's accepting it?
So there are at least half a dozen different companies out there that I think they let you do the opposite, where you have Bitcoin in your account and then you can spend it just like a debit card.
Okay.
I'm not aware. There may be one or two that are trying to do the opposite now, but it's a much bigger feat to do the opposite.
Got it. Okay. Well, that's a start. I like that a lot. So what are the other things?
It's actually, it's too bad I didn't really get to chat with Chase, because I'd be interested in knowing, exactly what the technical underpinnings of the system that he set up here were. But, I've set up some systems similar to this, both for myself, both for my own company where we accept Bitcoin. Of course, we're a Bitcoin security service, so that makes sense. But to do something like this, start accepting Bitcoin, you can get up and running in probably half an hour if you have a little technical expertise. Like, there's just free software that you can download and install and configure, and it will get you going with a full checkout system that also has a Bitcoin wallet. And then, if you want to, you can do more advanced stuff, probably a little bit of programming like Chase did to get some dashboards set up. But, you try to do something like that with your PayPals or your Stripes or other traditional financial systems, you're going to probably spend a lot more time than that just going through the initial paperwork to get your account created, to jump through all of their hoops.
Yeah. So kind of related to this is like this problem that people like PayPal and Stripe organizations, same thing as far as the government is concerned. They come under a lot of pressure to cancel people. We've seen kind of like cancellation happening, like the trucker protest that was really like devastating for people in Canada when they had the banks cancel them. Bitcoin seems a little bit more cancel proof, but you got to be off of those mainstream exchanges. Is that
yes,
right?
If you're doing it right. Yeah. So, to give like a bad example, there are a lot of centralized payment processors out there. Like, you could use a BitPay, or a Coinbase. They're very popular services, and they make it easy to like accept Bitcoin and immediately convert it to fiat. I don't know why you would want to do that, but apparently a lot of companies find that easier. But the downside there, like I said, you're giving up a lot of the fundamental promises and potential that make this system unique. So as soon as you are using a third party to help, with convenience, then what you're doing is you're allowing them to cancel you. You're allowing them to have pressure put on them, whether it's by the mob or by a government, some regulatory agency. It doesn't really matter. Even internal pressure from the own companies. There's a number of companies that have had sort of cancel culture, inter-team, crashes that have caused a lot of strife in large tech companies lately. And the way that I look at this stuff, because I'm focused on security, I look at things very adversarial of like, what is everything that could go wrong? And I think a lot of times people don't look at it like that of, oh, what if there are a non-trivial number of employees at this service provider of mine that decide they detest, everything that the provider stands for, and they're basically going to become, attackers and my own enemies. How do I deal with that? With Bitcoin, if you're doing it right, if you're doing it yourself, then you cut out a lot of potential attack vectors.
Nice. So I'm going to bring on our development director here in a second, Gabby Cordova. She has been helping us also work behind the scenes, and I'm curious if maybe you could give her a few tips as we kind of start fundraising together on things that she should be looking for and just kind of be mindful of when it comes to fundraising for the Libertarian Party. Hey, Gabby, thanks for joining us.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. How are you guys?
We are doing great. So Jameson, we're going to be working on trying to, fundraise through Bitcoin as much as possible, I think, over the next couple of years. And we're just looking for any advice you have on making it secure, making it accessible, things of that nature.
Yeah, well, I mean, the most important thing, like I said, that you want to do is to make sure that you're actually receiving the Bitcoin to a wallet that you yourself control, not using some third-party IOU. Once you are in the position of actually controlling your own wallet, then there's the million security issues. How do I prevent anyone from hacking it and then stealing all of our money? I've got a really good article out there called The Do's and Don'ts of Private Key Management. It's probably a 20 or 30 minute read because it's a very, complicated space of just the things to keep top of mind. Once you get it off of internet connected devices and you can cut off the, 8 billion potential attackers that are like knocking on your door through the internet, then you can get it into a much more easy to navigate problem set, which is really more of a physical security type of problem, which humans have been dealing with for many years. So then it more comes down to like data, IT management, making sure we have backups. And then finally, I guess from a sort of organizational standpoint, especially for an organization such as yours, you have to think about officers, basically who's handling the key material, who has various responsibilities, and how are we auditing who is able to move those funds. So that's when, like, specifically some of the services that I offer where we have multi-signature wallet setups where you can basically have 3, 4, 5, whatever different people that are jointly controlling the account. It's not that different from a bank account that has, multiple people who have to sign off on it, except the only difference is that instead of government identities that are signing off on things, you have cryptographic keys that are used to sign off on them. So those are the top few things, I guess, more from a sort of PR standpoint and fundraise and marketing standpoint. I think I gave my first political Bitcoin donation back in like 2014 or so. I think it was the now governor of Colorado, who was like one of the first people to start accepting it back then. And so, back then it was more of a novel of like, wow, it's cool that somebody even cares about this thing in the first place. But, I would think, if you're specifically seeking Bitcoin donations, then it would make sense to hit on the platform bylines that align the most with the principles of Bitcoin. So that would be things like, resisting censorship, resisting the various authorities like the Federal Reserve and other central banks who essentially want to use their tools as kind of weapons of war, weapons of war against both other countries and really against our own citizens in certain ways. So, those are the things that I think really get a lot of Bitcoin enthusiasts riled up. And, it's very difficult to get a Bitcoiner to part ways with their Satoshis, as it were. But, if you give them the right pitch and when I find myself like investing my Bitcoin in other things, it's usually because it's something along a similar vein where I figure, holding Bitcoin versus actively investing Bitcoin in this thing is going to, achieve similar end results.
Nice. Well, Gabby, how does that sound? It's like kind of a little bit overwhelming, huh?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, it sounds great. And look, people are trying to find different ways to give, right? And that's what we're all about. We want to be able to get them those options. So I want to thank everyone who has donated thus far. And I want to thank everyone who's watching. Your donations really go a long way in the party. So thank you so much.
Yeah. And I want to thank Gabby too, because I got to tell you, I am a benevolent slave driver. I have dumped a lot of work on her with this Bitcoin event, and she has just like jumped right into it. So yeah, we're really grateful to have her on staff and to have staffers who are supportive of our Bitcoin push and just making this work, because I do think this is really like the future of the party and just like the broader liberty movement in general. Like, so many things kind of intersect here, right? Like, so obviously, getting away from the Federal Reserve and financial independence, but also having some financial security and becoming uncancelable. Because I do worry about that. The more bolder and aggressive we become as libertarians in our messaging and with our stand against the state, cancellation is something that I'm always kind of freaked out about and paranoid of. And I think, rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean, just look at WikiLeaks. I think they were one of probably the greatest success stories of coming out on the other end of early cancel culture and really benefiting greatly from being an early adopter of this anti-cancellation technology.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
All right, Gabby. Well, thanks for joining us. We're going to be seeing you in Freedom Fest. Fest, right?
There.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So I will be at Freedom Fest there. We'll get to hang out in person again, and maybe we'll figure out a way to take crypto donations or Bitcoin donations at Freedom Fest too.
Yeah, for sure. Well, thank you both so much, and happy Independence Day. Enjoy, and we will definitely chat soon.
Awesome. All right. Thanks.
Yeah, it's funny how much I keep learning. I'm not an economist, I'm not a historian, but I've certainly learned a lot more just by being in this space. And it wasn't actually until just earlier today, I think, that I heard that apparently one of the root causes of the Declaration of Independence and the American Revolution was actually due to a currency act that Great Britain put on the colonies, I think in 1764 or so, where they told the colonists that they could no longer print their own money. And this is what caused a depression and caused a lot of economic issues that pissed off a lot of soon-to-be Americans.
Yeah, we want to have, I want to have a say. I want to have a say in my money. So I'm mostly recovered now, but I have Crohn's disease. It's in remission now. But a couple of years ago, I think almost 3 years ago now, I wanted to try this weird experimental therapy. And the guy who ran it is based out of Britain. He used to be in the Silicon Valley, and he basically fled the United States because he was taking payment for this thing. He's not a doctor, but whatever. He's like one of those people who's got like 20 years of experience. He's been healing and curing people. And the feds came after him, and basically, he couldn't use Bitcoin, or I'm sorry, he could use Bitcoin, but he couldn't use PayPal. He couldn't use Stripe. And he basically had to just leave the country. And so the only way for me to pay him was through Bitcoin. That was the only thing that he would take, because that was the only thing he could receive from the United States. Like it's wild, you know, and it's just like, from my perspective, like I was like extremely ill and just needing just medicine. So I was at the point where I'd tried anything, right? Like a hug of purple crystal, I don't care. And it's just like, can I just have access to this thing? And government was just like, no.
Yeah. You know, that's, I think a lot of people don't seem to care much about the traditional finance, canceling certain types of transactions, because they assume that, oh, it's fine, they're only canceling illegal stuff like drugs and prostitution and whatever. But really, there's a whole gray market area of stuff it's not illegal. It's probably controversial. But there's enough political pressure or regulatory pressure that because banks are essentially risk-based institutions, they judge everything based on the riskiness. And if they think something is too risky for the reward, which might be, a few dollars of fees, then they'll say, no thanks, we'd rather not have the revenue.
Absolutely. So where can people find out more about you and everything you do and start reading some good advice from you?
Well, I have several thousand curated educational links on my website. It's bitcoin.page. You can also get there by going to lopp.net, which may or may not be easier to remember. And then my company, CASA, you can get there at keys.casa. We essentially help people be their own banks. We help you manage your keys so that you are in full control, but you can also deal with the responsibility that comes with taking on full control of your finances.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it, and I hope we can have you back on sometime in the future and really kind of start digging into some of this stuff more.
You bet. Great to chat with you.
All right, great. Thank you. So we are fundraising today for our candidates and for an awareness video on inflation, and obviously we're going to be touching on Bitcoin in that too. It's going to be put together by our own Dan Smots. So please remember to donate to the National Libertarian Party at donate.lp.org. We are taking donations in Bitcoin, and we are freaking stoked about it. I am also stoked to take a short break here and hand over the reins to my right-hand man, Joshua Smith, vice chair of the party and host of Break the Cycle podcast, and a Bitcoiner himself.
What's going on? Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for having me be a part of this historic and amazing event for the Libertarian Party. I very much appreciate it.
You are so welcome. We're going to test real quick to make sure that you have hosting capabilities before I pass it off.
Sure. I do not currently, by the way.
Ooh, that's terrible. Okay,
Yeah.
well, I will help facilitate that then.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely don't see any of the other guests or anything, so that
Okay,
means I'm
got it.
not.
All right, well, that's the way it is with this technical stuff that I'm obviously not very skilled at. But we are going to pull on Guy Swann in just a moment. Josh, have you got anything that you want to plug, anything you want to add?
Oh no, I'm just like I said, I'm very excited to be here. It's Independence Day weekend, and I'm wearing my great Black Guns Matter, Being a Bitch is Un-American shirt today. Feeling very independent, and I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to see Guy Swann and Marty Bent, and happy to see you guys are donating to the party and Bitcoin. How amazing is that? I love that. It's something that this party should have been doing a long time ago. For you that don't know, I got a write up in Bitcoin.com. In their magazine, in my 2018 chair campaign, because I was such an advocate of bringing crypto to politics. So I'm very excited that we're doing this. It's a big pet project of mine, and I appreciate it.
Awesome. So we're going to bring on Guy here in just a minute. Candidates. So did you get to catch any of Dennis? Oh, there's Guy.
Unfortunately, no. I was
Okay,
I was busy.
All good. So this is for everybody watching on the live stream. I'm not sure where all you're watching, but you can catch the replays on YouTube as well. So we've got it going on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. So I'm going to bow out here, and I am going to bring on Mr. Guy Swann.
What's going on, Guy? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, boss?
For you
Can't
guys
complain.
yeah, I'm not nice to be here. For you guys that don't know who Guy is, he's the host of Bitcoin Audible and Shitcoin Insider, correct?
Yep,
Those are
that's the
the
one.
two for you. And you've read more about Bitcoin than anybody else.
That's right. That's right. I got
don't-
proof of work.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. I don't think you can. I don't think anyone's going to argue with you. But thanks so much for being here. Why don't you give us a little background on yourself and how you came to Bitcoin and this great currency that circumvents the federal government?
Yeah. So what's funny is really what was going on when I first discovered it, which was 11 years ago now, almost. I mean, I was really kind of going down the Austrian economics libertarian rabbit hole at the time. And my brother was taking economics. We were living together, and my brother was taking economics at in college, and it just didn't make any sense. Like he would argue with his professors that, you know, like if you take this back to first principles, like what you told me 2 weeks ago and what you told me today literally can't exist in the same universe. Like you're talking about, and what they would do is essentially they would establish microeconomic laws and then tell you what it happens in the macro as if it was different. Like as if, you know, pressures and heat are different in like a cup versus when we're talking about a hurricane. And obviously that's not the case. It's just a whole lot harder to see when you're looking at a hurricane, when you're looking at something huge. And this kind of, and it just sounded like justification for the government to do whatever it wants and to manipulate the economy. And luckily we have a bunch of these experts to explain in these roundabout, convoluted, self-contradictory ways why it's necessary for them to have this power. And we were kind of just like going down that rabbit hole. And Bitcoin just kind of landed in our lap. And I was like big into tech and everything at the time. And kind of fascinated by the internet and peer-to-peer networks and BitTorrent and like how that was changing and disrupting massive industries. And then to see that, to kind of at that sweet spot, that moment where I realized our money was truly broken, our financial system was a giant, bloated, corrupt mess. And then to see someone create the BitTorrent of money, a peer-to-peer network of securing a monetary policy that could not be changed and establishing a foundation for settlement and exchange and ownership that cannot be manipulated and cannot be controlled by any central party, was just like, I mean, just like my mind was blown. Like, and I was immediately we were down the rabbit hole and got baptized in my first ever most epic bear market crashes, like 2 or 3 like days within getting into Bitcoin. You know, I thought I was a genius, and then like all of my money vanished in like a heartbeat.
That's the worst, man. That's the worst feeling, especially when you're new. When you're new to Bitcoin, you're like, "Oh man, I'm gonna be so rich," and then you're like, "Where'd all my money go?" And then everyone freaks out. That's the end of it
right now.
Yeah, exactly. And you think that that's going to be the end of it. You're like, "Oh, it's never coming back." No. And you know, if you watch the historical trends, you know, Bitcoin's it only goes one way, right? And we know that. We know that's how it works. But it is pretty crazy. I was at Pork. Have you been to Pork Fest before?
I have not. I've wanted to go to Pork Fest so bad. Honestly, what's going on with the Libertarian Party and the Mises Caucus, like everything that's happened has gotten me like really excited about what's happening on that front again. And I feel like I'm overdue. Like it's time for me to like embrace and go adventure and go like witness this other thing happening, because
it's an exciting time.
So long Bitcoin was where that was, and the Libertarian Party was just kind of this sad, ghostly embarrassment of the promise that it could be. And I feel like it's finally fulfilling that. Like it's on message. Like it has a set of principles. It's people who actually care and aren't going to compromise for whatever stupid political whim reason there is to compromise today. You know, they're not going to compromise for the current thing. And
I like to say we're finally being run by people who don't care if they get accepted to the DC champagne parties. That's kind of where we're at now. And it you know, for many years, the party, for me personally, you know, I came into the party in 2015 for the second time. I worked on Ron Paul's campaign in 2008. And I kind of stayed a Republican briefly, joined the Libertarian Party, wasn't happy with the direction, left, came back, And I still didn't like the direction, but I was like, well, maybe we can change this thing. Let's change it from the inside out, And at first it kind of it seemed like
that usually seems like a hopeless thing, right?
Yeah, like an idealistic,
like
I'm young and I at first I was like, it probably won't work, but I'm gonna try. And now it has. And now we have a party that's no longer worried about offending DC, right? And that's the important thing, because they're never gonna accept us. I mean, John Brennan went on national television and called us all domestic terrorists. And so we need to understand that's just where we lie. Yeah, embrace it and start fighting back. Because and I think I've talked a lot about Bitcoin. I think that a central tenet of that is Bitcoin. Now we have a party that's talking about Bitcoin. They're doing fundraisers in Bitcoin. They're bringing. We'll be the first party to actually historically bring Bitcoin into politics. And I think that's a great thing. Well, I mean, is that something that excites you as well as having a party that's talking about Bitcoin on a national scale?
Oh, hell yeah. In fact, like that's kind of, it's funny too. I think Lopp actually said something about this. I was catching some of his just a minute ago. But that it's really hard to get Bitcoiners to part with their Bitcoin, especially in the heart of like a bear market, right? Like you get the opposite. Like you get like a wealth effect. When the Bitcoin price goes like 6x, people are actually willing to put it into stuff. But when the price cuts down by 60%, everybody is desperately grasping for fiat and picking change out of their couch to get as many sats as
you gotta buy some more sats, man.
Yeah, that's right. I've been stacking every day I can.
Heck yeah, dude. You gotta put what you can in there. We had like an unexpected move, and I have 7 kids that live with me. So it's like we're moving when we didn't expect to move. So it's like we got to get this move done and set so I could start putting some more money into Bitcoin.
Yeah,
like we got to get it figured out right away. But I was brought up PorkFest because I've been in Bitcoin scene for a while. In fact, I want to say it was like 12 years ago, 11 years ago, my friend came to me and was like, hey man, you really need to get involved in this Bitcoin thing. And I was like, dude, I don't want any of your fucking World of Warcraft money. You know what I mean? And he's like, no, seriously, you're going to get rich, And I was like, nah, it's not going to work for me. And so I didn't. And then I didn't get involved until 2000 and was it right when it went shot up to what, 19,000. That's when I started actually getting involved in Bitcoin. But I had
all the way back around now, babe.
I know, right? I was like, yeah, here we go. And then all of a sudden I was poor and broke again. And I was like, oh shit, man. So I know how you feel like coming in and then having a bear market right after you really get involved. But I brought up PorkFest because I've been in this community for a while now, but I've never really seen it on like a practical scale, right? Like it's everyone I deal with still dealing in fiat currency, and I don't see any of that, where it's, I live in Iowa, let's just call it what it is, and Iowa's not a big Bitcoin state, and so I went to New Hampshire for PorkFest. It was my first time there just a couple weeks ago, and it was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Everyone was accepting all kinds of crypto, but mainly Bitcoin, and gold backs, and people were bartering with ammunition. And I was like, this is the dream of Bitcoin right here. Yeah. This is like exactly what it is.
If people are bartering with Bitcoin and ammunition, you're in the right place.
You're exactly at the right place that you want to be. And gold backs, I'm like, how do you even get gold backs anymore? You know what I mean? And it was just this cool, like libertarian hippie event. That's all I could say, man. It's totally worth it. If you haven't been to PorkFest, man, I suggest going next year. It's the biggest it's ever been. There was like 2,500 people or 3,000 people there this year or something, dude. And it was just vendors and people having a good time. And it's like I'm looking at it going, man, this is where Bitcoin belongs right here. You know what I mean? This is it. And so, but yeah, man, I mean, going in the future, I mean, what do you got to say to all the people that are worried about Bitcoin right now and the exponential price drop?
Oh, come on. Hey, take a look around. Look at Bitcoin's history, man. This is nothing new. And in fact, this is a pretty epic deleveraging event happening in DeFi and the crypto loan markets. And what's funny is that Bitcoin is getting special clobbered because it's the collateral. So when you deleverage, when you get margin called on all these things, what you have to sell is your collateral to make up for the fact that you've been rehypothecating all this stuff.
Right.
So Bitcoin is specifically the thing that takes the biggest hit. But what's beautiful about it is that, actually, Pierre Rochard, I just read a piece by him, and I loved his way of putting it, is that price volatility, particularly when we're talking about in this stage, in the monetization stage of a new asset, of Bitcoin as it comes into the sphere, is The price volatility is the price you pay for monetary assurance, for monetary stability. The only thing that you can do to get a false sense of price stability, like of market control, is to manipulate the supply, which means that you don't have a good money. The fact that you can't manipulate the price is a consequence of the fact that you have a provable, verifiable, never going to change it monetary policy. Like, that's the trade-off. You have real markets, so you have real market prices. But the kind of the beauty of that, and particularly with like what's happening with the Libertarian Party, is that like this is such a great opportunity to have a national stage and just kind of have this comparison, to watch everyone bicker and fight and moan about what the Federal Reserve is going to do, or about what the current regime, how much they're going to print and how much they're going to subsidize and who they're going to bail out and who's going to get screwed. And then to watch Bitcoin never change. Right. Watch the blocks come in, watch every 10 minutes, you know, the new exactly as predicted forever into the future issuance schedule is stable and rock solid. And you don't need some, God, I wish I could remember who it was so I could actually mention them, but somebody said yesterday under like one of my comment threads, somebody said Bitcoin is basically just Federal Reserve nullification.
Right.
It's not going in and changing the law. It's not doing it. It's just ignoring it. It's just stopping it. It's just undermining it from the beginning. And I am more than happy. To pay for that with a little bit of short-term price volatility.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And why wouldn't you be, right? I mean, at the end of the day, that's, you got these mainstream talking heads talking about how volatile Bitcoin is and how everyone's going to get wrecked. By the way, I have recently become a Bitcoin maxi. I was not for many, many years. And all I did was get wrecked repeatedly over and over and over again. Really bad by other cryptos. I've become recently a Bitcoin maxi. But it happens. Yeah, I think a lot of people get there eventually, but I remember when was that? Was it 2016? 2017, when I was like, oh yeah, TRX and XVG, those are the ones, man.
Oh,
and then you just get wrecked and you're like, okay, well, let me look for some other real cheap stuff that I can buy. And but how do we get people to start looking at Bitcoin as what it is, a currency, as opposed to just like a quick investment, man? That's I think that's been the hardest thing for the community over the last decade or so. I mean, what's it going to take?
It takes time, honestly. It takes time and consistent messaging. Like if you're constantly selling it as a get rich quick scheme, or some model like stock to flow or whatever, which for all entertainment purposes I had a lot of blast with, but it's just a model. As it's being sold as just this promise for some market price, it's obscuring the reality, or it's a false sense of, it's false advertising, right? Bitcoin is volatile. What you're looking at, what you're selling, what you're getting, what you're trying to achieve with Bitcoin is real markets, is real market prices, because we don't have those. We don't have those anymore anywhere. We have nothing but papered over losses. We have a staggering corruption, and we have a horribly trusted, manipulated, and corrupt monetary system. The idea is to replace that. You do not replace that without shaking some shit up.
Sure.
You do not replace that without rocking a boat or two. And you're going to have to get ready. The dinghy, when you get off the Titanic, the sinking Titanic is probably actually going to be pretty stable on its way down. It's a big ship. It's going to move slowly, and it's not going to jolt back and forth within seconds, right? It's just going to slowly dip down and collapse and go under the water, and everybody's going to die. But if you're on the dinghy, the wake from that Titanic is going to toss you around a lot. True. But it's a whole lot better to be on the dinghy than be on the Titanic, especially when the dinghy is growing. The dinghy is being built. It's being built into a new Titanic, into a new foundation for something that does not have the problem. It does not have the corruption that's killing the system we are stuck in today. And I don't know. It's just I'm really like, I know like so many people are like hopeless and like shit is bad. COVID lockdowns, like the government is just latching onto as much power and much control as it can get for people. But I use this analogy a lot, is that an abusive relationship gets most abusive when it's obvious the relationship is over.
Right.
When it's obvious that it is breaking down. The narrative is breaking down. We have Bitcoin. The Libertarian National Party is actually a libertarian party. Like look at the baby steps that we have moved, and look where we stand versus 5 or 6 years ago. I'm really hopeful. Like I'm increasingly like, we can fix this. We can get out of this. We have all the tools available to us. We just have to use them.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree for sure. And you know, it's that over the target argument, right? And we noticed that when we took over the Libertarian Party in Reno, you know, the new generation of libertarians that were kind of pushing to take this party and make it something that was like passionate and actually fought the system as opposed to not wanting to offend the system. The attacks got worse and worse and worse the more successful we got. And when we got to Reno and we took it all over, I mean, by the time we got to Reno, the SPLC was already putting out articles about us. You know what I mean? Calling us a hate group and all this stuff. And it's like, we're not a hate group, man. We're the one party that's actually fighting to like roll back all this government oppression. And you're going to call us a hate group? Okay, cool. That makes a lot of sense. But it's the same in terms of this decentralized currency, right? It's like the talking heads and the government, they're always trying to fight it, right? At some level, because they know that it's kind of their demise. And I mean, you know, I think that's also been another hiccup when trying to sell it as a currency to people, right? Is like, oh, but the government told me that this is bad and it's not backed by anything, and you know, it's this and it's that, and now I got to pay all these taxes through Coinbase. Like, get off Coinbase, dude. Get off Coinbase. Please get off Coinbase. But how do we combat some of that stuff too? Is, I mean, it's just going to take a lot of education and maybe a political party that's finally talking about it.
A political party that's finally talking about it would make a big difference, would make a huge difference. But going back to the idea of the consistency of the message, of understanding that this is about monetary assurances, that the consistency and the proof of the monetary supply, every single time the Fed gets together and says, oh, we're going to manipulate this or we're going to print this, guess what Bitcoin is doing today? The exact same thing it's always done. And you can prove it. And just having that every single time it happens, to have that to compare to, and then talk about what the consequences are going to be of the Federal Reserve and all of their manipulation, and then watch those things play out. You know, I think when, you know, people say they're like, oh, I'm not going to use Bitcoin because the government has told me not to. I think what we're seeing culturally shift right now is that I think the argument will actually be the other way in the not too distant future, is that it will be easier and a strong thing to lean into that says you should use Bitcoin because the government told you not to. And that's going to trigger the fact that you're right, because these guys are corrupt. I should not trust them. They have abused me and gaslit me day in and day out for years. And people are realizing that that's where we are. And I think that argument will be to our benefit, that the government tells us not to use it, that the government says, oh, it's dangerous, because I think trust in our institutions is breaking down.
Yeah. And it would be, you know, it's like something that I would expect to see. And I want to see is like in times like today, where we're experiencing this horrendous inflation, the government is gaslighting us into believing that it's all our fault. Right. I'd like to see that Bitcoin price go up. I'd like to see
stations stop charging so much money.
Dude, I can't get, it's like we have the biggest oil reserves in the world here in the United States, right? And we just shut them down and not use them, and then we're like, oh yeah, actually it's Russia's fault, and actually maybe it's come all the way full circle to where it's like maybe it's your fault for complaining about inflation. I saw that on the news the other day. I'm like, really? It's my fault for complaining about inflation?
Inflation is caused by thinking about it too hard, Josh.
Yeah, dude, just stop.
Aren't you aware of this?
Just stop talking about it on your shows.
Have you ever read
your party talk about it? Yeah, no, it's okay. A loaf of bread should cost $18. I don't know what you're talking about. It's important for the rest of you. Listen, it's to each their own. Okay, but no, man, it's a really beautiful thing, and I know that what they set you guys up for, what, 30-minute sessions here or something like that.
I think so. I'm not
Yeah,
even sure. I was just coming on to hang out.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
As long as
absolutely.
y'all have me.
So through this and I don't want to make you speculate about Bitcoin. I know it's but through this inflation, as it gets worse, because it's going to get worse. I mean, I hate to be the doom cloud, but this is just the beginning of what's going to happen.
You're not telling me anything I don't know.
Yeah, no, I just mean for the people watching. I hate to be the
Yeah,
doom
yeah.
cloud. I like to be the positive guy and hey, we're gonna get out of this, but it's gonna get worse. And we're all, I'm already dealing with it here. In 2 years, our housing has gone up, almost $1,000 a month. That's a big jump. Okay. Yeah, and that's in Iowa of all places. So I feel really bad for you guys on the coast. I know it's worse, but it's gonna get worse. And so where do you see Bitcoin, like, where do you see it taking off from here? I mean, do you think it's gonna continue to grow? Do you think people are gonna get really, really just completely doomed out for a while, and we're all gonna sit around at, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 for a while price on per Bitcoin, or you think people are gonna start to figure it out?
I'll tell you, if we hung out here for a while, I'd be pretty happy. Just because bear markets are where the real stuff gets built,
Sure.
and it's where real Bitcoiners are made. The noise in the market goes away in the bear markets, and then it's prime time to just stack like crazy, to just grind, to build, to produce, and to stack. So if we get lucky, the price will be right here in 3 or 4 months.
well, lucky for me as well.
But at the same time, like, when we're talking about over the long term, you're asking me do I think the purchasing power, do I think the value of Bitcoin is going to go up? Would not be unlike asking me in the late 90s, do I think the internet is going to grow?
Right.
The answer is just yes. The question is, how much of a part of it are you going to be while it's experiencing, that exponential realization in what it does, why it matters, and the utter immense value that it has. But yeah, all Bitcoin has to do is not die, and I think it's the most sound, reliable, robust monetary network we have on the planet.
Sure. And I think the Lightning Network has changed kind of the perception on Bitcoin as well. I mean, what do you see? Do you think that that's the truth, and how has that changed it for people?
Yeah. Well, as people actually get to use it, and realize that you have a new respect for Bitcoin, the base layer, after you use Bitcoin, the payment layer, because you realize how kind of beautiful they work together in their own ways. Like I'll use Lightning every day for I don't know, a handful of different reasons. I have this stupid little thing I do on Twitter to try to keep me from shit posting early in the morning before I've actually gotten anything done. Is I do this little accountability sats, and people ask me if I find myself posting on Twitter. Like, people will come in and ask me, it's like, did you record anything today? And if I have not recorded anything today and I found myself on Twitter before I got anything done, I pay them 2,100 sats. So like, I'm basically, I am as much as I can be on a Bitcoin standard, and it's pretty much possible simply because of the Lightning Network.
Right.
Because I can use it an unbelievable number of times a day, all the time, and I don't even send quote unquote Bitcoin transactions. Like I have a payment layer. It's the HTTP of the internet, right? Like when the internet was originally just it had very poor interface. It was very clunky. There was no experience of the internet. It was just a means of connecting computers. Then hypertext came out, and suddenly you could surf.
Right.
You could surf the web. You could travel through things. You could click on stuff. And then people understood the experience of using the internet. I think that's where we are slowly but surely with Bitcoin and Lightning. Lightning, I believe, is the HTTP moment for the internet. It's what allows you to just kind of go through to use it continuously. And it has, instant settlement. It's cheap. And essentially all of the complexity of Lightning is moving into the background with a lot of the apps. And where we are now, it's amazing. I use it all the time, every day for God knows what. I mean, whatever. Like I don't ever actually want to accept debit or credit cards on my website. Like I feel like I'm past that. Like I'm just chasing an old market, and what I would really rather do is just get everybody on the Lightning, because it's just easier for me. It means I own it. I'm running my own point of sale system.
Right.
I am my own payment processor. That's nuts. I am running my own little corner of it's like I have my own little Visa server at home, and I am accepting and processing my own payments that other people make to me. That's insane. That's insane that we're here. So I think the Lightning Network is really going to bring Bitcoin into its own. This is Bitcoin has established itself as a store of value, as an asset in its own right, and I think everybody is aware. Even some of the loudest detractors kind of recognize that it's going to be here, and you just kind of have to deal with it.
Well, and I think the payment part of Bitcoin is in my opinion, that's how we're going to sell it to people as a currency, right? I mean,
that's the medium of exchange.
Yeah,
that's
once they realize that,
right?
I could pretty much live my life in Bitcoin, then that's when people are going to wake up and go, hey, man, I don't need to keep selling my Bitcoin. I can just keep it because I can make payments with it.
Yeah.
And there's so many things you can do that for. And I just think a lot of people, even people in the crypto community, like newcomers and stuff like that, I don't think they really understand that. And I think the first, I kind of just stopped buying crypto for a while after that first big bear market that I experienced, at least not the first one you experienced. And I remember when I used to buy or send or trade Bitcoin, it'd take hours for me to get it. And then when I came back, I'd buy Bitcoin and it'd be in my account, 30 minutes later or less. And I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. It's like getting faster, and then I started realizing like how fast the payments were and stuff. And I was like, oh, this is really cool. This is a great thing. And that was kind of what got me back into it and made me understand, okay, I can use this as a currency. And it is something that, you can buy almost everything with.
Yeah. And with like NCR and Blackhawk, like processing, payment processors implementing Lightning now. The fact that they're partnering and integrating with Strike and NYDIG, like I'm going to be able to go to the store. I'm going to be able to go to Whole Foods and spend from my Lightning wallet on the same point of sale system that everybody else uses. And to be able to do that and to show, like, it's going to allow, just like you said, people to experience Bitcoin. And I think that's going to make a big difference. I think it's going to make a huge difference. Actually.
I do too, man. I really do, and I'm excited for the future of Bitcoin, especially as more people, just lose all faith in central banking and the Federal Reserve and just the government in general. I don't know how anybody. It's so bizarre to me that anybody can watch our government as it currently stands and go, "Yeah, we need that."
Dude, I wonder like how painful the cognitive dissonance is in some people who look at Biden and do not see a hood ornament.
Yeah, it's just
like,
yeah.
I've never been so I wonder, like, I know I have like a different perspective, but I can't think how I ever saw anything except utter incompetence and greed and self-interest. Like, that is the whole thing, is just idiots who care about the way they look. That's it.
Right.
And they'll just lie and make up whatever they want to make it seem like their position of power matters and that they're doing something useful. And that's the whole thing that they do. They just make decisions that help themselves at our expense, and then get in front of a camera with good lighting and wear a suit, and they say all the bullshit that they come up with to make it sound like we need them.
Right.
And it's unbelievable. It's
Yeah,
such an embarrassment.
I told my kid the other day, he's like, "What, Dad? You talk, this, you say this about the government and this about the government. What does the government do and why do we need them?" And I said, "Son, the government only." Yeah, it's a very, very nice question. Thank you for asking me. Actually, the government only exists to increase its power over your life, son. That's it. That's all. That's the only reason it exists. And there's no other reason whatsoever. And he's just like, "Huh. That's pretty crazy. Maybe I'll go tell my teachers about it." No, don't go tell your teacher about that right now, buddy. Just let's wait till next year. Yeah, dude, it's absolutely crazy. We're getting to the end of this thing, dude. But before we go, what are you most excited for in the future for Bitcoin?
Oh, just to watch it take over everything. Like to see the promise of the internet for a decade prior to when everybody else is still going, what the hell is this thing? Why do I need this little at symbol out a roundabout symbol, a roundabout at Yahoo? What is this? Like to watch everybody slowly figure it out. And to see that happening with Bitcoin is just, it's a little surreal because it's so like when I look back on 5 or 6 years ago and see how far we've come, God, 10 years ago, like it's incredible. We talked so long about like, yeah, this is where it was going to be one day.
Right.
And like to see people hopeless, to see people looking at the price and going like, oh God, Bitcoin is dead is so funny because it is polar, like night and day. It could not be thousands upon thousands of times bigger, more important, more embedded in our society today. Like this price is nothing but happy news to me.
Right.
And it's so exciting to just kind of watch this unfold when you can still see the trajectory, you can still see the trend, you can still see the path forward, and we're actually getting the tools and everything that we want to do this. And the Libertarian Party is embracing it and becoming like a stage for it. Back to like, it's hard to get rid of your sats. The only time that I find myself really spending sats, like spending Bitcoin, is when I feel like I've found something that what I get back, what it does for Bitcoin is going to be better than the value that I lost.
Right.
And that's been in like, putting bounties on like some great things and some wallet software, funding directly, some development, some little marketing or fun thing, or like spending time making a meme or something like that. Something that I think is going to catch somebody's attention and convince one more person that Bitcoin is worth it, or for them to understand its value proposition. And the fact that the Mises Caucus, like this is one of those things that makes me go, this is worth it.
Right.
Like I think to have a national stage, to have the Libertarian Party be that totem to represent actual libertarian principles, and to be up there and explain why those principles are our solution, why Bitcoin is our solution, why ending the Federal Reserve is absolutely crucial, and that we can nullify it. We do not have to wait for the political system, the corrupt, nonsensical jackasses in that giant, stupid, gaudy ass building. We do not have to wait for them to make the decision. We can do it right now. And to be able to stand up there and tell people that, and to spread that message, I think that's great.
Nice. Yeah. Don't disrespect the statist altar, bro. Okay, it's important. You know what? They'll put you in federal government prisons for those.
All I see is waste, man. It's just waste everywhere,
dude. I live in Iowa, and the state house here literally has a 24-karat gold dome on the top of the state house. I'm just like, they paid for that with your money, buddy. Like that's your gold up there.
Scrape that shit off and buy some Bitcoin with it.
Absolutely, man. Hey, brother, I appreciate you coming on, man. I'm a big fan. And hey, before you take off, can you let everyone know where they can find you, support you, listen to you, all that great stuff?
Yeah, sure. My main podcast is Bitcoin Audible, and I read and cover all sorts of stuff. Marty's about to be on. I've read some of his little bents. Got some great stuff. Make it audible for all of the best content in Bitcoin. We're like 650 reads deep, 800 odd episodes. I don't know. I've been doing it for 4 years, and I just do it. It's just everything. Anything you ever wanted to learn about Bitcoin, anything you ever wanted to understand, You want to learn about the history of the internet, history of the cypherpunks, the philosophy that built all this stuff, the economic principles, and Austrian theory. You want to learn about the game theory, the cryptography, all of it is at Bitcoin Audible. I am the guy Swann on Twitter, and let's fucking fix this thing.
Yeah, I agree, man. I used to follow you on Twitter, but Twitter has decided they don't want me on their platform anymore. Last week, 2 weeks ago, week and a half ago. Yeah, they threw
Twitter's
me off.
Twitter's a fussy bitch.
Yeah, well, I they got me for ban evasion because they banned me like 8 months ago, and I had already had a second account backup ready to go. And so like I got on that account and I was just like, oh, what's cool. I made this before they banned my other account, so they can't get me for ban evasion. And then 6 months later, they got me for ban evasion out of the blue. One morning I woke up at PorkFest. I'm like, oh, dude, I'm at PorkFest. You can't take my Twitter from me right now.
They were tracking your phone, and they saw. I was like, "Wait, this is the same guy.
He's in New Hampshire. Oh my God, we got to get him off Twitter right now." And
it was PorkFest. They're like taking down names. It was like, "Have you checked this guy's Twitter account?"
It was the day before I did an interview with the New York Sun, right? And then I woke up in the morning, and my Twitter was gone.
Great.
I was like, "Oh, you fucking feds, dude." But yeah, man. Hey, I appreciate you so much coming on. Big fan. Everyone, go follow Guy and check him out. Hey, thanks again for coming on, brother.
Hell yeah, appreciate it, dude.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, don't forget, we are doing a Bitcoin fundraiser. 0.5 of those Bitcoins of those 2 Bitcoin that we're trying to raise are going to go to candidate support. So that's going to help us support candidates around the country. If you're not familiar with the Libertarian Party, we do exist to run candidates, also to educate the public on libertarian philosophy, ideals, and policy. But the one of the main points of political parties to run candidates, get into positions. Our candidates are running in to get into positions to relinquish power, not so much to pull in more power over your life like a lot of the other parties' candidates. And so 0.5 of that will go to candidate support. That's going to be, that'll be a pretty big help for our candidates. Of course, the other 1.5 Bitcoin is going to go towards making powerful and passionate media explaining inflation to the current public by the great videographer himself, Dan Smots from The System Is Down. If you're not familiar, this man makes the best top-notch videos around in the Liberty movement. So please definitely give us some Bitcoin, man. Help us out. Help us with our goals. You finally have a party that's working for you. You have a party that's talking about Bitcoin, talking about inflation, talking about the Federal Reserve, talking about ending these terrible wars, talking about decentralization. It's here. This is the one. This is what you guys have been waiting for. So give us the Bitcoin so that we can get those things done on your behalf. And we'd be very appreciative. Of course, we have another guest coming on now. His name is Marty Bent. He's the founder of TFTC.io, company focused on Bitcoin and freedom in the digital age. Marty, sir, how are you doing today?
Doing well, Josh. Thanks for having me on.
Nice. I when you first popped on, I didn't understand what was going on behind you there, and I was like, "Is this guy like in Dubai or somewhere in the Middle East?" And then I realized it's just a white slatted fence, man.
Nice place fence. I'm at the Jersey Shore, not quite Dubai.
No, definitely different than Dubai for sure, brother. Hey, thank you so much for coming on. Of course, we're having a Bitcoin fundraiser for the Libertarian Party. It's great to have a national political party finally talking about these things that are important to us. But before we get into that stuff, why don't you tell us a little bit about your background and how you came to Bitcoin and all that great stuff?
Yeah, so I run a media company, TFTC.io, focused on Bitcoin, and I started that about just a little over 5 years ago. I was that Bitcoin friend and family member, and as the price was running up in 2017, I decided to start a newsletter to help educate those people. They were texting and emailing me. I said, all right, stop texting and emailing me, just follow this newsletter. That rolled into a podcast. I've been doing that ever since. But before that, I had a bit of a meandering path throughout my 20s. I studied economics in college at DePaul University in Chicago, and was really indoctrinated with the neoliberal Keynesian view. And while I was learning that, I sort of ran into Bitcoin in parallel outside of class, and really liked Bitcoin more than the economics I was learning while I was getting my economics degree. And so I got dragged into Austrian theory and sound money by finding Bitcoin while I was in college. And I think before that, I was a senior in high school in the fall of 2008, taking an elective economics class, and my teacher was really on top of things as the world was going to shit. And
That was a rough year for everybody.
Yeah, but it was a great year. It was a great year to be getting your toes wet in economics. My professor at the time was really on top of things, so we went through the TARP bill, and at the age of 17, I had a really up close and personal experience with just the corruption that exists in our traditional financial and political system, and it sort of radicalized me going to college. I went to study economics with like a know your enemy mentality. And yeah, I guess that's how I found Bitcoin. I was forced to read TARP at the age of 17 and decided that the political and financial establishment really wasn't working for the common man at the end of the day. And when I found Bitcoin, it immediately resonated with me, the distributed nature of the protocol, and the fact that it's open source and anybody can contribute or access it is very, very much a benefit when you compare it to the traditional financial system, which is controlled by very few people.
Sure. It's got to take like a really hard shot to the jaw to go right from the neoliberal Keynesian sorry, I messed that up. Keynesian economics to the Austrian side, man. That's pretty big jump.
Yeah, well, we're lucky here in Bitcoin. There was a group of guys out of Austin, Texas, who were at UT and started the Bitcoin meetup there, and they started the Nakamoto Institute. Michael Goldstein and Pierre Richard, and they were heavily influenced by Austrian theory, and they wrote a lot of Bitcoin pieces early on in 2013, 2014 about Bitcoin and how it applies to Austrian theory. So that was sort of how I got in, and then of course they shared articles and books from the Mises Institute and fell down that rabbit hole. But that was crazy.
It's a great rabbit hole to fall into, man.
Yeah, especially after spending tens of thousands of dollars on an economics degree, and you ask yourself, why didn't I learn any of this when supposedly learning economics?
Well, you gotta go to the school that has Walter Block, man. I mean, that's really what you know what I mean. He's down Louisiana or whatever. There's a couple of good economists that are working in some schools around the country. It's few and far between though.
There is. I did have one really good, even though econometrics isn't my favorite subject and it's a bit voodoo-y. The teacher there was pretty on top of things in terms of Keynesian policy being a bit of a LARP.
It is a LARP. It's a big it's a gaslight. That's what it is, really. At the end of the day, that's how I've kind of always looked at it. They're going to tell you what's good for you, and then they're going to take your money. I mean, that's really what it is. Right. It's pretty rough. It's pretty rough, dude. But so why don't you show us a little bit about TFTC.io and your media company and what you guys do? And I know it's on your Twitter. It's focused on Bitcoin, beauty, and freedom in the digital age. We're kind of now pulling. We're a national political party talking about Bitcoin. It's very exciting for me as somebody who's been, kind of following Bitcoin and trying to bring Bitcoin into politics and making it more of a national stage issue. But I want to know more about your media company and what you guys do and how you think Bitcoin's a freedom merchant.
Yeah, and so like I was saying, it started as a newsletter to help educate my friends and family about Bitcoin. Took on a life of its own. And has thousands of people subscribe to it. So I write anywhere from 3 to 5 days a week, and it's now since grown to topics beyond Bitcoin. I worked out of college. I worked at a managed futures fund and was very attuned with macroeconomics and everything going on there. So that's something I'm very interested in. So like on top of educating people about what's going on in Bitcoin, I'll touch on macroeconomic topics as well as privacy is a big theme as well for the newsletter, sort of highlighting stories where either policy is being completely mismanaged due to central planners trying to micromanage complex systems, or parts where civil liberties are really being trampled on, particularly when it comes to privacy and the overarching surveillance state that's being thrust on everybody. So it's evolved from a Bitcoin only. It's teach you how Bitcoin works, why it's important, and the topical news around Bitcoin specifically has broadened a bit beyond that to tangential subjects that really highlight why Bitcoin's important in the first place. And on top of that, we have podcasts as well. I have an interview series, TFTC, and I do a weekly show with my co-host Matt Odell, Rabbit Hole Recap, where we talk about Bitcoin, privacy, and civil liberties in the digital age.
Oh, nice, man. That's pretty cool. I got a little show called Break the Cycle. You can see my obviously my studio here.
Studio.
Thanks, man. I really started building it, and I was like, I could do a really good thing here. And when I was running for chairman of the National Party, people used to make up all these really weird fan fiction stories about me and say that I was like a couch surfer and couldn't keep a place to live and didn't have a job and was deadbeat and this and that and this and that. So of course I called my show Couch Streams, and I do it from a couch so that I could kind of troll the haters a little bit. It's always fun for me, man. I play into that stuff. Why not, right? Why shouldn't you? It's always fun.
Lean into it when you can.
Yeah, dude. I consider myself a pretty A1 troll on social media. Of course, Twitter just removed me, so no longer there.
I was hearing that towards the tail end of your discussion with Guy.
Yeah, well, it was funny. They actually pulled me off originally. It had to have been 6 months or more now ago, and I had 20,000 followers, and they pulled me off because I made one comment that just said death, one word. And it was in relation to the trans educator that was saying that we needed to normalize the term minor attracted person and all this stuff, and so I had one word comment, death, on that, and the next morning I was gone. So pretty crazy that you can say all this stuff on there, but if you say something bad about pedophiles, you're gone immediately. So
you're exhibiting wrongthink. You can't do that on Twitter.
Yeah, it was pretty wild, man. I didn't like it at all. But I had that backup account, and it lasted for a while. I was like, oh, I'll be all right. And then they removed me, so I just won't go back. If they want pedophiles but not me, I'll stay away. It's not really my scene, I don't think.
Yeah, it's very big Weimar vibes. The degeneracy of the late stage.
Absolutely, dude. And I've been, we could go down this cultural rabbit hole for a long time, but I mean, they're really looking for ways to humiliate everyone they can in this country to the point of not ever fighting back. And I think Bitcoin, is obviously one of those things we can use as a shield from that. The monetary policy in this country has been shot for a long time, maybe forever, and now we have Bitcoin to rely on, and we gotta wake people up. That's why I love media guys like you and Guy, who was just on the show, who are educating the public on Bitcoin and its uses and why it's important. That stuff really means a lot to me, man. So thank you.
Well, no, I mean, in the context of like deplatforming, particularly for content creators who exhibit wrongthink, that's, I think, one of the best applications of Bitcoin out there right now is podcasting 2.0. I'm not sure if you and Guy talked about it at all, but if we've talked about it all today. So it really highlights the open nature of Bitcoin and the power that it can give an individual, in this case, particularly content creators. So podcasting is arguably the last truly open source and free distributed content medium in the world. It's we distribute it via RSS feed, and it's picked up by dozens of apps that are just picking up your RSS feed. And what Adam Carey from the No Agenda show, No Fact show, and the original inventor of the podcast, he's created a platform. He's really into Bitcoin. He's created a platform called Podcasting 2.0, which is basically an iteration on what he originally built with podcasting, which was already incredible. But what he's done, and the team of developers who are working on it, what they've added to the RSS feed is what they call a value block. And in that value block in your RSS feed, which is open source and gets distributed out to dozens of apps, you just include a Lightning Network public address that people can send money to as they listen. So for my podcast, for TFTC, for Rabbit Hole Recap, we have a Lightning Network public, or two Lightning Network public addresses in our RSS feed. So we just distribute that, and there's certain podcast apps that are coming to market that allow individuals to listen to podcasts, but also have a Bitcoin wallet in the podcast app. And as they listen, they can stream us bits of Bitcoin. And if they like something particularly that we say, they can boost us and send a larger amount of Bitcoin. And so all that Bitcoin that's being distributed via Podcasting 2.0 for our podcast is going to nodes that we control. And so it's truly peer-to-peer, where our listeners are sending us Bitcoin directly to our wallets, and it's not being held up by like a MasterCard, a Visa, PayPal.
Oh, that's so cool. Somebody was telling me about that recently, Podcast 2.0, but I didn't really understand what they were. It wasn't a very good explanation. That's a much better explanation. Someone's like, you got to put your show on there, man. You got to have your show up on Podcast 2.0. And I was like, oh, well, I'll look for it. And I didn't really understand what it was. And you know, I'm still a relatively newish adopter, right? I mean, 2016 wasn't that long ago. So I'm still learning.
Yeah, no, I mean, and again, that really highlights Podcasting 2.0. I mean, Podcasting 2.0 is only like a year and a half, 2 years old. Lightning Network's only 4 years old. But this particular use case like highlights the power. Like, we can't deplatform it. As long as you have access to an RSS feed and your listeners can find your podcast, like, there's nothing they can do to shut you down, which is a powerful feeling.
That is powerful, yeah.
Is the way one of the major ways they shut you down is via the financial rails, payment rails specifically. So we've seen us with WikiLeaks and others. That if you exhibit wrong funds and do things that the government doesn't like, they'll cut off those avenues. And that's the beauty of Bitcoin. They just simply don't have the ability to cut off that avenue. And so, like, as we're sitting here right now, I can probably show you on my Lightning Network wallet. There's probably people listening. Yeah. So, like, within the last 10 minutes, there's people listening to my podcast and just streaming me little
and
bits.
then you're just immediately getting them like that. That's so cool.
Yeah, and they're right in my wallet. I control it.
That's super cool. I'm definitely something I'm gonna have to look into. That's a new aspect that I'm on Odyssey, which was backed by Library, and Jeremy Kaufman's a good friend of mine who is one of the founders of Library. You know, it's another coin that, like, a lot of people don't use and stuff like, or don't know a lot about. Of course, it would be nice to have a situation like that where I can use Bitcoin, like, and that's pretty amazing. So,
I was gonna say that's the beauty of Bitcoin. Like, you just inject it into things that are already pretty distributed. So, podcasting is one example. You just put it in your RSS feed, and people can send you Bitcoin. Another thing is BitTorrent. BitTorrent has like the seeding problem where people who are seeding files aren't really incentivized to, because it's a bit labor intensive and costs money at the end of the day. But there's nothing preventing, and there's actually people who built proof of concepts using Lightning Network where you can actually incentivize people seeding files with sats over the Lightning Network.
Right. Yeah, that's something that I hope that Odyssey will eventually do as well for video content, because, you know, I do my show live, and it's a video show, and Odyssey is a great platform as far as the ease of use, and I can just automatically it automatically syncs my stuff from YouTube right over to Odyssey. It's already there. It's already got the thumbnails. Everything's good to go. It takes the same description. I'm like, all right, add Bitcoin. We're good to go. That's what we need to do. So I mean, you know, what are you most excited for with Bitcoin in the future here coming up? I know we're getting close to the end of this 30 minutes, but
that's flying by. A lot of things. I mean, we're 13 years in right now, and I still think that Bitcoin's this nation technology where I often like to say that it's like the beginning of 2001: A Space Odyssey, where you have this giant black rectangular sphere that's been, not sphere, rectangular like block that's been dropped in front of a bunch of monkeys, and they're approaching it and like hitting it like, what is this thing? And so I think we're still in that stage with Bitcoin where, yes, it's been around for a while, but I don't think we really realize, or most people don't realize, the potential it has to revolutionize everything and the interactions that we have in the digital world and even in the physical world. And so, I mean, what am I most excited for, like, in the next 2 to 3 years? I think better privacy tech. I mean, I think it's important to note that when it comes to privacy, Bitcoin definitely has some areas that can be improved to make it easier to use more privately, more intuitively. And I also work at a venture capitalist firm investing in companies that are building on Bitcoin or building on Bitcoin only. And we're seeing a lot of really promising privacy tech come to market. So in terms of making sure, I mean, this is the liberty movement, and one of the core pillars of liberty is having privacy, being able to basically live your life and reveal what you want to reveal when you want to. And so being able to make Bitcoin more private is something I'm very excited about. And then just more broadly, people learning that the money is the core of all the problems that we have, and Bitcoin really helps drive that lesson home, because it's the solution to that problem. And it's one thing we say at TFGC a lot is fix the money, fix the world. Like, obviously we're here as the Libertarian Party is a political party. I myself don't really like to get involved in politics, because I think the people, particularly Democrats and Republicans that aren't in the political class but are outside picking a team, are really just pointing at each other and screeching, saying that the other side is the reason for the problems in the world. And really nobody is focused on the money. I mean, outside of Ron Paul and his massive campaign to end the Fed over a decade ago now, there's really nobody been calling out that the money is the core issue of a lot of the problems that we have today in 2022 in the United States and more broadly across the world. And so I think what I'm excited for, I mean, Bitcoin's just a part of that story, but I do think it's getting to a point with inflation hitting 40-year highs and staying relatively elevated, with the Fed becoming blatantly obvious the Fed doesn't have control, neither does the Treasury. And so I think there's going to be an awakening here in the next few years where people really begin to notice the core of the problem, which is the money.
Right.
And then I'm excited about that for Bitcoin, because I look at Bitcoin and I'm like, oh, this is a much better monetary system than the one that caused all the problems that we just went through.
Yeah, I've always thought it was a really funny thing in the few short years that I've really been invested in Bitcoin and paying attention and trying to bring it into politics with me. That I watched this extreme left contingent in the United States who want to abolish capital. They want to delete capital. They think it's that capital is the root of all that's evil, and it's this terrible thing. But then they turn around and immediately start bad mouthing anybody who's trying to use anything else as currency, or and it's like, do you understand that this is the way that you're going to get to a society where you can actually abolish capital in your life? I mean, that's really what it is, right? Because if we were to get away from and I was talking about this on the last segment with Guy. We went to Pork Fest, and a couple weeks ago now, I was at Pork Fest over the weekend, and there were people bartering with ammo and goldbacks and crypto and Bitcoin, and it was like you could use whatever you want that someone would accept. And that's, to me, that's abolishing capital, right? Like, now you have a society where people can, pretty much take what they think is important to them and trade for what is important to you, right? And that's how, that's even how mutual aid society would work in theory. And so it's just funny to me to see this extreme left contingent, kind of poo-poo on Bitcoin, but also say they want to abolish capital and the government and stuff. It's really one of the ways that you can do that, I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, Bitcoin is just going to bring back what Bitcoin does, in my mind, what sound money does more broadly, but Bitcoin really drives it home. Just it fixes opportunity cost, right? That allows you to allocate capital more efficiently with better information. Like, I don't think we go back to barter. I would imagine that's like a step backwards, but I think Bitcoin creates like the conditions where you don't even have to worry. Like, you're able to basically value what you value and focus on bringing that value to the world, and nobody can stop you from accepting money for that good at the end of the day, because Bitcoin is censorship resistant.
Right.
Yeah, but no, like far left too. Like one of the best examples of the far left being persecuted is something like Operation Choke Point, and that got the far left and the far right. They went after people that were selling guns and people that were prostitutes and sex workers. And so like that operation under Obama, which basically froze their bank accounts, like if you're far left or far right, you should realize the benefit of Bitcoin in that particular context if it can't stop you from getting that money.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree, man. Well, brother, I'm a fan. I think you're awesome, and we're definitely getting towards the end of this half hour. But before we go, can you tell everybody where to follow you and support you and listen to you and all those great things?
Yeah, website is tftc.io. I've not been banned from Twitter yet, so I still hang out there at Marty Bent. You can find us in your podcasting apps. Just search TFTC, a Bitcoin podcast, and then Rabbit Hole Recap is the other podcast. And if you're interested in seeing a bunch of cool companies in the space that I'm investing in, 1031.vc is the website where you can see a portfolio of companies that we think are building really good infrastructure that's going to bring about Bitcoin standard.
Nice, man. Well, I appreciate you coming on, brother. Thank you so much. And we will talk to you soon.
Sounds great, Josh. Have a great day.
Yep. All right, guys. Awesome. I almost got done and said another awesome episode of Break the Cycle. And this is not my show. This is not my show, guys. This is the Libertarian Party. I'm not allowed to do that stuff. But if for you guys that aren't remembering, we do have a Bitcoin fundraiser going on right now at donate.lp.org, where you can donate Bitcoin to the party. And someone was saying that we don't have to convert that anymore right away, which I think it would be great if we could hold on to it Bitcoin for the party. But I know that 0.5 of that to Bitcoin that we're trying to raise will go to candidate support. We are trying to run more aggressive candidates around the country, candidates that are not worried not worried about offending DC and the Beltway and the champagne parties. And so we're going to need money to do those things. So 0.5 of the 2 Bitcoin we're trying to raise will go to that. Of course, the other 1.5 will go to Dan Smots, who is one of my favorite content creators in the country. He makes passionate, amazing, very exciting videos on all kinds of different liberty topics. We're going to use that to make some great media and circulate great media about inflation and how it's hurting common people and the Federal Reserve and all those great things. And so we have a lot of media to make and circulate and advertise. And as you guys know, advertising is not cheap. Especially for a political party. In fact, it's a little harder for us to advertise and send stuff out. We have to get special permissions and stuff like that. And that's the same for candidates as well. So if you guys can help us out there, it's a really big deal. That great interviews with Guy Swann and Marty Bent, man, those guys are great. Definitely go follow them. Check them out. I'm getting some private chats here. I don't know what's going on. Who's next? Who do we got next on? Who's coming on next? Oh, look who it is. They let this guy in everywhere. My goodness.
Dude, I'm just trying to replace you, Josh. Just trying to replace you, brother.
Dude, he really is. This is and for you guys that don't know, this is my very good friend from Liberty Lockdown, Clint Russell, the man himself. I was going to tell a funny story. We were at PorkFest recently. My friend Clint was at PorkFest. It was great to see you, buddy.
Oh, it was so much fun, man.
Dude, it was one of the coolest experiences of my life. There's no doubt. But Clint and I were walking down the hill together towards the pavilion, and a guy runs up and is like, "Clint Russell, dude, I'm such a huge fan. Nice to see you." Shakes Clint's hand and then walks past me, and I was like, "Damn, dude, we started our podcast like the same week."
He didn't say a fucking word to you, man.
Not a word, dude.
Sorry, I know this is a charity stream. Should I not be cussing?
No, I don't care, man.
Okay.
We're not gonna tell people who they can and can't be on the stream, man. Come on,
good,
dude.
Good, libertarian through and through. Yeah, I mean that was funny, but there's lots of people that know you that don't know me, man. Don't make it sound like that.
I don't know that there's lots. I think we're in the kind of in the same niche market, bro. I think
right.
I think you're just beating me.
Nah. You just won, man. You edged out Noda, dude. You're a champion. We're gonna do this.
Hey, look, I know past chairs of this party that can't even beat Noda, so I'm doing okay.
That's true.
You know, it could always be worse. This might get a little shit posty for you guys. I'm not gonna lie. Me and Clint, we go hard in the paint, dude.
Yeah. Sorry, we're gonna talk some shit here, folks. I hope you're okay with that. I know you're expecting some boring fundraising action, but we're gonna say bad words and have a good time. So
hey, we are just 0.5% away from 15% of our goal. So if you drop just like a $30 Bitcoin donation, 30 fiat dollar Bitcoin donation, that'll put us over 15%. So help us out there. Clint, man, for the people that don't know you, why don't you give them a rundown who you are, where you came from?
Sure. Yeah, I'm host of Liberty Lockdown. I started the show in May of 2020, right in the teeth of lockdowns. Basically, I just took 60 days after the lockdowns were announced to go out and prep and like buy ammunition and food and shit like that. And then after that, I was like, all right, well, I'm all set. So what am I going to do now? And I had been listening to Dave Smith for years and years, ever since the first time he was on Rogan. I had become a huge fan, and I've been a huge podcasting fan for at least a decade now. I think I started listening to Joe Rogan in like 2010 or something. So I just got inspired. I was like, well, I had to shut down my mortgage company because I could no longer evaluate risk in the market. And I'm glad I did that, because I'd have a whole hell of a lot of liability sitting out there right now had I not. So that's what I did. I shut down my mortgage company. I just started to vent into a microphone. Less than a year later, I have my icon, Dave Smith, on my show, and now I meet and became friends with all you guys, and it's just it's an incredible 180 in my life. I went from a owner operator entrepreneur to, I guess, still an owner operator entrepreneur, but I now get to speak about what I'm most passionate about, which is the fight for human liberty. And my God, is it not an uphill battle right now? But come on, give me some donations, folks. I'm spilling my heart out here.
Oh, look who it is. It's Dan the Man Smots.
Dan Smots.
Hello.
What's up, brother?
Hello.
What's going on, brother? Yeah, I was just about to say, Clint Russell and I towered our way to the middle. That's how we did it.
That's what we're doing.
I trolled my way straight to the bottom, straight out the gate. So, yeah. Long before trolling was cool. I was getting kicked off of everything. So,
guys, this is our good friend Dan Smots from the System Is Down podcast. Also one of the greatest, maybe the greatest media guy in the entire Liberty. I don't know why I said media. I don't know why I said maybe. He is the greatest media man in the Liberty movement. No one is better. Dan Smots. Sir, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
Cool.
I don't know if anybody else can, but who cares?
Well, it sounds weird in my headphones, but if it sounds fine there, then great. But I dressed nicely for the occasion. I heard there was a gala going on or something to that effect to raise money for the Libertarian Party.
Yeah, well, galas don't raise money anymore, folks.
Oh,
sorry.
Well,
it's all about the new age, and we're taking the party into the new age finally.
Yes, absolutely.
There's a glare on my screen, but you kind of look like a sexual predator preschool teacher.
Those are very in these days, I hear.
Yeah, that's a big thing these days. Oh man, this is gonna get so shit posty.
I hear it's trendy. I don't know.
You're trying to get the Libertarian Party canceled from YouTube already. Oh, there's our glorious chair. You are muted.
Oh, she's muted.
Let's not get canceled.
Okay. I apologize.
Please, that's yeah. I'm having a PG-13 meltdown behind this. You're turning me into Karen, like the white woman.
I apologize.
Hey, no shade at Karen Ann. Let's see. Cody Harris said, "Can you really donate with actual Bitcoin?" You can indeed. Go to donate.lp.org and you can donate an actual Bitcoin. Yes, sir.
God, I am such a bad kid.
I don't know if you're worse than Dan. You're both pretty bad.
Yeah, like, what do we say now? I don't know.
I have no more words. I'm out.
Well,
if I can't insult my friends, what am I supposed to do here?
Clint's like I can't insult anybody. Dan's like, I can't talk about 9/11. I don't know what to do. Right. We don't know what to do here anymore. It's over. Dan, why don't you give some people some background about who you are, what you do, and where you came from?
In what way? I mean, liberty-wise, podcast-wise, video-wise. They're all kind of one and the same, but liberty-wise, I don't know. I was born and raised, I don't know, conservative Christian. I don't know how far back you want me to go, but
let's start with birth, buddy.
Birth, perfect. I was born at a very young age, and then I grew up. The abridged version is, I was like everybody's Republican around here, and so it was just like the way of life. You don't really think about politics. I had a Ron Paul sticker at some point on my laptop as an adult,
before I even got into politics. I don't remember where I was, where I got it, or where I heard of him, but something about him struck me. And I was always the anti-war Republican, so my family thought I was a communist or something like that. But yeah, growing up, I got interested back in politics because of Donald Trump. I was like, let's see what this is. And then I quickly realized, oh, I'm not a Republican. Okay. And then I looked into the Democrats and I was like, well, I'm certainly not that either. And then, I did my homework. I dug around, watched all the debates on all sides. And I was like, oh, these guys are batshit crazy. Let's go there. And I've been here ever since because that's where I fit. And yeah, I was always anti-war and always didn't care about, didn't see why it was a big deal for people to smoke pot or anything like that. I didn't smoke or do any of those things. I didn't go to war even, unlike Josh. But if I just didn't fit into any of these boxes, and then I found the Libertarian Party, where even if you don't perfectly fit into any one box, as long as you're the very common sense perspective of treat people nicely or treat people the way you want to be treated, basically, is it stuck with me, and I'm still here, even though I haven't been treated the way people like to be treated. We're moving on. We're moving forward.
I'm just upset that last time I saw both of you guys was at PorkFest 2 weekends ago, and Dan has shaved and is no longer wearing a hat. It makes me sad.
That's true. I can put it back on if you like.
There it is. There's the hat. We had a lot of fun, dude. It was a fun.
It was good.
Talk a little bit about PorkFest. How was your first PorkFest, Clint?
It was incredible, man. I mean, obviously, I had never made the pilgrimage to the Promised Land, so that was a great experience. Beautiful place. I had no expectations. I didn't know what to expect. Beautiful, very lush green. These mountains are gorgeous. The people are also friendly. I did get bit by a dog on my second.
Did you really get bit by a dog?
Yeah, I did on my first night there, and I was like, well, this is not how I wanted to start things off. But
the initiation process. Yeah,
I didn't realize that was part of the jumping into the gang. But I'm here now, and blood in, blood out, as they say. So yeah. Anyways, day 2, I give my first hour-long speech of my life in front of 50 or 60 people in one of the smaller rooms. And then the next day I had to do my pavilion talk, which was another hour talk. So, back to back, less than 24-hour separation between 2 hour-long speeches. And I had never given a speech anywhere close to that length. So I was very anxious, but as soon as I got through that and it went great and I was very happy, I got to, enjoy my time there, really get to hang out with people, get to meet a ton of, people that follow me or follow the show or that I knew, through the internets. And it was just an amazing experience. I highly recommend everybody, if you haven't ever done it, you got to do it.
So I know how you feel, because my very first hour-long speech was at literally the keynote speech at the Omaha Roads to Freedom Unconvention, right behind dinner with Ron Paul. And I had never been first of all, I'd never been a public speaker at all. In fact, the whole first half of that campaign, I went around the country with a folded up speech in my jacket pocket, and I'd pull it out and put it on the podium, and my hands would be shaking. I'd be like, yeah, let me tell you about the importance of a handshake, guys. I was all nervous.
Do you still have that sweat stained piece of paper somewhere?
Oh, it's somewhere around here. Yeah. And then I did this hour-long talk about the liberty movement, and it was like the first time where I didn't have to write the whole speech out, and it's so much better when you don't write it out, right?
Yeah. I mean, in terms of passion and just being able to actually draw the audience in. I mean, even if your words aren't going to be as good, probably, because you're going to get off topic, you're going to ad lib more. You probably won't be able to hit the lines perfectly, but in terms of just actually being a compelling entity in front of people, I love just going no notes and letting rip. By the way, I finally realized the entire reason that Robbie the Fire is a part or co-host of Part of the Problem. If you don't have someone there to prompt you in a conversation, it's tough, man.
It is tough, dude.
You don't need them to add a lot, but you just need them to ask, say 10 seconds of words.
Just ha every now and then, even.
Yeah, even that. Just give me a second to think, because if you have to talk with no break, it's just tough to process. If you go for a full hour, it's very challenging. So
PorkFest came to me and they're like, "Hey, we want you." Sean Patrick came to me, "Hey, I'm going to bring you out to PorkFest. I want you to come to PorkFest." And then they're like, Dennis Pratt was like, "Hey, what do you want to do?" And I was like, "I'll do whatever you guys want me to do. I'll be on the cleanup crew. I don't care. I just want to come. I'm excited to hang out with you guys." And he's like, "Great, we're gonna give you a talk at the pavilion." And I'm like, "Oh shit, okay. I know those are hour-long talks. I know it's the biggest spot in the camp." So I was like, "Yeah, sure, I'd love to do that." He's like, "Great, you're gonna do 10 o'clock on Saturday morning." I was like, "Oh God, dude. Okay, well, I'm
Last
not gonna."
day while everybody's hungover.
Yeah, Saturday morning, everyone's wasted, right? Friday night is like the big party night. Saturday morning, 10 o'clock. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not gonna do a full hour-long speech. I'm gonna do about 20 minutes, and then I'm gonna do a Q&A because that way, at least, I don't have to put it together myself because I'm gonna have. And I ended up not having any drinks on Friday night or anything, right? But I stayed
And then
up
you
till,
still phoned it in.
and then I stayed up to like 4 a.m. anyways in my tent I was watching like Prime on my phone in my tent in the middle of the New Hampshire forest. Pretty wild. But yeah,
the anxiety leading up is like, it reminds me of like being back in college when you got a big test the next day.
Right.
But then as soon as you're done, just that weight off, getting to go and meet people and have them ask you questions about your talk. It's such a great experience. I'm hooked, man. I totally understand why Dave and Robbie have become so addicted to stage time. Like,
sure.
Even though it tortures me in the lead up, that sensation afterwards. Like, I understand why people keep going back. So the Libertarian Party asked if Dan and I own any Bitcoin. I will say yes, I do. I will not tell you how much, but it is a reasonable portion of my portfolio. I believe that it's a very, especially at these price levels, it's getting to be kind of a no-brainer to hedge a little bit in that direction. I was cautioning people when it was north of 60. I was like, all right, hey, maybe not. But
yeah,
at these price levels, yeah, I think it's, if you don't have any, like, I don't know. I would. Yeah. I'm not. No financial advice here, but
well,
it's on sale. It's on sale.
So you're a big in the Fed guy, Clint. You've talked a lot about the dangers of the Fed. You talk a lot about the housing department and all that stuff. But what was it that drew you to Bitcoin? Was it the Federal Reserve? Was it you seeing the writing on the wall, or what?
Good question. I think really I've been trying to find any technology out there that will assist me in unwinding or unraveling or getting myself away from fiat currency. And, obviously historically gold and silver has been that outlet. You can certainly, if you're a prudent and shrewd investor, you could probably make enough return on your investment relatively safely, at least historically, not recently, to outpace inflation. But really that's what this whole game is about right now, is like, because we exist in a pretty permanent inflationary process because of Fed policy. Like, it is intentional that this happens, that they want the monetary velocity to pick up, so they're constantly borrowing and spending, and they're keeping interest rates hyper low, and that spurs inflation. So if you're just sitting on cash for a decade, well, you're really losing a lot. And I had been seeking yield as a professional money manager. That's what I sought out to do, was try and get 9 or 10% annualized return, steady as clockwork, so that rule of compounding interest, 72 divided by 10, you get double your money in 7.2 years. And I was just trying to do that for my investors and do it for myself. But then I discovered Bitcoin. I first heard about it a long time ago, but I didn't really get involved until way late, because I was like, I just couldn't wrap my head around it. I was like, okay, well, this thing exists, but why can't it just be duplicated? Why can't they create another blockchain? And I was like, oh, network effect. And then just progressively listening to guy Swann and all these other geniuses out there, I started to really wrap my head around it. And I think whether or not it's going to become the reserve currency of the world and replace the dollar, who knows? I know a lot of maxis out there will be mad at me for even questioning that it will not do that. But regardless, I think that in this time of censorship and suppression of dissidents, which we all are, like it or not, it's a good idea to have as an option.
Thanks, Dan. Well, Dan, you're more on the conspiracy side of things. That's for you guys who don't know, his show is centered entirely around things you can't bring up at the Thanksgiving Day table. But what was your draw to Bitcoin?
My draw to Bitcoin was the same draw that I have to New Hampshire, where every libertarian just kept bothering me about it and kept asking me, when are you a real libertarian? If you are a real libertarian, you should do so. I will be honest, I am not that invested into Bitcoin, but I am invested, and I had purchased a nice handful. I also won't say how much, but I purchased a certain amount, and I just don't even look at it. I let it sit there, and someday I will either be that much. I will be exactly where I am now, or I will be, more wealthy. Either way, it's fine. I only invest every now and then. I put in an amount of money that I don't mind if it gets lost or whatever, and it's fine. But yeah, I haven't. Before the world ends, at some point, I will do more of my libertarian research and understand this stuff a little bit better. But I've had people on my show. I've paid for courses to learn this stuff and have never actually taken the courses. But someday I will be a real libertarian. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I think, Clint, one of the cool things that I heard while I was in New Hampshire at PorkFest was Seven. What was his name? The Jewish kid that was selling wares in front of the Mises tent all weekend.
I love that guy. I forget his name, but yeah,
Zeph.
Zeph. I always mess up his name, but he's a landlord and he takes payment in Bitcoin, also goldbacks. He said he took his rent one time in goldbacks, but takes payment in Bitcoin. I mean, could change the entire face of the housing industry in this country if we could make that more common, wouldn't you say?
Well, it certainly could. I mean, the unfortunate aspect of this is that as the regulatory environment increases, they're probably going to, knowing that guy, I wouldn't be surprised if he's not reporting, but they're going to make it harder and harder to do that. And it's unfortunate because I think that early on in the Bitcoin days, it was very common that people were transacting and never reporting anything. And it was kind of the Wild West, beautiful times of agorism and tax avoidance. I won't say dodging. So yeah, but you're right. I mean, I think that's really the key with all of this stuff is adoption and utilization. Like I think honestly, I think HODL has been a bit of a mistake. And I know that sounds weird coming from someone who believes in time value of money.
The Bitcoin maxis are not going to like this part.
I know, but I believe in time value of money and delayed gratification, and I understand the ideology behind it. But at the same time, like if you're not using it in your day-to-day life, you're not helping with adoption. You're not helping the retailer start to accept it, because if you're going in there and you're like, hey, I transact in Bitcoin all the time, so like if you guys get this as an option for me to purchase goods, then I will do so. And if not, I probably won't come back here very often. And like if we all do that and we start to get mass adoption or mass utilization where it's an option, that really helps with adoption. It's like, so the HODL idea, as much as I get it and I understand it and I can appreciate it, at the same time, I think it's important that we're actually using this currency so that people start to.
I intend to sometime, but you need to figure it out first.
Until then, it is complicated. Yeah,
I'm at least libertarian enough to HODL. So
there you go. That's a start. Honestly, I think that's how everybody starts. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying, if you're gonna go all if you're like Guy Swann, I know is like, this dude is doing everything.
He's all the way into it, dude. Yeah, all the way into it.
And I think that's kind of the model. Like if we were all doing that, man, Bitcoin would be a very, very powerful tool.
Yep. Sure. I don't disagree with you, man. Of course, I've never heard this term HODL. It's HODL, but that's okay. That's all right.
Yeah,
I always said HODL too, but either way,
I read it, so I don't even know. I'm late to the game.
Guys, we have surpassed 6,000 of the old shitty fiat money in donations through Bitcoin. Now we're at 0.31 Bitcoin. Thank you guys so much. We're getting there. 121 donators, man. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of names in there that I know. I really appreciate you guys that you're putting your electronic currency where your mouth is.
I know it's the names that keep popping up. I know like 90% of them, and I love these people so much. Dan, what do you think the future of Bitcoin is, dude?
I'm a conspiracy guy, so there's part of me that's like, oh, it's going to be the one world currency that's going to, actually trick us all into a downfall. But I know that I will be. I would never say that on this because that would get me strung up. But no, I do think that it is. It certainly has value. Like, it is the future in one way or another. And I think, any currency, depending on how it's used or what have you. I don't know. I hold out a lot of hope, but I don't know enough. Like, I still have a lot of skepticism and a lot of criticism and stuff for people who are super into it. But I want it to succeed, like all these different technologies and things. Like anything that's like subverting the norm, I'm certainly down with that. And I'm, cautiously optimistic.
Sure.
I just want to say real quick that I'm so sorry that I got in here. Anytime I see Josh, it's just like I go into kind of S posting mode, if you will. I literally don't know how to be professional when I'm talking to Josh. So this is like the first time I've even tried, and I feel like I'm in the lane now. But right. I wasn't ready. I'm sorry.
It is really hard, buddy. Like I'm not gonna lie. I as soon as I saw the red hat, I was like, oh, here we go.
Exactly. And I'm reading your shirt. I'm like, all right, I know what time it is. Let's go.
I know. I told Angela, I was like, I showed up in my Black Guns Matter shirt. I didn't know we couldn't ship post. I'm sorry. No, I get it.
By the way, that shirt is from Maj Touré, Black Guns Matter, and he was on my show this week. The guy is incredible. I absolutely love Maj Touré. I'm so glad that he is riding with us on this. If you guys aren't familiar, make sure you check out his work over at Black Guns Matter.
Yeah, Maj is amazing, and Maj gave quite possibly the best speech at the national convention in Reno recently. It was just absolutely fantastic. So I'm a big fan.
Prove Maj wrong.
Yeah, we that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing, and we can do that with Bitcoin. You know what I mean? We can do that with through the Libertarian Party. This is great. The new Libertarian Party. I'm sitting on a live stream with Clint Russell and Dan Smots talking about Bitcoin.
Incredible.
How amazing.
Honestly, it doesn't even seem real. Like it doesn't even seem real.
It feels like we're on like one of our shows.
100%.
That's why it's really hard to watch what I say.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that this is a national LP fundraiser, like I can't even believe that I'm involved with the LP, much less helping with a fundraising event. It's an amazing time to be alive. Thank you to Michael Heiss and Angela McCardle and Dave Smith and Scott Horton and everybody else that put in all the legwork to make this a reality. Because
okay,
it's the time. Right. It's the time of my life, and it's
even drop my name. That's all right, Clint.
Here we go. You're here, dude. You're here. I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding. Yeah. So what do you think? I mean, as this inflation gets worse and worse and worse, man, you think people are going to start turning more to Bitcoin?
Well, it's complicated. Yes, of course I do, but in the interim, because we're in an interest rate hiking cycle, there's a deleveraging event that's happening right now where there was a lot of leverage that was in the Bitcoin market too, because many of these brokerages allow you to buy on borrowed money essentially. And when that happens and the price drops rapidly, well, there's margin calls and a lot of people got wiped out. So yes, I think long term, absolutely. As long as the Fed is hiking rates, though, I think that there is potential for a little bit downward momentum. But in the long term, because of the national debt, I don't see any way that they can maintain high interest rates for an extended period of time. That's my thesis.
Sure. Dan, there's a lot of people asking. Of course, this fundraiser partially is going to go to having you make wonderful videos about inflation to try and educate people in a exciting Dan Smots, the system is down kind of way.
As if there's a way to excite people about inflation. Yes, if there is somebody who can do it, I will. You have my sword, sir.
We will have rave parties in the bread lines. It's going to be incredible,
dude. That's what I was saying. I was saying the other day. I mean, we're gonna be filing on the plane or on the trains, and people are gonna be arguing about gender and sexual minority issues and stuff like that. We really got to think about these things that are actually making it hard for everybody, like the inflation and the Federal Reserve and these wars and all this stuff. And it's like, how do we get past this stuff? Hey, there's something right here that will work. Bitcoin.
Yeah, no, there is an option, and I can't. You put it really well, but I just want to double down on that point. It is so vitally important that we stop with the petty infighting. That there's reasonable infighting, but I'm saying the petty infighting, the name calling, and the labeling of people that's completely fictitious. All this false nonsense that happens. There is so much major things that are impacting people's lives, all of our lives. Inflation is one of them. The potential for World War III is another one. I mean, there is really big things that are happening, and it's incredible to me that we can't all come together in such a trying time and say, oh, yeah, maybe we do have bigger fish to fry. Let's lock in on that. And I'm glad to see that we're starting to do that.
Sure. Historically and notoriously, the Libertarian Party, National Party, was very, very quiet on the COVID lockdowns, which people like me and people like Clint Russell and Dan Smots and Dave Smith and all these wonderful people that knew that all of these things they were doing were going to cause this terrible inflation. when people are like, who knew that giving all this money to people and all these big, was going to cause this inflation? It's like, we did. We were the people who knew that.
Right. There was actually quite a few of them. They're called libertarians.
Yeah, we were the ones that were telling you this for the last 2 years, and all you had to do was listen to one. I mean, I don't think Clint Russell had a show in 2021 where he didn't talk about what this was going to lead us to.
Nope, that's exactly that became my forte. Dan, do you have any masterclass or course or anything on video editing and such? You should sell that, dude.
Yeah,
no, but I could. The problem is that I don't do anything by the book. I just kind of make it up as I go. I could make up a chaotic crash course on how I do my thing, but there's so many different ways to do video editing. But yeah, if anybody has questions, feel free to reach out. I've had multiple people ask me, and I'm like, yes, but it might be even more confusing than if you just got on YouTube and looked for yourself.
You probably get tired of hearing this, but I just want you to know you are an artist, dude. You're like,
thank you. I never get tired of hearing it. Please say it again if you would.
No, seriously,
one more time.
You are an artist of the highest level in the visual domain. Like
Thank
it
you.
is incredible the emotion that you're able to draw from people like me. Because I'm telling you, like the first time I saw the Dave Smith Ron Paul ad that you premiered in Reno, I
Sobbed like a baby.
Yeah, I didn't have an angle to see the screen, so it didn't have quite the impact on me. But when I got home, I'm telling you, I literally cried. I literally cried when you juxtaposed Dave and Ron both saying it.
Yeah.
It was just a masterpiece. I am so grateful that we have someone as talented as you in this movement. Thank you so much for your work, man.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and it's certainly an honor to be working with people like the National Libertarian Party now. It's always been a pleasure working with all the libertarians, but historically, I've given them my number many times and never got the call back. So it's nice to get not just the call back, but to be here. And we're going to make some amazing things. We've been talking about some stuff behind the scenes, and yeah, this party needs more propaganda. I know that that's a scary phrase for some people, but the establishment, the system, the whatever, the state is using propaganda to brainwash people into falling asleep to the point where they see things like economics and inflation and they think it's just companies raising prices arbitrarily because companies are greedy. It's like that is all brainwashing. That's propaganda. They've been conditioned to be that asleep as they are, and we need to use propaganda in reverse to wake people up and convince them that the truth is the truth. And that's my goal. It always has been. I've worked with a lot of different people in this movement and in this party, and I've worked with lots of people that I disagree with on things. But if the message is the message, let's go. Let's have some fun with it, and let's make some awesome shit.
No, you're killing it, man. You're really knocking it out of
Thank
the park. Josh, you got to run for 2 minutes. I can host.
Oh yeah, in a minute when we bring on Gary, I just
okay.
I can hear the kids screaming upstairs.
Let me thank Ofer and Justico and James Gentleman, Blackbird Podcast. I really appreciate all the donations you guys are sending in. It means the world to us. I'll stop kissing Dan's ass and we can bring in.
Never, ever stop kissing Dan's ass. Listen, guys, the Bitcoin you're giving right now is going to help us get ads from Dan that are going to actually get circulated and advertised.
I'm greedy. I'm just over here holding on to these ads, just waiting for that money. I've got them in the can. Not really. Don't get your hopes that up.
With something,
I don't take long.
It got brought up a little bit, but last year the party raised a lot of money to put out a video ad on the COVID stuff.
Yeah,
and it was notoriously not the greatest video. We spent a lot of money, and Dan had one made in like 24 hours that we really should have paid for. So
that was and his was so much better. How did that happen?
We're just rectifying that situation. That's all. That's what we're doing now. And the current,
never send the government to do the job of an individual.
That's right.
Well, now the current crisis is this inflation crisis. It's going to touch you. It's going to touch everybody. Yeah. If you're out of the Bernie's 1%, it's going to touch you. It's going to affect you. It's going to suck, and we need people to understand why it's happening.
I think Dan's got to run. Dan, would you like to tell people where they can follow you?
You can follow me on Twitter at TSIDPod or on YouTube, wherever I am allowed to be. You can find all the links at thesystemisdown.tv. And lots of stuff coming out from PorkFest. I've got a full 2-hour-long episode that has interviews from Clint and Josh and several other people coming out. It should be tomorrow, I believe. I'm actually on vacation weekend with my family right now. I drove back just for this because I'm out in the middle of nowhere out there. But pleasure being here. Yeah, check me out on thesystemsdown.tv or just anywhere you can find me on the internet.
Nice, Dan. Thank you for everything that you do for all of us, man. We really
Absolutely.
appreciate you and love you to death, brother.
My pleasure.
Yeah. By
Thank
the
you
way,
guys.
you owe me a free intro reel to my show because I complimented you so much. See you later, man.
We'll talk. See you guys. Have a good one.
Clint, you'll never get anything free. I can't get anything free from Dan. You're not getting anything for free from Dan. If he gives you something for free, that's it. I'm gonna go join the Green Party. I'm out of here.
I don't think he's gonna give it to me for free either. Don't worry about it.
Doesn't happen, dude. The man's all about his money. He's got kids to feed.
I
The
know,
man's got kids to feed. I get it, dude. I understand the plight. I made a post on my I think it was my Facebook recently. People were, hey man, you look like you lost some weight since the last national convention. I'm like, nah, dude, I'm not on a diet or anything. I just have 7 kids.
Yeah,
you know
you're like, I can't afford food.
Yeah, no, I can afford food, but I never get seconds.
Oh, right.
You walk into the kitchen after a meal, dude. There's no seconds. You know what I mean? When you have that many kids, they've already eaten them all, and you're lucky to get first. You know,
Yeah,
absolutely. But we are bringing on another guest here. We are, I think, what was it? Gary Krause? Is it Krause?
He's the host of the Bitcoin Club in Virginia.
Yeah, absolutely. What's going on, Gary, sir? How you doing? We talked a little bit before you came on the show.
Hello. Yeah, thanks for having me here.
Yeah, I was a little out of it getting onto the show. I was like, well, I know I'm hosting with Guy Swann and Bent and I don't know who else. And then Clint pops on with the red hat. I'm like, oh God, here we go. And then Dan, and now you. It's a great day, man. It's a good day for the Libertarian Party.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a little bit of imposter syndrome here because I don't have a podcast or anything like that. I'm just a Bitcoin pleb. Started a meetup, and I was out on like my downtown walk the other week, just shilling Bitcoin. Not really shilling, but educating people.
Well, if you've been involved with Bitcoin for a while, you're probably doing a lot better than us podcasters. So don't worry about it, man.
I haven't though. So we're probably on the same level here.
Okay. Nice. I'm gonna drop off for about 2 minutes, and then I'll be right back. Clint's gonna handle this.
Sure. We'll see you soon, Josh. Gary, I'd like to know from your vantage point, like, what has been the perspective or outlook from the perma bulls in the Bitcoin market, given such a tumultuous downturn over the past 6 months?
I mean, if you're worried about Bitcoin as a price, then you miss the whole point of Bitcoin, right? And you hear that a lot. But the unfortunate thing is that's what most people get shoved in their face, right? You know, they're watching whatever news outlet they're watching, and it's the price is down, the price is up, the price is down. MicroStrategy's got, tons of Bitcoin, this, that, or the other. And it's always about price and numbers in the dollar perspective. It's a mindset shift to think otherwise, to start pricing things in. I've got an app on my phone. It's called Moscow Time, where it's a meme from Jack Dorsey. Basically had a clock behind him that showed the price of $1 US in Satoshis, right? So 1 Bitcoin is 100 million Satoshis, right? It's how you divide it up. Like, you don't just buy a whole Bitcoin, right? You can buy portions of Bitcoin. You can see that scrolling on the donation feed here, right? Fractions of Bitcoin. So I downloaded this app, and it's a little widget, and it's a whole mindset shift, because now when I look at that, I'm not thinking of like, oh, what's a Bitcoin cost? I'm thinking about, for $1, how many Satoshis can I get, right? And it changes that like perspective. 1 Bitcoin is, right now, it's unattainable for most people. You know what I mean? Like, you see the price of 1 Bitcoin as denominated in US dollars is the price of a new car for some people. And so like that's like one of the big things, is people feel like it's out of reach, even in this bear market. But the people that understand it from, it's the most well-regulated money in existence. It's just not regulated by bureaucrats, right? It's regulated by code that you can go understand.
Right.
You can take the time to read and understand the code. You can take the time to read and understand the technicals. I don't understand the Federal Reserve. I never have. I read one of Tom Wood's books about it, way back when I was first introduced to Liberty. And it kind of blew my mind that this private entity was in charge of money. And I was like, wait, what? How does that make sense?
I think it's the grandest conspiracy in the history of mankind. I don't mean just the Federal Reserve, but central banking moreover. And it's like, it's just incredible that people accept that, and most people never even question it their entire lives, from birth to death. They don't even think about it, even though they're constantly having their savings devalued year after year, decade after decade, their entire life. and yet they don't even consider it. They don't even consider that, like, it doesn't have to, it has to be this way, right? And it's like, no, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be this way. So I'm so grateful that Satoshi, whoever he was, came up with this technology, this new innovative way of storing wealth. It's an amazing time to be alive, and it couldn't have come at a better time. The fact that the first block he puts on there, in 2008, something about I think it was the ECB, but
Chancellor second time bailing out the banks.
Yeah, there you go. So, but that was when I was most activated too, because I had just come out of college. I was entering the mortgage brokering field, and I was responsible for liquidating all these foreclosures. So I saw the true human cost that comes with the boom bust cycle, which is almost entirely predicated on the Federal Reserve and central banking. So it's like this, we don't have to live like this. We really don't. But people just have to come to terms with that.
Yeah, it's it's the thought of it. Really, what it is you have this ledger, right? You have the credits and the debits. It's like a simple accounting mechanism. But you've had this third party that is banks that control that ledger and that obscure that ledger. And some ledgers are public, most are not, right? Like, why would you put it out there? Well, with Bitcoin, you have triple entry accounting, I think is the term that's been coined for it, right? You have double entry accounting, which is your traditional credits and debits on a ledger. With Bitcoin, you have credits and debits, and then you have this immutable, public, globally distributed blockchain, right? That's where the blockchain's a huge buzzword, but this distributed ledger that can't ever be changed without just adding to the end of it.
Right.
And that's right, to me, that's a big piece of what it is, aside from just a price chart. Right?
Well,
the price chart's up and down, but
right, and that's why it's so powerful, because it's the complete inverse of what central banks do, where they obfuscate, they hide. I mean, the best you really get from a central bank is like their meeting minutes, and you have to glean from that what they intend to do. And there's an entire industry predicated on just reading these lunatics' words and deciding what they're going to do to manipulate the global economy. And everyone just accepts that that's how life is supposed to be. And I just flatly reject it. Like, there is no reason that we should exist in a world where 12 Fed governors dictate what the most important market signal on earth is, which is the price of money. And then they get to not only dictate, the amount of it, but also the interest rate at which you can borrow it. And it's evil. It's evil. Yeah. And I'm so grateful that, the Libertarian Party is starting to embrace some of the technologies that can help us escape that vehicle.
I would be sympathetic to the idea if they were good at it too. Right.
Sure.
That's the other thing that kind of got me is, I to date myself, I graduated in 2008 and I joined the Navy. So I was kind of sheltered from the bust that happened in 2008, the big drawdown.
Graduated college or hie school?
High school.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I graduated college in 2008. So,
but yeah, so I didn't really feel that impact, but going to learn about, just researching it, again, like reading some of these books on previous economic events, it's always like, oh, we had no idea it was going to happen. Well, no, like here's a few people that told you exactly what was going to happen too. So if the central bankers were running things in a way that actually, didn't destroy or debase our currency, I don't think we wouldn't have a huge platform. We wouldn't have this live stream right now, right? But it's the feigned ignorance or the malicious intent. Who knows what it is? But that was another very surprising thing. It's like these guys are all PhDs, supposed to be, the biggest brains on the planet, talking about economics. Here I am with, no degree, just a high school diploma. And I'm like, no, I can see that. Like, you can see the 2 + 2 = 4 here.
Right.
And yeah, that was what drew me to Bitcoin. I'm an engineer by trade. So it's like, I can understand it. I can go look at it. If I really wanted to, I can go dig through the code. I haven't yet, but that's part of what you can do. That's part of the journey. You got this high philosophical, esoteric Bitcoin stuff about, Bitcoin saving our planet. That's another pretty interesting topic. Bitcoin in the energy market.
Yeah, we'll get there. Let me welcome back in the founder, the only reason that the Mises Caucus ever succeeded in the first place, Mr. Joshua Smith.
I'm not the founder. I'm not a founder. That was Michael Heiss. I'm the vice chair of the Libertarian Party, man.
I know. I'm just giving you a hard time. You tore me a new one at Pork Fest.
How dare you?
Todd Hagopian saying the first 10,000 goes to candidate support. Let's go. I didn't even know that was the case. That's awesome.
Yeah, the first it's the first half of Bitcoin is going to go to candidate support. Everything else after that goes towards making media to educate the public on inflation and the Federal Reserve and how it's damaging their lives, and hopefully getting people involved with the Libertarian Party that's ready to fight that kind of stuff finally,
Beautiful.
Yeah, let's talk about Bitcoin prices. No more dollar talk here, right? This is
that's the thing. I hate saying that because
Bitcoin.
well, it says US dollars on the counter, right? And not instead of Satoshi. It shows Satoshis as well. But I'm like, oh look, we're at $6,025 in old crappy fiat money. My bad. So we're at 0.31 Satoshis.
No, we're at
rounding up.
No, we're at 31
0.32.
million Satoshis.
Yeah, 31 million. Yeah, exactly.
31 million Satoshis and rising.
It's so hard. That's a very hard thing to. It's hard to break that down in your brain. You know what I mean? And say it in Satoshis to people. And I think that's something that we need to do more often.
I'm gonna start talking like that. That's a good point. I had never done it.
I'm bad.
You're not giving your 2 sats. You're not giving your 2 cents anymore. You're giving your 2 sats, right?
Yeah.
Sats, Satoshis. Okay?
Well, that I feel like that would be less than two sats, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, just give it time. Zoom out on your price chart and your time.
Yeah, zoom out, man. Zoom out. That's what I always tell people when they're like, oh, my friends like that are not involved with the Liberty movement or just recently got involved with Bitcoin. They're like, oh my God, I lost all this money. I'm like, zoom out, man. Zoom out.
Mm-hmm.
It only goes one way.
So is one Bitcoin 100 million Satoshis? Is that how you say it?
Yes, it's 100 million Satoshis.
Okay.
And that goes back to the founder, Satoshi Nakamoto, right? He was I like to call it discovery because the technology existed. All the pieces that make up Bitcoin from a technological perspective they existed already. People have creating, iterating on these, improving them. And he just happened to put it together in this, this perfect machine or near perfect machine that is the perfect storm. And so there's nothing new that's happening. And that's why it's so accessible to the world, right? I've got a guy in Uganda that I made a website for that paid me via Bitcoin, right?
So cool.
Like there's people all over the world that can use this thing because the technology has been around for decades to make it happen. You can take an old POS laptop and run a full node if you've got the hard drive space.
Yeah, it's really crazy that you could do that. And I still don't understand like running nodes. Like I haven't, I'm like, yeah, I want to have Bitcoin because I know that to me it's currency. Like it's not just an investment, right?
Yeah.
It's currency, but there's some people that go a lot further, like you know.
Well, you can take people are selling plug and play nodes out there. There's several companies out there. One of the companies that I'm a big fan of, Start9, start9.com, they have not just a node, right? Like they provide digital sovereignty, right? And so that's the biggest thing, right? We're have sovereignty in our monetary policy or our monetary system. Well, their whole thing is we're providing you digital sovereignty. So they sell you, it's a Raspberry Pi, it's about yay big, it's a little microcomputer with a hard drive on it, and it comes with no apps installed, right? But they've got a marketplace. You go in, you install your apps. One of those apps is Bitcoin, of course. They got some of these other privacy apps, but they got like photos and everything like this. So Bitcoin is digital money sovereignty, but there are people out there building the next tools, so that way you're not uploading to Amazon or Microsoft or whatever. You're uploading to your server that's in your in your basement.
That's really cool.
And maybe my server is connected to yours. Yeah, go ahead.
I have this a thesis. I mean, most libertarians share this thesis, so it's not anything novel. But it seems to me that we are approaching, and I don't know exactly the time frame, obviously, but it does seem as if we're approaching kind of a global debt, a cascading global, not just debt collapse, but also fiat collapse. And I think that the debt collapse is going to come first, which is why I'm a deflationist near term. And then I think that the central banks will go into overdrive after that, because that's really the only tool that they have left. And then you'll see the death of fiat globally. Is that kind of how you view things? Or do you think we just go straight into hyperinflation from here?
That's a good question. I'm not that big brained on all that. My personal thoughts are, I think
what's your gut instinct? You don't have to give me any.
The Fed's going to raise rates until the midterms, right? So we're probably going to have a quarter or two more of raised rates where they're going to tighten some more and bring in some more pain. But I think in the midterms, I don't know if there's going to be political appetite for that. So that's my prediction. That's my thoughts. But aside from that, there's a lot of deleveraging going on in crypto that might be forerunning some other things.
Well, hey, if it makes you feel any better, there's deleveraging everywhere. there's a lot of people. I mean, it's just a total liquidity crunch. Everyone is scrambling to get any sort of liquid asset. And I think that's why the crypto space has been wiped out so aggressively, is just because people had a lot of, speculative investment capital that was in there. Obviously the hodlers, the hodlers, whatever you want me to call them, they were not speculating so much, and they're locked in no matter the price, because they're already talking like you do, Satoshi price and things like that.
Well, the price doesn't matter to them,
right?
Exactly. And that's the truth. It's really about how many sats you have at the end of the day, because for people who are hodling, it's not an investment. We're not just investing because we want to get rich. It's a currency, and they see it
long-term savings.
Yeah, exactly. We know it's going to be a currency, and that's same for me. Like, I used to play around with investing in the altcoins and thinking, oh yeah, man, this one's going to make me some money. But even in the back of my head, the whole time I was like, okay, all the money I make off this altcoin, I'm going to take and put it into Bitcoin. Like, I always had that thought, even when I wasn't like now I'm just a maxi. I'm like, only put my money in Bitcoin, but it was like that was it. Like, I wanted to raise money off these altcoins so that I could put it into Bitcoin and just keep it there.
I think that's what a lot of people were doing. And Cody just had a great comment saying, go to your local Bitcoin meetups because they're mostly libertarian. I got to say that to me has been the best part about Bitcoin. As great as it is as an investment vehicle and storage of value and everything else. What to me is most important is that it finally got non-libertarians, but just investment guys and young people, millions of young people, to start to reassess their foundational concepts of what money is and central banking. And basically, you basically have to go to some minor Austrian school to understand really how Bitcoin works. And I just think that's the greatest thing about it.
Sure. Brian Davis says to give Library and Odyssey a shout out. They're pivotal to keeping a free market and open internet. Now, I want to say this. Okay. While I do not any longer dabble in altcoins, there are alt techs, right? Like, there's this tech behind different coins and stuff that I think are really important. A lot, especially like in the DeFi space and stuff like that. I think there's a lot of really great stuff there. But I do believe that Library is amazing because it's essentially storing content on the blockchain that can never be taken down, right?
Right. And
like,
Odyssey is a part of that.
Yeah, and Odyssey, it can't be censored. Nobody can censor it. It's not like, I talk to these guys, I'm obviously, Clint, you and I have talked a bunch about like internet censoring and how, the big tech companies can censor you at any time they want for anything they want to do it for. And I talk to guys that are podcasting or doing shows or have blogs where they're like, oh yeah, I can't be censored because I have my own hub now, right? And you're like, oh, cool. What it's where's your hub go through? Well, that goes through Amazon. Yeah, I'm like, no, dude, trust me, you're still very censorable. I promise you. If your servers are backed up by Amazon, dude, they can take you down anytime they want.
Just ask Parler, dude. They Amazon Web Services shut them down. I mean,
right.
Like, if you're using Apple Podcasts or Spotify or any of these companies, and if your server is over with Amazon Web Services, well, the government comes through and applies pressure. Or if it's just the popular thing to do at the time, say you're having a bunch of people that happen to stumble across the Capitol on January 6th, well, all of a sudden your entire company's shut down. I mean, it's incredible. So yeah, blockchain is really like the answer to this.
But I do want to give a shout out to Library and Odyssey while we're doing this
and to Jeremy Kaufman,
of course, and all the guys over at Odyssey. I'm a big fan, and I think that that's our big step to not being censored for saying things the government doesn't want us to say, is to be on platforms like that. So
right.
I will challenge you a little bit, Clint. The term blockchain is grossly overused. It's just a very slow, irreversible database. But the decentralized nature of the projects that you guys are talking about, that's where it's at, right? Decentralizing. And that was the whole thing.
What did I say wrong? I didn't catch it.
We just always say blockchain
is the answer. Yeah, blockchain is not the answer. It's decentralization.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry.
Yeah, and that's what drew me to the Mises Caucus and back into the Libertarian Party. I was at my state convention, voting on issues and delegates. Became a National Libertarian Party member again after a hiatus of a few years. And it was all because of the decentralized push, right? It's a grassroots movement. And that's where I see a lot of things are coming from now, is decentralizing people, going out and talking, to the point about go check out your local Bitcoin meetup. If you don't have one, start one. If you need help, I will make you a website. There's my Twitter handle.
There we go.
It's the pinned tweet, 1,000 Satoshis a month. And I will host and create your website. It's not going to be anything super fancy, but it's a place for you to put on a business card and hand out to local businesses or people that are interested.
That's cool.
That's the way you start, right?
Just out of curiosity, I know I'm a libertarian, so I can't help but get wonky. Is there a way to decentralize hosting services without blockchain?
Yeah. I mean, so the blockchain is a time chain, right? So you have block after block that are being, and basically everything that's in the past is immutable or unchangeable, right? You can't change it ever again. So that's where you kind of get that. But if you distribute that, decentralize that blockchain, we'll use Bitcoin as an example here. As long as there is one node running the Bitcoin network and one miner operating, it stays up, right? So like, say a solar flare wipes out the Western hemisphere. I don't know if that works. I'm not a scientist, but we'll just say that happens. Well, the Eastern hemisphere, as long as, there's still a node and some miners running there, it's still, every 10 minutes or so, TikTok, next block, Bitcoin's going to keep churning. And in that event, if you can make it out of the solar flare region into, whatever safe haven you have, if you have those 12 words stuck in your head that you're able to recover your keys from, you've got all your wealth.
And that's incredible.
It's and people have done that already, fleeing war zones. We had
it's the ultimate go bag.
Yeah, it sure is. It's stuck in your head, and if you don't make it or your head doesn't make it, well, you got bigger problems. So.
Well, dude, I don't know, man, because everyone keeps telling me that if the power goes out, we have no more Bitcoin. It's over. That's it.
Well, if the power goes out, we got bigger problems. So.
Exactly.
If the power goes out on every node all over the world, then
we're screwed. Yeah, but everyone keeps. It's always everyone that I know's argument against Bitcoin, right? Like, oh well, what if the internet goes down? And it's like, well, you probably have a cold storage, buddy. Well, what if the power goes out? You'll never be able to access that money. I'm like, I don't think the power is ever going to go out around the whole entire world forever. Pal.
You want an interesting thought experiment on the power going out? Read the book 1 Second After. The whole premise is an EMP detonated over the U.S. and kind of like what society does in this fictitious book of what happens when power goes out. And I can tell you, society is not kind.
No.
When your basic needs of shelter, food, and water are not met, society is not kind.
This is why I've made ESG my topic du jour, because it's like it is the primary driver behind all of the energy shortages that we're seeing. On top of the lockdowns, obviously, but I don't think the lockdowns happen without ESG. So they're kind of part of the same beast. It's a really complicated problem, but it's as always, Bitcoin to some extent is an answer.
It's funny because you bring up ESG and this is a term that I hadn't even heard, and I talk to all kinds of people all the time. I hadn't even heard it until a few months ago.
That's crazy.
Yeah, someone started talking about it online. I was like, "What the hell is ESG?" and then they're like, "Oh, you gotta go and hit up Clint Russell about that. He'll tell you all about it." And I was like, "Wait, what?"
they're like my friend Clint. Yeah,
I was like, my buddy Clint.
Why don't you subscribe to Liberty Lockdown, dude? Come on, get it together. No, I mean this. I'm telling you, it's like the black box answer to every question you have about the wokeification of corporate America and the corporatocracy globally. Moreover, it's wild, man. It is absolutely wild. And I just pestered Lydia from Timcast this morning. I haven't been on my phone for a couple hours, so hopefully she gets back to me. But I'm trying to get myself and James Lindsay on Timcast to discuss ESG for a full 2-hour block with a million people listening.
Like wild show,
incredible.
Yeah. That'd be a wild show. Be a lot of people woke up during that for sure.
Gary, we only got a couple more minutes with you. Is there anything you'd like to tell people about the stuff that you've been doing besides the websites that you offered earlier?
Sure. Shenandoah.bitcoin.club is my personal Bitcoin meetup site. So if anybody's in the Shenandoah region, the geographically Northern Virginia, when you think Northern Virginia, it's like the DC metro, but I don't live in the swamp. So geographically Northern Virginia, Shenandoah.bitcoin.club. I'm happy to talk Bitcoin, collaborate, educate. And that's the biggest thing is education is key, right? Like if we do not educate people on how to self-custody and transact in Bitcoin, our kind, gentle overlords will roll out their CBDCs and instruct us how to do that by mandate. And then you'll be checked and, you'll have an expiration date on your paycheck so you can stimulate the economy to a sufficient degree. And if you don't like and subscribe to the right cat videos, maybe your bank account gets wiped out. But ask a Canadian about that.
Yeah, I'm sure the vast majority of people watching or listening to this know about CBDCs, but just a quick backdrop. They're central bank digital currency. So they're going to be the competition, in scare quotes, to cryptocurrencies or to Bitcoin, moreover. I think that we're really in a race against time because if my thesis is right, that fiat is slowly, or if not rapidly, dying globally. They're going to be rolling out central bank digital currencies, CBDCs, very soon. And if once you're in that, they have the right to redeem. Basically, they have the option. The government, your local government, has the option to just absorb your digital dollars, or whatever they call them, just because you're a political dissident. So, like, not an option. It is not an option for us. That is a complete red line. It's as big as any red line you could possibly imagine. We cannot allow it to happen, and Bitcoin is an option.
If you if you're interested in the global perspective, I know we're a U.S. based political party here on the live stream, but check Your Financial Privilege by Alex Gladstein. I just finished that book, and if you want a true global perspective about financial oppression and financial colonialism, still, right? Like, people think colonialism is gone. No, it still very much exists to this day, and that book gives a very clear outline of how Bitcoin is helping these people across the world, throw off the shackles and find a better way to do it. So
nice. Well, Gary, I appreciate you coming on, man.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor.
Yeah, absolutely. And you gave your Shenandoah link. Is there any other links you want to give people to check out and follow before you leave?
No, that's it. At Gary Krause _ is my Bitcoin Twitter handle. I'm pretty active on there. It's an unfortunate addiction I have, but I think it's better than some addictions. But yeah, aside from that, I've got contact information on again, ShenandoahBitcoin.club is the website there. And I can make you a website very similar to that. It's very basic and simple. But if you start a meetup and you need help with it, reach out on Twitter, please. DM
Well, you said you felt as if you had imposter syndrome. You talk like a pro. You handled it perfectly. And I just want to say, podcasting aside, that is completely meaningless compared to the people out there. I mean, Guy Swann does it through a podcast, but the people like you that are out there actually educating people about how Bitcoin functions and how they can actually use it in their own life. And it's a truly important task. So keep it up, man.
Thank you very much. Appreciate both of you.
Take it easy, brother.
Donate some Bitcoin.
Donate
Let's
Bitcoin.
Hey, we're up to almost 16%. Let's do this.
Yeah. We're about 4.1% away from 20% of our goal, which I think would put us over real close to the mark for candidate support. We'd be moving on to the media stuff. So if you guys are out there, remember, we're doing a Bitcoin fundraiser today. We'd like to hit our goal because our goal will give us all the things that we need to put out awesome media about inflation done by Dan Smots, and of course support candidates who are going to rally against the Federal Reserve, which is super important. So if you got some Bitcoin, throw us some Bitcoin at donate.lp.org. Clint, man, what a cool show. Look who it is. The next governor of Georgia, Shane Hazel. Sir, how are you?
Mr. Smith, Mr. Russell, holy hell. I know we got a little more PG-13, but I'm the exclamation that wants to come out of my body because I see you two on the same screen is, I got to tone it down just a little bit, but good. Hey, Josh, congratulations. The LNC is moving in a great direction. And Clint, man, you are crushing it out there, brother. I mean, look at you sitting on the water there even. I mean, maybe too good.
Is that the ocean, Clint, or is it a river?
No, this is ocean water.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, but I'm in a whatever it's called, intercoastal. I wanted to say I'm starstruck, man. I see you every week on Kennedy now. What? Yeah, goodness gracious.
Boy, I'm telling you what, it's her show's gone downhill real fast after the libertarians on, right? She's like, I guess we'll call Shane again and see if he wants to come on. But man, it's been fun. I mean, to be able to sit there and kind of give the left and right a little bit of whatever they're dishing out to the other person at the same time and be like, yeah, man, you're pretty right on this one, and then you're very wrong on that thing over there. It's really kind of hysterical to watch, just how amazingly I don't know, messed up the system is and where people are looking now, and where, I mean, the Libertarian Party is crushing it, picking up all these.
It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me to see this kind of mainstream media now, how much more often they're having us on. You know what I mean?
If you watch Kennedy regularly, I shit you not, every single night there is someone that I personally know and would consider a friend that's on national TV. It's incredible.
Like every night, man. That's the thing is, and let's tell Kennedy thanks, man. Holy cow. Big shout out to Kennedy for what she's done in terms of bringing libertarian voices in, because it's been, all of our lives, right? Republicans and Democrats. It's what got me overseas. I'm sure Josh, you too. And Clint, you're as American as anybody, and throwing off the I don't know, this stupor that we were in for so long, to see people coming along with us, man. Let's get it. I mean, holy cow, look at this guy, the Bitcoin Beast. I could deal with that nickname.
Like,
It's real modest.
You were saying the show's gone down a hill since they started having you on, but let's be honest, those sexy pipes, she's going to bring you back every week. Come on.
I tell you what, man, I think girls just sit around with their speaker ready, like they did with what was it
back in the day when they used to have to record the radio. I was thinking about, the other day, I get this, oh, you got a really good voice for podcasting thing all the time, and every time as soon as somebody says it to me, I'm like, have you ever heard Shane Hazelman? It's not even fair. It's not fair at all.
Too kind. Honestly, I mean, you guys have really crushed it today. This thing has been, watching from, where I was standing a log on my porch earlier to make a table, like listening to what's going on and who's coming in this space, and just man, I'll tell you, to see this amalgamation, where we have this Venn diagram that should have been, a lot more heavily crossed. And just, this gentle orange pilling of, I don't know, masses. It is such a welcome sight to see. And I mean, like I said, hats off to you guys, because I mean, to have this early to kind of set the tone has been really just the coolest thing in the world. To be.
We had Guy Swann on the Libertarian Party channel today, dude. It's a huge deal,
dude. You had Saifedean Ammous,
yeah.
Marty Bent. I mean, geez, Pete. I mean, and not to mention Stephan from the original. I think he was on first with Angela over at Swan Bitcoin. Like, and I'll tell you what, man, those guys at Swan. If you guys don't know the guys at Swan, I'm gonna tell you right now. Like, I know a lot of them personally, and they are great dudes. So just my personal experience with their culture and what they're doing. It speaks alone, I think, just for, kind of these Bitcoin maxis. Josh, you know what's going on. I'll be right back here.
Yeah, I know how it goes, dude. I don't have that problem anymore, buddy.
No, I cut that out sometime.
We've got another guest coming on, so I'm going to pop off. If anybody would like to follow my work, you can search Liberty Lockdown on Apple, Google Podcasts, or YouTube. Also at Liberty Lock Pod on Twitter. Thank you guys so much for having me. Please continue to donate. The first 10K goes to candidates, and these candidates can actually go out there, educate, speak to the masses on Bitcoin adoption, how it can actually serve as an escape hatch if you want to get away from central banking and the Federal Reserve. It's a tremendous opportunity, a once in a lifetime opportunity. Let's go. All right, thank you guys.
See you, Clint, brother. Hey, good to see you, Clint.
Josh, you sticking around for a minute?
No, I'm getting ready to hop off too, buddy. Oh, did we lose Shane? They took Shane out of the room too. Yeah, he's back. He's back. No, I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready to take off as well. Now the show is now in Shane Hazel's hands.
Oh, welcome to Emancipation America, Josh. Keep kicking it, man. I mean, if you need anything ever, great work, amazing what I've seen so far. I can't wait to see what's going to happen over your tenure, brother. Like, this is incredible, and
I'm stoked. Listen, this whole Bitcoin thing, there's so many people that worked on it that were not me. And so I just want to give all the thanks to Angela for just allowing me to be a part of this. This is one of the greatest things I've seen the Libertarian Party do in a long time. Maybe we don't hit the goal. We're going to hit the goal, but maybe we don't hit the goal. It doesn't matter. The National Libertarian Party is finally talking about Bitcoin. It's finally talking about ending the Federal Reserve. It's talking about inflation. It's talking about the COVID regime. It's talking about the war in Yemen. They're finally doing the things that we wanted them to do for I don't know how long, and it's just a beautiful sight to see. And thank you for doing all the stuff that you do, Shane. And
brother, I love you to death.
Love you to death, guys. Hey, I will catch you all later. Follow me on the interwebs.
See, Josh. Ladies and gents, it is my pleasure to be your anchor host tonight from 6 to 7 p.m. We are going to be raising as much Bitcoin and fiat as possible for a lot of the local and state candidates that are running from the LP. I don't know what's going on in the background. I've got a fantastic guest for you that is coming up, and I'll go ahead and tell you about him. His name is Alexander Saifedean, and he is one of the first people that actually reached out to me from the Bitcoin community. I want to say it was like 2018, maybe even maybe closer to 2019. But Alexander Saifedean is not only a extremely successful entrepreneur that did some of the first DCA, dollar cost averaging, kind of like your weekly, daily, monthly, just automatic kind of stock with the The guy's out at Amber, and then has done just a huge amount. It's just a prolific writer. He's got a new book that's just come out. It's called The Uncommunist Manifesto. He is a very regular contributor over at the Bitcoin Magazine. He runs the Bitcoin Times. I am telling you this off the top of my head because I have such admiration for this guest. And when I tell you, it takes a lot to really just kind of get me excited. This is one of those guys that does it. He's got a lot of BDE energy. I mean, just huge energy. Guy that's like, I don't know, 9 feet tall. Just is so all over. What I consider one of the most important parts of Bitcoin is the culture. And to see, that piece and to kind of interweave it with this ideal, this idea that you are free, you are sovereign, and you are going to have to fight like hell and be open-minded about what the future is going to bring and how Bitcoin is going to change those cultures and change the way society works together. To have Alexander Svetsky join me now, man, really cool to be hanging out with you doing this at this time right after the Mises Caucus has taken over the LP, huh?
Bro, what an introduction. I'm mega humbled.
Deserved.
Thank you so much, man.
Well, no, man. I mean, I think the people that are contributing in this space, in all the other spaces towards liberty, but especially this one that gives us a no kidding right hand of God type of weapon.
Yeah.
Murder cult that we have, man, it excites me to no end to have minds like this, working against the absolute machine that is the Federal Reserve.
Dude, what you just said there, I think is just so poignant, is that I spoke at a conference a couple years ago called the Value of Bitcoin Conference. It was, it's something Safe has done in the past. But basically, this guy, Daniel Wingen, would get a bunch of Bitcoiners and some European central bankers and throw them in a room and debate. And I remember him calling me the first time saying, "Do you want to come to this?" I'm like, "Are you sure, man? Someone's going to get knocked out." It's like, look, no kicking, no bashing, just talking. And I was like, all right, I'll do my best. And when I went there in 2020, it was fun. It was like the week before, the world went complete madness, lockdown, crazy. And anyway, I went there and the topic of my talk, like, I didn't know, I was like, what the hell am I going to talk about? And the thing that just hit me, and it's kind of like, Bitcoin and the way I write and all this sort of stuff generally just comes from these random inspirations. And what I spoke about at that time was that, or the topic at least, was that Bitcoin makes Austrian economics and libertarianism practically possible. And what I was trying to say to people was this idea that the Austrians and the libertarian position has always been logically consistent. It's always been the right thing to do. There's nothing more logically and profoundly consistent from a first principles basis in the way one should operate and behave as a human being. The issue is that there's a bunch of monkeys out there who've got their finger on the money printer, or the monopoly on violence, as you said, the death cult and all this sort of stuff. So we're trying to play, by some rules with like constraint and with respect and with morality, and you're fighting a bunch of criminals. And Bitcoin is, like, for the first time in history, the one thing that they can't beat, they can't turn off, that infects them, that infects their system from within. And it actually makes practical all of the things that libertarians and Austrians have been talking about from the beginning of, what we've been talking about. And I don't know, I just don't think there is a more powerful, as you said, right hand of God tool in existence today than making the money basically map to energy and time. Like nobody can fuck with those two things, and
It's
we've
a concept
done
I
that.
don't think a lot of people get either, right? Like, it's funny is you talk about it quite a bit. Is this energy you put into economy and into the universe, this industrious, this creativity, entrepreneurship type of mentality is you got to find like that's one thing on this earth that's kind of finite is you. And your mortality is super finite, and what you get to put back into this world to not only feed yourself and feed your soul and all the different aspects of being a human, but those around you and improving not only your life but their life, and that value that's seen, that energy in terms of a storage vehicle of that. And I don't think people look at money being that. I think they look at money as like, oh man, that's a new TV or a new truck or a new car or something.
Yeah.
It's not like, holy crap, man, like I'm about to trade this piece of my life for, whatever it is going forward. They don't look at money that way. And so when people start to see money as that way is, personally, that's the way I started seeing money with Bitcoin is like, I can buy this silly object over here that's going to most likely depreciate no matter what, because it's in fiat debt currency, versus taking that store of value and put it in a depreciating asset like Bitcoin. And you start to go, wow, if this is, what I know to be mathematically certain, the store of energy is not only perfect, but it's a force multiplier for not just you, but for every holder of Bitcoin going forward. And that can be used for good or bad. But I think, as this, gets into the hands of, the unbanked, the people that have, gone through these roller coasters of currency, this force multiplier for good against the people that have crushed them for so long through whatever colonialism, just, bank warfare and everything else, and economic warfare in countries. I think this force multiplier is going to be so good for the human species and the human soul against, what I determine as, absolute evil.
I mean, absolutely. So like if you think about to kind of quote Franz Oppenheimer and like I came across his work obviously through Anatomy of the State and Rothbard quoting him in there, but basically there's two ways to acquire wealth on planet Earth. It's the cooperative means or the coercive means, or in other words, the economic means or the political means. So I either work with you, we trade, I have something of value, I've imbued some material with my energy and my time, and I've transformed it into something of a higher order, and you may or may not find value in it. You may have done the same thing, and in the marketplace of a civilization, we're all doing that. And if we want to multiply wealth, what we're essentially doing is we're taking chaos and we're transforming it into something of higher order, and then that gives us a new threshold, and then we're doing that, and it's this consistent process, and that's how wealth is developed. And from my understanding, I mean, I didn't come into Austrian economics before Bitcoin. It was Bitcoin led me down that path, and to me, it just was so obvious. I was like, it's like, I mean, of course, like money is like measures, the collective productivity and resources and energy of the planet. Like, of course, money should be fixed, and like the Austrian doctrines just made so much sense as I started reading Rothbard and everything. And it's like when I looked at Keynesian ideology, I was like, this is stupidity. It's like pretending till you get to prosperity. Like it's moronic. And like, to use a Jordan Peter-esque sort of idea, it's one it talks about the territory, the other one is lost in the map. And they're conflating the two. So anyway, coming back to this idea, it's like the libertarian position has always been get out of people's way and let individuals decide how to allocate the product of their labor. Let individuals decide how to cooperate and do stuff with others. Yes, there exists some vile scumbag people that want to take the coercive method of acquiring wealth, but game theoretically, that's not a very sound long-term way to continue to acquire wealth, right? If you continue doing that, you either get ostracized, you get booted out, you get killed, or the person who sees you does that the same thing. And basically, that's a decivilizational force. Now, the problem is, like, because money and wealth has always been like purely physical, and particularly the way we've you know if money is the thing that is kind of like scorecard, and it measures all of wealth, and because it's been physical, it's always been subject to some sort of intermediary authority that had to, by necessity, build some sort of institution to kind of manage and to enable either its ability to be transmitted across space or time. That's sort of how banking emerged and all this sort of stuff. So these were necessary evils because we didn't have a way to codify money digitally, but root it into physical reality, right? And that's the thing that Bitcoin seems to have done, is it's kind of got the superpower of digital money because we can transmit it across space, but it's got the superpower of physical reality and energy via proof of work, via the way the consensus works, etc. So it's kind of rooted in reality as well. So you can't fake it, you can't mess with it. And then, obviously all the other benefits around, like, you can run your own node, it's mathematics. There's, I would much prefer to trust math than a set of bureaucrats. There's no comparison, right?
Yeah, a leaderless money, a stateless money. I mean, that is absolutely uncorruptible in terms of it doesn't care about human beings. That's the beautiful thing about it. It exists, and it is just this conundrum in terms of being both the greatest maybe possible leap forward for mankind. And at the same time is that, it doesn't exist outside of zeros and ones. And it's amazing that this has come along, I think, in our lifetimes. We're going to switch topics, but before we do, obviously, we are doing a fundraiser here at the LP. You can donate at donate.lp.org. I think we've raised enough now to say we are in the new territory. We are doing campaign donations for local and state Bitcoin libertarians out there. So if you're out there and you maybe got a few sats, or you just want to get rid of that really awful fiat, and maybe you want to share the wealth over here with these guys that go out, hanging their name on a line, and take all the criticism and flack, you can donate again at donate.lp.org. Back to it. I've got Alex Svetski here. If you guys don't know Alex Svetski, you should know Alex Svetski. Especially, I mean, the Mises crowd in terms of messaging, right? Like, I don't know. I'm sure you're aware that we've kind of come under new management here in the past.
So I've heard. Yeah, you mentioned.
Yeah, and so to have yourself on here, who is a bare knuckler, and I think we're trying to keep it pretty family friendly right now, but the put on the brass knuckles and say, let's go a few rounds and let's hit people in the jaws as nicely as we can, but at the same time, it's like you've just got these truth knuckles that come out and they shine, man. I mean, some of the stuff that I've seen, whether it's at Bitcoin 2022. Some of the writings or other appearances, or even your show, it is fun to watch when people do want to mix up, that come across a guy that knows his stuff, that's not going to back down, and to see that from the side, right? And I say this all the time to people, is like, if you're having these conversations with people, and you can keep yourself at a certain level of professionalism, there's going to be a lot of people that see that, and I think you're one of them. I wanted to ask you, going forward, being this idealist, I think one of the bigger thinkers and dreamers for where society can go and what's possible. What are you like just jazzed out of your mind for in the very short future? And then kind of long term, I'd be curious to see, like, what do you think? You've talked about so many different things in the future, and I just like, man, these are some really interesting thought experiments you have.
So I'm working on a piece now called Responsibility Go Up Technology. So we all know, like, I mean, maybe people don't know, but there's a meme in the Bitcoin space called Number Go Up Technology. When people kind of it kind of emerged in maybe 2020 sort of thing. I know Saifedean really popularized it, and it's sort of this idea. It's like, what's Bitcoin made of? It's like NGU tech. What the hell is that? Well, the number just goes up. So don't ask any questions. Get yourself some Bitcoin. And
maybe it just catches on, right?
Yeah, and it's a great meme because like one of Bitcoin, like Bitcoin is a raw economic animal. Like there's no one, there's no bailouts, there's no person changing the interest rates or issuing more of it. It's just like out in the wild. And from the first person who traded 10,000 of it for a couple pizzas to now, like we've seen this thing organically emerge. It's not been decreed. It is organic money. So you've got that, the NGU technology, but I'm kind of working on this idea. I think Bitcoin's most profound impact on civilization will be the reintroduction of, accurate responsibility, or real consequence. And
you animal, you just want people to suffer.
Well, this is the thing, like, unfortunately, like people might think I'm talking about the nice stuff, but I'm actually talking about the ugly stuff, which is we live in a world today where one group of idiots can make a bunch of mistakes.
Yeah.
And those of us who are more prudent, more responsible, more cautious, more far-sighted, etc., we pay for their mistakes, whether that's through inflation, taxation, or stupid regulations, or whatever machination of the state. It's always the case that, in the current paradigm that we live in, that responsibility is just kind of like passed on. Like, I was speaking with another kind of bare knuckle Bitcoiner, Francis Pulio, about a year and a half or 2 years ago, and we called it the he calls it like responsibility ass covering, which is you're always like trying to cover your ass and like pass the responsibility on to someone else. And I kind of called it responsibility hot potato. Like that's literal modern society is that. It's like it's someone else's, everything is someone else's fault, pass it on. So to kind of tie back
money right there with the bailouts.
Totally, exactly. It always is. So to answer your question about like short term and long term is, in the short term, I actually hope that, and this is not going to sound very nice, but people who've made stupid amounts of money by being close to the monetary spigot, whether that is, crooked crony hedge funds and like these companies that are receiving bailouts and all of that sort of stuff. My hope is that as Bitcoin starts to kind of monetize, as it starts to monetize, it starts to demonetize other things. All these people who thought they were geniuses by virtue of the fact that they were beneficiaries of newly minted money and all this sort of stuff, I actually think seeing them lose out and being, finally responsible, and the relative wealth of those of us who were actually responsible, that sort of wealth dynamic shift, I think, is going to be an extraordinary thing in the world. Because what you're going to have by, I mean, yes, some people like the, let's say the Winklevoss twins, unfortunately irresponsible morons, and hey, they've got a lot of Bitcoin, whatever, I'm a capitalist, they got in early, they put the risk in.
Making dumb decisions to lose it.
But yeah, so exactly, they may make poor decisions and they won't get bailed out. But the thing is, there is a lot of really good people, really good responsible people who believe in things like saving, right, or quality over quantity, etc., who are going to get disproportionately wealthy, and that's going to change things in the world. So I think that's sort of like a short-term thing that I'm excited about. And then long-term is this idea of a new sort of like, I'm probably going to get called elitist for this, but like a new sort of aristocracy emerging. And I mean that in the positive sense, is like not the aristocracy of, the Federal Reserve, for example, or the Catholic Church and the Pope, right? Like I'm not talking about those kind of vultures. What I'm talking about is people who have stored and saved the product of their labor, who want to then allocate it appropriately to their kin and basically build functional, noble, intelligent lineages and dynasties, in a sense. Like I think we're going to have great families once again who build things. They may increase, their private property in a physical sense, and kind of like the the nobility of old, and I'm talking like 3, 4, 500 years ago, I think
Yeah.
we'll see like a second renaissance basically emerge from people who have the capital and therefore the time and space to think about high level things instead of worrying about how am I going to afford gas next week because the government's destroyed the entire economy or whatever. So I think long term, the world really starts to look different, and I think we'll be able to crunch greater and greater and more meaningful problems because we unlock intellectual capital in a way that we haven't seen since the Renaissance period, I think.
I think you're exactly right, and I think if you guys are out there listening to this conversation, Alexander did a absolutely kick-ass piece on this, and Bitcoin is not democratic. It's a 5-part series. It's awesome. Talks a little bit about what the future could hold in terms of societies, and kind of how maybe this plays out in a lot of ways. So this is where I think it is a lot of fun to kind of take this technology and start kind of gaming and seeing what this would be if you were in somebody's shoes where you're playing this kind of stuff out. But I think you're right. I think there is going to be a giant change here over the course of our lifetime, especially, and it's kind of like what they used to say about going broke as a country. It's like it was real gradual, and then all of a sudden, I think it's going to kind of be that way the other way around. They say the mother of the mother of invention is necessity, and we're getting into some times that are getting really interesting after seeing, I guess it was last week, where the chief strategist for BlackRock came out and talked about the liberal world order, and how they're going to try to slam some things, I think, into high gear. Because Bitcoin is now soaking up again some more liquidity as more and more people from the unbanked world come on. But I know I've only got you for another few minutes. Why don't you tell everybody how we can help you, where we can find you, and the great minds that you talk to and the pieces that you write?
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. I guess I've put a link tree together. So it's like linktree.com/Svetski, which is pretty easy to spell, SVETSKI, and that's got a kind of link to all of my stuff. But Mark and I, as you mentioned, Mark Moss and I wrote the Uncommunist Manifesto. That is it there.
Awesome.
And thank you, sir. That launches on the 1st of August officially on Amazon. So we're getting ready to do like a whole roadshow on that. We want to get like some broad coverage across like the libertarian space, the conservative space, like even though some of those there's some inconsistent ideologies there, but let's hope we can slap the inconsistencies out with
that's
with
the
some
beautiful thing
work
about
like
Bitcoin.
this.
It just kind of brings everybody over time to about the same place.
It does, exactly right, exactly.
Yeah.
You can't be, again, to actually maybe tie into what we were talking about before, it's like you can't be inconsistent on a Bitcoin standard, because when you screw up, like I said this in a recent article, it's like, if you want to think that's like, if you want to test how like real Bitcoin is, go and send some Bitcoin to an address with the thing that's a little bit wrong, and then go call the Bitcoin support hotline, see if they'll reverse the transaction for you.
Yeah.
Ain't gonna happen, pal. Bitcoin is just like jumping off a cliff. There's no rewind button. It's like real life. So anyway, Svetsky, linktree.com/Svetsky, the Uncommunist Manifesto, which actually people can check out at uncommunist.com. So they'll get on the list. We've got some freebies there, and you'll be notified when the book goes live on Amazon. Run a podcast. They've got the Bitcoin Times, which is a publication. This year is actually going to be the Austrian edition. So I've got Saifedean in there, Michael Goldstein, Pierre Richard, Tudor Meester, Conrad Graf, and maybe one other special guest who will be contributing to that. And yeah, do a whole lot of blogs on Bitcoin Magazine, and I'm hoping to release a couple other books alongside Bitcoin Magazine in the next year or two to challenge people's hypnosis.
An absolute thoroughbred. I mean, look at you go, dude. Just you're so prolific. I need to get on that schedule, but man, it has been really cool to do this with you for the LP and Bitcoin.
Thank you.
What an experience. Ladies and gents, this is the great Alexander Svetski. Get out there and follow him, Ghost of Svetski, on Twitter. And I'm sure he's got link trees there and everything else, like he just said. But he is an absolute fighter for liberty and wants to see it, obviously, in our time as well. And it's got, I mean, just the world of messaging at his fingertips. So, hey, also, if you run a if you run a podcast, I don't know if you heard, but he's looking to do the rounds in August. So, if you need an awesome guest for his book, The Young Communist Manifesto, with Mark Moss, maybe try getting in touch with me. And I'll get in touch with him, or I'll send you straight to him. Either way, but Alex, I hope you have a great Emancipation weekend. Man, keep chugging out there, brother. We need it.
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much, and I love what you guys are doing here, man. And yeah, really, really excited to be a part of this and actually see a revival like this for the Libertarian Party, man. It's a beautiful thing.
Great to be with you, brother. Take care, man.
Absolutely.
Peace. Ladies and gents, Alexander Svetski, I gotta tell you, if there's a dude I got a bro crush on in the Bitcoin libertarian space, like that guy is just, I mean, you can sit there and barely keep up with what he puts out in terms of writing, in terms of his content and podcasts and books and everything else. It's incredible. But we are running a fundraiser. Angela McCardle is back, the new LNC chair. If you are just tuning in, you can donate to this fundraiser at donate.lp.org. We have since crossed, it looks like, well, not quite. Yes, we have. We have crossed the $10,000 barrier now. And so we are going to start to see some things.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, we're going to start moving in the direction. Angela, hi. Welcome
You there?
back to the show. It was great watching you earlier.
Thank you. Thanks for taking over. This has been quite the day. 5 hours of it. We are chugging along and fundraising. And July is usually not a great fundraising month.
You're paying twice as much for gasoline and diesel and then some, trying to get your family across the country to Disney World or some outdoor national park. And nobody wants to get in there, but like the fact that you guys have done $10,000 on a Sunday over Emancipation weekend, it is just a testament, I think, to where the party is moving, thanks to the Mises Caucus. And thank you for stepping up, taking on this challenge with all of these crazies, the white nationalist Nazis from the Mises Caucus.
You are welcome. So Shane is joking. Obviously, that's been a big joke. But everybody's been terrified that new leadership of the National Party is going to be scary. But lo and behold, here we are, fundraising for candidates, doing all the things that I said I would do, and trying to really expand our influence and to really extend a hand to the Bitcoin community and show people that we are really serious about economic freedom.
Yeah. The fact that you are, and that's the thing is, I've been hanging out with these Bitcoiners for a while now, right? And trying to, at first kind of understand the world and then learn it. And I'll tell you, it took a long time. Like, it wasn't one of those things where, you think you find Bitcoin and you're like, okay, pretty cool. And then you start learning more and more and more. And it's like becoming a libertarian, right? It's the further you go, the more you take on, whether you're coming from the left or the right. It's this understanding that you're going to find some truths about economy in the world, and the fact that this is where we're at in today's world, the differentiation between state-owned money and private market-created money that we can start to adopt and emancipate ourselves, one person at a time, until we can become sovereign in these networks. I think it is, just one of the coolest tools to come around in our lifetime. And you got to talk to a couple of the great today, Stephan from Swann Bitcoin, and then Saifedean Ammous, who is I've met the guy one time, but I haven't even had the pleasure to interview him on my show yet. So, I got a little jealous bone in my body. So great job on having all these amazing guys out and talking about this.
Thank you. And I would definitely, I appreciate Tom Woods and the Mises Institute for helping to make some of those connections. It's just like, it's such an incredible thing for the Libertarian Party to embrace. I think that one of the things I really wanted to do today, which I think we did really well, was to break down some of the myths and rumors around Bitcoin. Like, no, it's not a fiat currency. You can't just like print it and make it rain for all eternity. Right. Yeah, it's not the same as gold. This is one thing that libertarians really struggle with, is there's, like, I see in the comments all day long, gold standard, gold standard, gold standard. I think it's like the Constitution, right? Like, if the Constitution was like the best document we have, and yet look where we are. And the gold standard was the best thing that we had, and yet look where we are. We've got to be able to pivot a that's
I think a beautiful thing for people. Like, I mean, I came from it from a constitutional standpoint at one point, obviously, coming from kind of the neocon background, is, I've become this full-fledged anarchist that believes in the separation of state and money and sovereign individuals. Right. And so the idea that, gold's a 1.3, 1.5 inflationary asset, right? Like, you're going to lose 1.5% on gold every year. And it's the best money that we've ever had, where, Bitcoin has got what, I would say is a, unexpandable, concrete, resolute, unchangeable constitution versus what we have. And either you're dealing with it or you're not dealing with it, but you're definitely not using it and breaking it. And that's the beautiful thing, about Bitcoin, is like, okay, you guys can all, come play ball over here, in our economy and all this kind of stuff. And we'd love to have you, but you don't have to be here. And I think that's the beautiful thing about also the LP. We've been talking, it's not that, I think, like, I'm not against, if you want to go do NFTs and crypto and all that kind of stuff, I think that's your business. And I think, as libertarians, we support this broader understanding that you're free to go out and create a market, be in a market, expand a market, do whatever you want in a market, maybe be notoriously evil in a market. Yeah. I don't care. At the end of the day, what I care about is the freedom of people to go out and, be responsible for their own decisions. And at the end of the day, if we find ourselves talking about Bitcoin and talking to Bitcoiners as a organization or as people or anything like that, it's just because, it's what we've done in the past. We found Rothbard, we found Mises, we found Hayek, and we found truths in a lot of what they did, not absolute truths in everything that they did. And that's the beautiful thing that, we find now, is just truth continues to rise and rise until you have this renaissance and this rebellion build. And the beautiful thing about where we're headed this time, Angela, and thank God, for the Mises Caucus, yourself, and the LP, really driving this forward, is it could be a mostly peaceful revolution.
Yes, we need to educate more people so that they can actually start utilizing this, because, like, I don't know when the collapse of the dollar is going to happen. I don't know if it's going to be...
It's happening.
Right. I don't know if it's going to come, if there's going to be a sudden aggressive drop, or if we're just going to continue this slow, painful decline. But you're going to need to be able to take care of your family. You're going to be just basic stuff. Pay your bills, buy food. And I don't think that it's necessarily like, it doesn't have to be this doomsday situation. It's just practical, right? Okay, well, the dollar's worth, 90% of what it used to be. And then we just printed trillions more. This just isn't sustainable. It's just not sustainable. Let's just, whatever, failed experiment, and you don't have to shut all your bank accounts down now. Like, it's not like, the world is going to explode tomorrow, but you can start kind of shifting.
Yeah. And, and I say this to people all the time. I am one of those people who has, over a lot of time, moved myself out, and you might be able to tell by the internet connection, right? Is like, I moved myself away from, population centers and into homesteading, and trying to be as virtually independent as possible in terms of living off of the grid. And for us to be independent people, there are some things I think you need to cover maybe before you go down the Bitcoin side, right? Like, I think you need to think about some things like, where are you? What do you have on hand? Do you have defense? Do you have food? Do you have water? Do you have the basic necessities of life? Can you defend those things? And then after that, if you've got a lot of that stuff knocked out, this is where I think, you take the, quote unquote extra money that, you don't want in a bank, you don't want in, 401ks, you don't want like all that debt-based fiat money. And you move it into something that maybe you can run over. Yes, inflation is theft, absolutely, life and liberty. You move it into a place where if you do have to travel over borders, it can come with you. And we've seen this around the world now. You've seen it in Ukraine. We've seen it in parts of Central and South America. We've seen it in Africa. We have seen these unbanked places, or places in Revelation, or revolution, I should say, or at just full out war, where people can move across borders and take some of their wealth with them. Or, what I think is even cooler is a lot of times what's happening is this Bitcoin community is, because it is like family, and it has people all over the globe, which you can find in Twitter Spaces, which is amazing. You can see how it's affecting the lives of the poor and middle class to be able to receive charity. And that's something that the LP is, 110%, is living those values, where not only do we go out and we talk about liberty, but we start talking about the solutions. And a lot of the solutions that lay on us are charities for solving some of the problems we have in our communities.
Absolutely. So let's switch gears a little bit. What are you up to lately? I think you've got a couple of things going.
Yeah. So I've recovered. When I say recovered, I've mostly recovered to the point where I can move and be in a chair. So thank you to everybody for all the warm wishes, thoughts, prayers, positive vibes. Thank you a million times over, and I appreciate you guys having me in to this. What an honor to sit with the new LNC chair and vice chair and do this fundraiser. In case you guys haven't seen it, donate.lp.org. You can donate. We are now sending money to the candidates, right, Angela?
So the first $10,000 is going to candidates, and then after that, we're going to use a small part of it actually goes to production, and then the rest is going to be used to get the video out.
Yeah.
So it goes to the Candidate Support Fund, which is at the national level, and then that committee goes and they look at federal candidates who they can donate to, and then they'll start to disperse that.
Yep. Yeah. So to get back to your question, I am running for governor in Georgia again. The podcast is back up and running once a week. I've just, to heal and do all this kind of stuff and get everything together. We're a little bit behind schedule. The campaign committee is together. We are, pushing down, what we need to push down. And I'll tell you, what's funny is, we've got a little bit of name recognition down here in Georgia now. And Brian Kemp, the current Republican governor who's up against Stacey Abrams, and this is already, a national race as a rematch that was close, so an election that was stolen and rigged, which, let's face it, they are all stolen and rigged, especially down here in Georgia. So to have this go to, the national and international scene again, and to be the third party candidate that's peeling off all sorts of Republicans and Democrats now. I mean, we've got the leader of the Tea Party and her influence behind us in this one, bringing over Republicans. We've got a lot of the Republicans from the Black Caucus that I've, been friends with that are on board now. And I think this trend is just going to continue. And we could put up some fairly insane numbers down here, but yeah, this is going to be a battle, and this is one of the things that I wish a lot of people in the LP kind of saw, right, is like, we're not looking to fix or reform the national level. I think whatever happens to it as the dollar and the empire falls is we get a lot more local very fast, and when we do that and we start looking at these, local, sheriff and executives and state assembly members that this campaign that you guys are running today is going to fund, I think, we start to really see freedom start to just, be enhanced in everybody's life, where, the bureaucracy just kind of falls apart. They're not getting paid. They're not showing up. The risk is too great because people are put upon by too much. And so, to be able to fund these local and state members and bring attention to them, and what we're really, pushing for in the LP is, a decentralization, a nullification. And we're looking to delegitimize the state and just show everybody, yeah, you're right. Something's wrong. The psychological operations and the MO and, the bank and the disease and the inflation, all of this stuff, you are absolutely 100% right that it's cooked. It is absolutely 100% against you. And we can show you the way to a better life, a better, a better, set of futures for not only your kids but humanity in general. And I think this just the people that are running their platforms on Bitcoin in terms of economics and understanding are some of the first people to really get this and understand that this is just I think it's an evolution of the human species at the end of the day.
Yeah, I want to see more candidates taking donations in Bitcoin. Now, in places like California, we're pretty screwed over because our state government doesn't allow us to do that. And that's a whole nother can of worms, right? Like, we've got to start proposing policy and pushing back against it. I think that law went into effect in 2018.
Yeah.
Really sucky. But at the federal level, that's not the case. So, federal level candidates and states where you can take Bitcoin, like, go wild.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and that's the beautiful thing. Transferring between wallets, even, and people have questions about this all the time, right? Is there is a, no kidding, public blockchain. Every transaction is recorded in the Bitcoin blockchain. It goes up every 10 minutes, and it is there permanently. Now, it doesn't mean that you are necessarily associated with your wallet and your keys, right? Like your keys, your Bitcoin, like that's not necessarily the information that's out there for anybody and everybody. Now, if you did the onboarding through something like Coinbase or something, be very careful about what you do and how you move your money and all that kind of stuff. But there are a lot of ways where you can transact anonymously in the Bitcoin markets, where you can start to put a voice into some maybe lesser known candidates, people that are running third party and libertarian, and like this is just one of those ways that we're going to grow. And it's, for me, it's like looking at the gun community and gun culture, right? Is the ATF has been the low knuckle, or I should say the low brow, just knuckle dragging morons in terms of policy for chasing people around and starting to try to define all sorts of engineering that's done in guns. The beautiful thing is we have the engineers on our side, and they can engineer their way out of definitions, and that's kind of what Bitcoin does for us in the monetary system. It gives us this engineering piece that they couldn't keep up with, and now they can't get ahead of, because if they create the CBDCs, I think it's over for them. I think at that point people go, oh, the jig's up, right? Like you've got complete control over my financials, where I have to spend my money, what I can spend my money on, if I can travel, who I can associate with, like all of these really, really horrible, 1984-esque type of, I don't know, encroachments on your person, on this meat sack that we get to do life on, right? And it's just like, man, that stuff is going to get real old real fast. And I just want to be here, kind of fighting that fight as it goes forward.
Yeah, don't go out and buy FedCoin, anyone. Once the Federal Reserve issues their own inflationary cryptocurrency, don't do that. That's not what you want. That's not the direction we're taking this in.
And we're going to be trying a few things. I've got a couple of really good buddies in the space that have seen people do funding through Bitcoin in the past, and we've got some ideas. So if you're out there and you're running and you need some ideas in terms of how to fund a campaign, we can point you in the right direction to do this with Bitcoin. and really stay above board, because the last thing we need is anybody getting locked up, having guns pointed at anybody. What we want to do is, we're going to beat them. We're going to disenfranchise these guys and really try to not go to prison or do any of those kind of things. But it's the way to go in the future in terms of funding candidates, I think.
So where can people find out about your campaign?
My campaign, you can go to shanehazel.com. It's got a redirect to the Radical Pod website. So everything that you might ever want to know, it's all there, even a little bit of swag on the website. There's also the Helios Initiative, which will help you nullify through your executives now, and it's been effective. That's there, which really just uses the Constitution as a tool to put them back where they need to be, because let's face it, a lot of the mayors and sheriffs still speak Constitution, so you might as well use it as a tool to your advancement in terms of liberty at the local level. And I think that's probably enough on my side. What can we do to push the Libertarian Party into overdrive? What do you need from the crowd out here?
So obviously we need donations at donate.lp.org. But more so than that, you can also join the party. So you can join the national party at lp.org, and then you can join your state party as well. They're separate organizations, and you just Google your state, right? Like Libertarian Party of Georgia. Type that into your search engine. If you're a hardcore person who uses Bitcoin all the time, maybe it's not Google, maybe it's something else. So whatever it is, type that into your Brave browser or DuckDuckGo and look and join that too. That's really important, and get involved at the local level. So it's important for us to be able to run candidates at the state level and the federal level to maintain things like ballot access and to spread the word. But the real impact you make is locally. And when candidates run for local office, especially in tyrannical blue states like California, you see that local government officials can stand down governors like Gavin Newsom. They can just say, no, we're not gonna go by that order. We're not gonna enforce those gun laws. We're not gonna enforce that lockdown. We're gonna decriminalize cannabis and psilocybin. It's really amazing the kind of change that you can accomplish at the local level if you just try. And for some of you guys, like in more rural areas, it's not even that competitive. You just walk in and they're, it's like 5 dudes and a dog on a porch, and they're like, well, I don't know, I guess, yeah, sure, you can be on the committee of whatever. Some of the boring races, like, it doesn't sound so sexy, right? Like water board district or land management. No, BLM, the Bureau of Land Management. We're not a fan. But some of those small things you can make like a huge financial impact too, because you can go in and you can halt government spending and you can halt government encroachment on private property. So while, I love that Dennis is running for Senate, and I think it's really important that we need to spread the word on that. Don't ignore your local opportunities, because, it's also a great stepping stone for larger success.
Yeah, 100% agree. And I think it's funny you say tyrannical blue states, because I hail from a tyrannical red state, and there's not a lot of difference in most of them anymore. I know people believe like Florida and a lot of the South has done, obviously better because of the migration patterns in the United States and, tyrannical lockdowns, and some of the more oppressive blue states. I mean, let's face it. I mean, it is, but compared to what it could be here in the future, where we do decentralize, and this mass movement of people fighting for liberty who have put away their differences and maybe have united economically. If there's something that I think is going to unite people, it's looking at those bank accounts and seeing dwindling numbers. What it buys, what's coming in, broken supply chains that we've talked about since the 1970s as a party, when we unpegged from the gold standard in the beginning, and obviously Ron Paul took up the fight during that time, and it was just it's been this, I think, this great awakening that is going to continue to burn, and I think it's going to be like this. I see it, and I've met the culture down at Bitcoin 22. It is the light in the darkness, as is the Libertarian Party, and to have these guys get together and in this mission to end the Fed, it is it is so cool to witness. And yes, you should, if you can, get on a platform and use libertarian ideas to push at your local level. Go for it. And we need more and more and more people doing so. For giving us all a voice. Thank you guys so much from the Mises Caucus. Angela, thank you for having me here and for having all of these amazing guys from Bitcoin. It has just been, to watch it unfold this week and to see the hype. I mean, I've seen more and more and more people go, oh, wait, maybe the Libertarian Party isn't lost. Maybe this is a new Libertarian Party. Holy crap, look at what these libertarians are doing now. I've seen this. I mean, I can't tell you how often I've seen it in just the past month. Whether it's Twitter, whether it's the other social medias out there, whatever it is, it's really cool. And I tell you, if you guys need anything, just shout. And I'm pushing for you guys 100%.
Thank you. So we're going to keep fundraising through the month of July. We're going to have a couple more streams on because there were a lot of people in the Bitcoin community who want to be involved, which I think is amazing. So we don't have dates yet, but I've been working on it kind of behind the scenes through this whole live stream to set up a couple more in July. So we're going to keep the tracker up for a while. We're going to keep pushing for donations, and we're just going to keep embracing economic independence. So thank you everyone for tuning in. It's been a marathon, but it's been a good one. It's been a good run.
Great job, everybody. Keep it up. Keep fighting for liberty. For our lifetime.
Thank you, everyone, and we have an LNC meeting later tonight in about an hour for anybody who really wants to torture themselves. We welcome you.
Have fun.
All right. Good night, everyone.